Chapter 470 Zhang, Xin's move 2 in 1. Help you get it out? The entire auction hall fell silent. The respectable figures of Honghai City stared at one another with so much frustration that they were about to explode. What the heck was this situation? Who in the world was that hero and sweet one? Your interest is way too heavy. More importantly, he didn't seem to be in the least embarrassed spouting such dirty words in public. On the contrary, he spoke forcefully and proudly. Big brother, where in the world does your confidence come from? Pooh. Hearing those words, the young man from Suite 23 immediately spat out the mouthful of tea that he had just drunk at the elder opposite of him. The heck? I gave out a long-range tutelage jade token that is literally worth cities, and its value doesn't lose out to even a spirit high-tier equipment. If you had made a normal offer, I would still overlook it. After all, it's a fair competition. I can only concede if my financial ability is unable to match up to yours. But help you get it out. What the heck was that? The fellow selling the soulless metal humanoid was already in his declining years, and he looked as though he could pass away at any moment. Yet, you want to help him get it out? Am I being too dirty-minded, or is your taste really that heavy? That. The elder beside the young man wiped the tea off his face, and it took him a long moment before he recovered from the shock. Young master, that person doesn't have long to live, so I doubt that he would be tempted by the pleasures of the body. Besides, even if he is interested, he could simply head to a brothel. Why should he resort to finding a male? Cough, cough. After a bout of violent coughing, the young man finally managed to prevent himself from choking to death. I know that much. Just that fellow from Suite 1 sure is an incredible fellow to be able to say such words. It seems like we aren't the only one astounded by his words. Even that old fellow up there is about to faint. Indeed, no normal cultivator would accept such a depraved offer. How can someone be so shameless? The elder replied indignantly. In the midst of his words, the ruckus below suddenly disappeared, and following closely, an agitated and excited voice sounded. Mister, do you mean your words? The old man on the auction stage was trembling in excitement. His face was flushed, seemingly unable to believe the other party's words. Of course I do. As long as you pass the soulless metal humanoid to me, I'll try my best to help you get it out. The calm voice from Suite 1 replied. All right then, I'll agree to it. Upon hearing the other party's confirmation, the old man nodded his head immediately. Pooh. If only I'd known earlier, I would have prepared a few beautiful girls, or perhaps dashing men. Hearing the old man agreeing to the matter readily, everyone felt blood welling up in their chest and they nearly fainted. This works as well? Cultivation technique, weapons, 1,000-leaf tree, and even a half 5-star long-range tutelage jade token. You turned all of them down just for this? Your interest sure is unique. To abandon all of these treasures just for a short moment of pleasure. More importantly, the other party is a male. You have truly opened up our eyes today. What is even more impressive is how the fellow in Suite 1 can speak such words in public without the slightest bit of embarrassment. And most importantly of all, how could you tell that the old man on stage has such an interest? Could it be that you are also? Everyone shuddered. He agreed to it? The young man from Suite 23 trembled. For that moment, it felt as though the skies were rumbling. Did he really come to a prestigious auction, or was this truly a place for such exchanges? Putting aside how his 4-star tutelage jade tokens were turned down from spirit stones, now, even his 1,000-leaf tree and the even more valuable half 5-star long-range tutelage jade token was rejected, all for just a moment of relief. Their world horizons shattered in an instant. He agreed to it, the elder uttered through trembling lips. Damn it, if only I knew that that fellow has such interests, I wouldn't have wasted so much effort. After a moment of dismal, a vicious glint flashed past the young man's face, and he turned around to command. Make the offer saying that we can help him get it out as well. Furthermore, we'll agree to all conditions he sets, regardless of what poses he wants. Young master, you. The elder's body froze. Isn't your sacrifice a little too great? To go so far for a soulless metal humanoid. Young master sure is vicious to himself. Sacrifice? Sacrifice your head. Do you expect me to do it? You think that I, Song Chao, a 4-star master teacher, would do such a thing? You must be joking. If someone has to go, it'll be you. As long as he agrees to sell the soulless metal humanoid to me, you'll have to serve him well. The young man, Song Chao, harumphed. Me. It was just a moment ago that the elder thought that the young master was extremely noble, but after hearing those words, he shuddered and nearly burst into tears. Do you have to be so callous? I watched you grow up from a young boy to a young man, and I've followed behind you for so many years. To sell me out like that, surely this isn't right. Who did I offend? I'm already so old and yet I still have to give up my reputation and decency to please not a young lady but a decrepit old man? Hurry up. Once they conduct the trade, it'll be too late. Seeing the other party's warped face, Song Chao hurriedly urged him on. Yes. Even though the elder was reluctant to do so, he still stepped forward to the window and said, Our young master wishes to make an offer. He's willing to help you get it out as well. Another one? The heck? There's another one who has given up on his decency as well? How in the world did a normal auction hall turn into a location where such deals are made? Are they all mad? The entire auction hall flew into a frenzy. To think that there would be another one to make such an offer. Where's their pride? Where's their common decency? For this soulless metal humanoid, you all are willing to give up even your dignity? While the stage below was in a frenzy, in Suite 1, Zhang Xian was also perplexed. He stood up and facing the suite which had just made the offer, he asked, You can help him get it out as well? How do you intend to do it? Shall we compete to see whose technique is better so that he can make a better choice? Based on what he knew, it should be very hard to get that thing out. Even with the omniscient library of Heaven's Path, Zhang Xian still found the matter troublesome. Thus, he was curious to see what kind of method the other party was going to use. Pooh. Hearing those words, Song Chao felt as though a snake was diving around in his chest, and he nearly tore his hair out with his hands. Can you at least have some pride? To compete over whose technique is better. Is it really all right for you to say such things in public? Do you have to be so fierce? Furthermore, what is there to compete about it? The main issue at hand should be just to satisfy him, right? The mouth of the elder beside Song Chao twitched, and tears streamed down his face. Doomed. He knew that his reputation would surely be tarnished at this point. Why? You can't say anything? To make such a claim despite being incapable, are you intentionally trying to jack up the price? Upon seeing that there was no response from Suite 23, the person from Suite 1 continued. What other kind of techniques can I use? Of course it's the one that everyone knows of. Seeing that the elder had been shocked speechless, Song Chao couldn't hold himself back anymore, so he harumphed. The one that everyone knows of? Hearing the other party's frenzied words, Zhang Xian was even more perplexed. What kind of method is that? You should clarify yourself. He has been plagued by an evil spirit, and he's currently going through great anguish. What method do you intend to use to get it out? If it is feasible, I'm willing to let you give it a try first. Plagued by an evil spirit? Get it out? This. Song Chao's body swayed and his face paled. If there was a hole in the ground, he would definitely jump in this very instant. What the heck was this? Can your words not be that darned? You kept saying get it out, so I thought you were talking about that. I was even willing to have my close subordinate give up his decency to compete with you, and it turned out to be getting an evil spirit out? You must be toying with me. So it's to force an evil spirit out. The plague of an evil spirit is incomparably dangerous. Under such circumstances, one's life hinges by a thread. It's no wonder that person is refusing all treasures. After all, given that his life is in danger, what use are those treasures? What he wants is probably a way to expel the evil spirit, but if that is the case, why didn't he say anything? That is exactly what stumped me as well. However, being plagued by an evil spirit is an extremely rare occurrence. I've only read about it from some ancient books. How in the world did that fellow manage to stumble by it? Soul oracles are skilled in attacking the souls of others. He must have suffered the retaliation of the evil spirits from the soul oracle whose tomb he dug up. Hearing the words of the person from Suite 1, everyone came to an understanding and wiped away their cold sweat. So it wasn't what they were thinking. What the other party meant was to get the evil spirit out. It seemed like they were the ones who were corrupted. I see. Hall Master Sai heaved a huge sigh of relief, and his face flushed red. Zhang Shi's previous words had nearly scared him to death. He had really thought that the other party had such heavy preferences. Only after hearing this did he come to a realization. In truth, Zhang Xian also didn't expect his words to incur such a huge misunderstanding. His mind had been too absorbed into getting the soulless metal humanoid that he'd failed to consider the possible innuendo in his words. Just like everyone guessed, the reason behind the affliction of the old man selling the soulless metal humanoid was indeed vengeance from the soul oracle whose tomb was dug up. With his life at stake, it was natural that no treasure would be able to interest him. It was because he had been trying to suppress the evil spirit through the use of battle technique that the Library of Heaven's Path compiled a book on him. It was because of that Zhang Xian could comprehend what was happening. Recovering from the awkward atmosphere, Song Chao asked, "Based on what I know, the plague of an evil spirit concerns the subject of souls. Since you said that you were able to get it out, does it mean that you are skilled in that subject?" Due to the intricacies behind souls, even master teachers would be stumped before this problem. Based on the other party's voice, he seemed to be rather young. Thus, Song Chao was curious to know what method the other party in mind. The crowd immediately turned their gazes over, and even the old man on the stage seemed a little anxious at this point. He was worried that the man in the suite was just making empty promises. The plague of an evil spirit is similar to a lethal poison corroding one's soul. "There's nothing I can do about that." The voice from the suite echoed. "Nothing you can do about that?" Then, everyone nearly fainted. The other party had declared so confidently a moment ago, and yet he was saying that he was helpless at this point in time. Wasn't this change in attitude a little too rapid? Having his hope shattered when it was so close to him, the old man couldn't retain his calmness. He immediately asked anxiously, "Then why did you say that you can help me get it out? Since I can discern your condition and describe it so aptly naturally, I have my own means." Man from the suite chuckled. The old man was baffled. The other party had clearly stated that he was helpless toward the plague of the evil spirit. But now, he was claiming that he had a solution in mind. Was that fellow playing him a fool, or was there some secret meaning behind those words that he failed to comprehend? Just as the old man was still stuck in bewilderment, the voice from the suite continued, "All right, hand the soulless metal humanoid to me, and I'll solve your problem. There are too many people here, so it's not convenient for me to go into detail." "All right." After a moment of hesitation, the old man surveyed the surroundings and bowed. "I thank everyone here for participating in the auction of the soulless metal humanoid. Pardon me, but I've managed to find a buyer already. Thus, I can only apologize to everyone here." After finishing his words, the old man grabbed the soulless metal humanoid. With a light smile, the old man put the metal humanoid lying vertically on the stage away before walking off. "Young master, what do we do?" Seeing that the buyer had been confirmed, the elder in Suite 23 started to panic. The young master had come over excitedly with a huge fortune in hand just to buy this soulless metal humanoid, but in the end, he didn't manage to spend a single cent. He could still accept it if the other party's financial ability was above that of his. But the problem was that the other party managed to win over the metal humanoid with just a single word without spending a single cent. The more he thought about it, the more dismal he felt. "What else can we do? Are you able to expel the evil spirit plaguing him?" Song Chao asked with a darkened complexion. "I can't." The elder shook his head. The plague of a spirit involved the subject of soul. Even though his cultivation and knowledge were impressive, there was nothing we could do about the seller's problem as well. "Forget it. Go and look into who the person in Suite 1 is. We'll decide on our actions afterward," Song Chao instructed. "Yes." The elder nodded his head. If he didn't even know who the enemy was, how could he make suitable preparations? To be capable of produce a 7th-level painting, discern that the seller is plagued by an evil spirit, and show no interest in 4-star tutelage jade tokens, That person in Suite 1 sure is a mysterious figure. Investigate him. Make sure to dig up every single bit of information about him. Song Chao wasn't the only curious one. Everyone in the auction was also dying to know whom that formidable figure in Suite 1 was, especially given how he was able to get Hall Master Sai willingly share his suite with him. This is the soulless metal humanoid? In a vast room in the appraiser hall, Zhang Xian studied the puppet on the floor in interest. The sale of the soulless metal humanoid meant that the auction had come to an end. Under manager Luo's lead, the old man was brought to the room. The metal humanoid was around the size of a real human, but its physique was much more muscular. As though crafted using metal, its skin was also gold in color. It was hard to tell the person's original appearance under the metal coating. Knowing that this wasn't the time to be examining the object, Zhang Xian stored it in his storage ring right after confirming the product was authentic. Then, he turned to look at the old man before him. "Mister, please cure me of my affliction." The old man hurriedly clasped his fist. In truth, after seeing that the other party was a young man, he suffered a breakdown. After all, no matter how talented a person was, his extent of knowledge was still limited by his age. He thought that the person who was able to tell that he was plagued by an evil spirit should at least be an old man who was beyond his 60s. He didn't think that the other party would be so young, and he found it hard to believe that such a young person could cure him of his affliction. If not for the other party pointing out his condition accurately, he would have surely thought that this was a scam. Nodding his head, Zhang Xian started circling around the other party silently. Then, lifting his eyebrow, he said, "Hall Master Sai and Elder Jean, I have something that I would like to trouble you too." "Zhang Shi, there is no need to stand on ceremony. Feel free to speak whatever that's on your mind." The duo nodded. Even though each of their cultivation was higher than the lad before him, the latter had simply performed too many extraordinary miracles. They didn't dare view him as a junior. Simple. Zhang Xian sent a telepathic message over. Hearing Zhang Xian's message, the duo stared at one another in shock. After a moment of hesitation, Hall Master Sai awkwardly asked, "Zhang Shi, surely this isn't good? Just do as I say. I know what I'm doing." Zhang Xian nodded. "All right." The duo gritted their teeth. Seeing the look of difficulty on the faces of the two elders, everyone was perplexed, especially the old man selling the soulless metal humanoid. "Does my treatment require the help of these two?" "Pardon me." Just as he was perplexed, he heard Hall Master Sai and Jin Songhai harumph at the same moment. Then, the duo lifted their palms and two surges of Zhenqi surged into the surroundings, sealing the entire area from the world. "What are you all trying to do?" The old man frowned. Through this action, the duo had sealed his path of escape. In other words, they planned to make a move on him. "Do you all intend to steal the soulless metal humanoid?" Upon realizing something, the old man's eyes narrowed. The soulless metal humanoid was incomparably valuable. As just a transcendent mortal 2-Dan pinnacle cultivator, he was still a far way from becoming one of the top experts of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. He knew that if he were to spread the word, there was a high possibility that someone might come after him for it. Thus, as soon as he obtained the object, he immediately rushed to the appraiser hall. He felt that given the appraiser hall's reputation, they shouldn't conduct despicable acts like stealing the goods of its customers. Yet, to think that the respectable hall master would make a move on him himself. Zhang Shi. Luo Qin also didn't expect such a sight to occur, and his face paled. To think that Zhang Xian would resort to this eventually. If the appraiser guild were to commit such actions, the reputation of the auction hall would also go down to the drain. An auction hall that had lost its credibility would surely lose all of its customers. "Don't worry. If I intended to kill him, he would already be long dead. There would have been no need for us to seal his surroundings at all." Zhang Xian rolled his eyes. No matter what, he was a master teacher. The other party should have been able to see through the benevolent face he had. Why was the other party treating him as though a villain who would resort to such petty crimes? To kill a person and rob him of his possession? To think that you can even think of this. It was just a soulless metal humanoid. Its value still wasn't sufficient for Zhang Xian to go to such an extent. That's good. Hearing Zhang Xian's promise, Luo Qin heaved a sigh of relief. Turning around, he saw Hall Master Sai and Elder Jean making a move simultaneously. The old man could barely take 2 blows before he was subdued. Then, the duo sealed his cultivation, leaving him completely powerless. These two were top-notch experts. With their strength, dealing with a transcendent mortal 2-Dan pinnacle cultivator was a walk in the park. Seeing that the other party had only sealed his cultivation, the old man knew that he was overthinking it, and he heaved a long sigh of relief. But still, baffled by the condition, he asked, "What do you all intend to do? Didn't you ask me to expel the evil spirit in you? If we don't limit your movement, how can we expel the evil spirit?" Zhang Xin smiled. Hearing that the sealing of his cultivation was a necessary procedure to expelling the evil spirit, the old man nodded his head and said, "I see. I'll be depending on you then, Mr. Un." Nodding his head, Zhang Xian stepped forward. The edges of his lip slowly curled up as he raised his hands. Pa. His palm struck the other party's face. You. The strike had caused the old man to flip on the spot and crash onto the floor. Dumbfounded, the old man stared at Zhang Xian with widened eyes. What was going on? In exchange for the soulless metal humanoid, you were supposed to expel the evil spirit within me. Yet, you had someone seal my cultivation first before, then came over here to slap me. What are you up to? The old man was just about to ask about the situation when a kick came flying toward him. Pong. What is going on? His words were jammed back into his mouth by the kick, and he was sent flying a few meters away. Struggling to his feet, the old man's eyes were filled with fury. He was about to turn insane at any point now. But of course, he wasn't the only one that was about to turn insane. Everyone in the room looked as though they had seen a ghost. This was especially so for Luo Qin. At this point, he nearly couldn't hold back his tears anymore. Didn't you say that you aren't intending to kill the other party and steal his possessions? Even if you aren't going to kill him, beating the other party up and taking his possession like that isn't all right either. Chapter 471. Do you dare? Pong 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 pong. With his cultivation sealed, how could the old man withstand Zhang Xian's attacks? In just a few moments, he was reduced to a pig head. I want to kill you. The reason why he brought the soulless metal humanoid here was so that he could be cured of his affliction. Yet, he was beaten up like that instead. Unable to hold himself back anymore, the old man clenched his teeth in anger and his eyes turned bloodshot. Kill me? I thought you wanted to use my hand to kill him? Why do you want to kill me? Smiling faintly, Zhang Xian looked at the old man with a look of leisure. What are you saying? I don't know what you are getting at. Hearing those words, the old man panicked for a moment. However, he concealed it swiftly. You don't know? Coming over here to possess another person's body and going to the extent of trying to eradicate his soul, and you tell me that you don't know anything at all? Zhang Xian's lips curled him in disdain. Possess? Jin Songhai, Hall Master Sai, and the others were taken aback. They glanced at the old man once more, but this time with wariness. Possession was the means of a soul oracle, and it was also known as borrowing a body to reanimate a soul. Just as the name hinted at, a soul oracle whose lifespan was coming to an end could forcefully suppress or destroy a person's soul and make use of their body to come alive again. This was an extremely mysterious and vile process. Don't worry, he hasn't succeeded yet. Seeing the wariness in everyone's eyes, Zhang Xian chuckled. If he had succeeded already, there'd be nothing I could do about the matter anymore. Zhang Xian had previously said that he couldn't do anything if the old man was plagued by an evil spirit, and these words had left everyone stumped. However, it seemed that instead of being plagued by an evil spirit, this fellow was possessed instead. You, don't spout nonsense. I am myself, and I've only been plagued by an evil spirit. The old man clenched his jaws. You've been plagued by an evil spirit? Zhang Xian shook his head. Circling around the old man with his hands behind his back, Zhang Xian said, I don't know what method you used to suppress the original host's soul, but I can still roughly tell what happened. Despite coming to the auction hall to sell the soulless metal humanoid, You refused to say what you wanted and kept everyone guessing. If I'm not wrong, at that moment, the original host's soul is still in control of the body. It wasn't that he didn't want to say anything, but that you were exerting a pressure on him to prevent him from speaking up. Under the pressure from everyone else, he grew agitated, and this created an opening for you to strike. Then, you said that you'd take the person who managed to buy the soulless metal humanoid to the tomb of the Soul Oracle. If I'm not mistaken, you probably intended to lure someone there and activate some traps so as to claim the bodies of a few more experts. Zhang Xian harumphed. Otherwise, how could a person who is on the verge of death due to being plagued by an evil spirit in the Soul Oracle tomb propose to head there a second time? Unless he's masochistic and eager to die, there's no way a rational person would do so. This, Jin Songhai and Hall Master Sai shuddered in shock. Previously, back in the auction hall, under the intense questioning of the crowd, the old man did seem to intend to say something, but his body simply shook and he fell silent. Afterward, he immediately mentioned the issue regarding the Soul Oracle tomb. Thinking back, it did seem slightly bizarre. Even though the old man managed to obtain the invaluable soulless metal humanoid in the Soul Oracle tomb, he was possessed as well, putting him on the verge of death. It didn't make any sense for him to want to return back to such a dangerous place. It was clearly a huge flaw in logic. It was a pity that everyone had been blinded by the heritage of the Soul Oracle and the treasures contained within the tomb and failed to consider this logic lapse. I only intended to hike up the prices. The old man said, hike up the prices? All right. Zhang Xian chuckled softly. Elder Jin and Hall Master Sai, may I trouble you two to release the seal on him? Release the seal? The duo was taken aback. Even though Zhang Xian seemed to have struck the old man viciously, they were actually just superficial wounds. Once the seal was released, the other party would regain the cultivation level of a transcendent mortal 2 Dan. If so, Zhang Xian surely wouldn't be a match for the other party. Don't worry. Knowing what the duo was worried about, Zhang Xian shot them a reassuring gaze. All right. Even though Zhang Shi was still young, he never did anything he wasn't certain of. Thus, the duo let go simultaneously. The seal suppressing the old man's cultivation vanished and strength returned to his body. Since you all aren't capable of expelling the evil spirit at all, I'll be taking my leave. Farewell. After the seal was released, the old man heaved a sigh of relief and prepared to leave. However, barely after he took 2 steps, a young man blocked his path. With just your cultivation, do you think that you can stop me? The old man sneered coldly. Even though he couldn't tell the exact strength of the young man before him, from the fact that he got others to fight in his place, he could deduce that the other party's strength was inferior to his. Give it a try then. Zhang Xian didn't bother saying anything unnecessary. Lifting his leg, he sent a kick toward the other party. The old man's complexion darkened. His palm immediately struck forward. However, before he could strike anything, he felt an ache at his chest. Pong! He was sent flying, and he crashed heavily to the ground. You! The old man narrowed his eyes. Are you very surprised? Zhang Xian stepped forward and lifting his hands, he struck the other party. Pa! The shape of a palm was printed on the face of the old man as he fell back down to the ground. This! The crowd stared at one another. A transcendent mortal 2 Dan pinnacle cultivator isn't able to match a half-transcendent cultivator. What is going on? I don't understand either. The old man clearly possessed the cultivation of a transcendent mortal 2 Dan. When he was sealed, everyone had witnessed the immense strength that he possessed. How in the world did he get subdued so easily? It was as if he couldn't retaliate against a half-transcendent cultivator at all. Even though Zhang Shi possessed the strength beyond that of his cultivation realm, dealing with a transcendent mortal 1 Dan primary stage cultivator would already be tough. Smashing a transcendent mortal 2 Dan pinnacle cultivator like that so easily was completely out of the question. Could it be that teacher has grown stronger again? In contrast to everyone's shock, Zhao Ye and the others looked excited. Their teacher's ability to achieve breakthroughs as easily as drinking water had left a lasting impression in their mind. Seeing the transcendent mortal 2-Dan pinnacle cultivator being crushed so easily made them think that Zhang Xian had achieved a huge breakthrough once more. No, that's not it. It's the old man who has become weaker. His current fighting prowess is only that of a transcendent mortal 1-Dan primary stage cultivator. Zhao Feiwu said. Due to the limitations of her physical body, she had never cultivated before. Even so, having read through innumerable books, her knowledge and eye of discernment were extraordinary. Gongzi is right. His current fighting prowess is at most transcendent mortal 1-Dan primary stage only. Just that, for some reason, I can certainly feel the strength of a transcendent mortal 2-Dan pinnacle flowing within him. Jin Songhai said. Despite having the cultivation of a transcendent mortal 2-Dan pinnacle, his fighting prowess is only that of a transcendent mortal 1-Dan primary stage. Hearing those words, Zhao Ye and the others were baffled. Luo Qin was also bewildered. Did you hear that? I'm not the only one who has noticed it. Everyone can tell as much too. What else do you have to say? Halting his attack, Zhang Xian smiled at the old man whom he had just beaten up. It's because I'm injured. That's why I can't display my full strength. The old man gritted his teeth. Having predicted that the other party would surely bring up such an argument, Zhang Xian refuted, even if you're injured, it's impossible for your strength to fall by 2 realms. Zhang Shi, what's going on? Seeing that the old man was unable to explain himself, Hall Master Sai couldn't hold back his curiosity anymore and asked. Simple. The strength of the soul possessing and the person being possessed are of different cultivation. If I'm not mistaken, the one possessed has the cultivation of transcendent mortal 2-Dan pinnacle, whereas the soul possessing only has the cultivation of transcendent mortal 1-Dan primary stage. Zhang Xian continued, even though he has taken over the body already, he hasn't adapted fully to it yet. On top of that, my pummeling has made it harder for his physical body and soul to harmonize with one another. As such, even though he is able to move the body easily, he isn't able to move the origin energy in the other party's body, thus resulting in his weakness. When Zhang Xian first saw the old man on the stage of the auction hall, he managed to see numerous flaws through the eye of insight. This, in itself, had created doubts in his mind. Under normal circumstances, given his current cultivation, he would only be able to peer into the flaws of a transcendent mortal 1-Dan primary stage cultivator at most. Yet, he was able to see the problems of a transcendent mortal 2-Dan pinnacle. Thinking about it now, it was probably due to the soul that had possessed this body being of transcendent mortal 1-Dan primary stage. From the very start, it was extremely rare for a soul to have high affinity with the body possessed. The trauma caused to the body under such a state would result in the body rejecting the soul of the possessor. And thus, even though the old man clearly had the cultivation of transcendent mortal 2-Dan pinnacle, he was unable to display it at all. Why you? The old man's face paled. He could have come up with a logical excuse for it if he had sufficient time. However, now that everything was explained so rationally, even if he were to explain now, it would already be too late. After all, the injuries dealt to him previously were just superficial wounds. To a transcendent mortal 2-Dan pinnacle cultivator, those were negligible. There's no need for you to be so surprised. The reason why I said that an evil soul is plaguing you is so as to lower your guard. This way, you'll think that this is a good opportunity to get rid of the other soul competing with you over the body through my hands. Am I right? Zhang Xian pushed on. Even though the other party had managed to take over the old man's body, he had yet to eradicate the original host's soul. In fact, the original host's soul was still on the upper hand just a moment ago. Otherwise, the old man wouldn't have been able to bring the soulless metal humanoid here and auction it for a way to suppress him. The plan of the possessing soul was indeed brilliant. If it was anyone else, they would have surely fallen for the trick and killed the original host's soul, thus completing the possession. But it was a pity that he met with Zhang Xian. There was nothing that could conceal itself from the heavens. Putting aside a soul, even a speck of dust couldn't escape from its sight. Since you've managed to see through it, there's no need for me to hide any longer. That's right, I possessed this fellow. Seeing that there was no way to hide anymore, The old man stood up and harumphed coldly. To think that it is really true. A transcendent mortal 1 Dan soul possessing a transcendent mortal 2 Dan pinnacle cultivator's body. Hearing the other party agree to it, everyone's faces turned pale. There were almost 2 realms of difference between transcendent mortal 1 Dan primary and transcendent mortal 2 Dan pinnacle. That was an entire world of difference in terms of fighting prowess. It was a gap that was impossible to breach. Yet, the soul still managed to possess the body successfully. How in the world did it succeed? That was way too fearsome. It's good that you've admitted to it. In truth, all those that I said before are just my conjectures. If you didn't admit to it, I would have no way of proving the matter. Zhang Xian said. What Zhang Xian said was the truth. The Library of Heaven's Path only reflected flaws. It wouldn't analyze a situation or provide answers for Zhang Xian. He only deduced the entire situation by stringing all of the flaws reflected together through logic. He also didn't expect that he would be spot on. You. The old man's face reddened, and he nearly spewed blood. If only he'd known that it was a conjecture, he would have never admitted to it. Now, it would be hopeless even if he tried to deny it. There's no need for you to act so gleefully. Narrowing his eyes, the old man tossed aside his dismal and sneered coldly. My soul is in control now. Even if you know that I've possessed the body, what can you do? Do you intend to kill me? Or rather, I should ask, do you dare? Chapter 472. Possessing Sun Chang, the soul that is in control effectively becomes the owner of the body. If another soul couldn't make it in time to fill up the gap following that soul's expulsion, there was a high possibility that the body might die, thus becoming a corpse. At the very least, at the current situation, even though the previous host's soul was suppressed, it still stood a chance. Once the body became a corpse, he would be doomed. Zhang Shi, the study of the soul is an incomparably complex subject. Even gods dare not claim to fully understand it. Given that he's in control now, if the other soul is unable to take back control in time, that would be no different from murder. Hall Master Sai's expression turned grim. Indeed, you should think twice. Luo Qin also panicked. Everyone knew that the old man was here to conduct a trade. If he were to die here, the reputation of the auction hall would fall into the gutters. I should indeed think twice. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. They were right. The topic of souls was incredibly profound. Conventional rules may not necessarily apply to it. If Zhang Xian fails to resolve the issue properly, the old man might become an idiot or even worse, meet his demise. If so, it would be hard for him to avoid responsibility. Many people know about our trade. If anything happens to me, the appraiser hall and auction hall will be doomed. Seeing the hesitation in everyone's eyes, the old man chuckled. Why don't I suggest something? Let's continue on with our trade. I'll give you the soulless metal humanoid, but, in exchange, you have to eradicate the soul of the previous host for me. In the end, regardless of whether you are trading with me or him, you will obtain the soulless metal humanoid. So why should you take the risk? There was nothing for Zhang Xian to lose from accepting his deal. On the contrary, if he were to insist on saving the previous host, it was one thing if he succeeded, but what if he were to fail? Zhang Shi. Luo Qin looked at Zhang Xian anxiously. He was a businessman, and in his view, there was nothing profitable from going through so much risk to save a mere passerby. In any case, everyone only knew that this fellow was plagued by an evil spirit. Regardless of which one was killed, as long as he walked out of the appraiser hall alive, the auction hall's reputation could be retained. Your words do make sense. My goal is the soulless metal humanoid, so there's indeed no need for me to take this risk. Sighing, Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up and he glanced at the old man indifferently. However, did you just say that there's nothing I can do? I happen to have just thought of one method and I would like to give it a try. Try. Not expecting the other party to want to make a move despite having persuaded him the entire time. Luo Qin's face reddened in panic. Are you trying it out just for fun? You do know that a life is at stake here, right? Gongzi. Worried, Jin Songhai turned to Gongzi in hopes of getting him to convince Zhang Xian otherwise. But this time, Zhao Feiwu waved his hands grimly and said, Don't. This is the responsibility and mission of a master teacher. This isn't something he should avoid. Behind the respect and prestige master teachers possessed was heavy responsibility. Zhang Xian didn't know the name and background of this old man, and he never even interacted with him before. However, if he were to overlook his life and death, what would be left of his morals? How could an immoral person enlighten the world and guide his students? If one is upright, his intentions will be obeyed without a command. If one isn't upright, his command will not move anyone. Guiding a student wasn't just about imparting him the best cultivation technique so that they could grow strong. More importantly, one had to instill the correct values in them. Otherwise, even if they were to mature, they would only become scum and bring harm to the world. If so, master teachers would lose their purpose of existence. Jin Songhai froze, and he clenched his fists tightly. As a poison master, he could resort to underhanded tricks to achieve his goals. However, the other party was different. He was a master teacher whose responsibility was to enlighten the world. If he were to cower before difficulty, how could he win the hearts of his student? The old man didn't expect for Zhang Xian to adamantly choose to deal with him despite the advantages and disadvantages being set out clearly. His face darkened and he said, "So, you intend to stand against me? Stand against you? You're thinking too much. I just want to expel you. After all, this body doesn't belong to you." Shaking his head, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist and a few silver needles appeared on his palm. Silver needles? You intend to use this to deal me a soul? He thought that the other party had some idea in mind, but after seeing what the other party took out, the old man burst into laughter. Those needles might be able to heal one's physical injuries and resolve one's cultivation bottleneck. But to deal with a soul? You must be joking. It was as though using an arrow to shoot a fly, futile. Disregarding the old man's contempt, Zhang Xian infused a surge of zhenqi into the needles and flicked his finger. A cold gleam flashed as the needles shot through the air. Needles are completely ineffective against souls. Seeing that Zhang Xian really intended to use those needles to deal with the old man, Hallmaster Sai slapped his face. Given how confident the other party was, he thought that he might have some good idea in mind. In the end, it seemed like the other party intended to just try everything that seemed plausible. Hallmaster Sai had read quite a few books on soul oracles, and so he knew a bit about souls. Souls were intangible, and coming into contact with it through material objects was impossible. It was just like using one sword to cut air. Even if the needle struck the old man, it would be ineffective on the intangible soul. Perhaps, it might even cause meridian blockage, resulting in internal injuries for the body. To expel a soul, one has to prepare plain clothes, yellow amulets, an altar of tributes to the heavens, and a formation as well. There's no way a silver needle can work. Knowing that the method wouldn't work, Hallmaster Sai shook his head. He immediately revealed everything he knew in hopes that Zhang Xian could follow the conventional method. However, halfway through his words, he gulped down a mouthful of saliva and started trembling. How is this possible? As soon as the silver needle pierced into the arrogant old man's body, the latter's face immediately paled. Fear surfaced in his eyes. He wanted to escape, but he fell to the ground instead, convulsing ceaselessly. With just a single needle, the other party's soul lost control? How in the world did he manage to do it? If souls were that easy to deal with, soul oracles wouldn't have been such a feared existence back then, so as to require the master-teacher pavilion to make a move personally. Why your zhenqi? While Hall Master Sai and the others were overwhelmed with shock, the old man was frenzied. He had just said the silver needle would be useless when such a situation occurred. The intense fear he felt made him shriek uncontrollably. What he feared wasn't the silver needle but the other party's zhenqi. That zhenqi seemed to carry a bizarre strength that expelled souls. Upon contact with it, his soul felt as though a bottle of hard alcohol being set ablaze. The excruciating pain made him feel as though he was being torn apart. This is superior zhenqi? The elder narrowed his eyes, and a thought appeared in his head. Legend had it that due to the inconceivable purity of superior zhenqi, it possessed the ability to ward off evil. This was also the main reason why, despite the incredible means of the soul oracles, they still chose to avoid crossing the paths of master teachers back then. Just that, superior zhenshi was something that very few people in the master teacher pavilion possessed, inherited only by the descendants of the Kong Shi and his students. Why in the world did this fellow possess it as well? Could this fellow be a descendant of Kong Shi's lineage as well? If that was the case, he was truly an existence to be feared. He had only barely escaped from the eerie tomb, and he just had to meet with this person. Fate sure was cruel. No, if this continues on, I'll surely die. As the number of silver needles on him increased, zhenshi was constantly being transmitted over via the tip of the needle, threatening to tear him apart. The old man's eyes turned crimson. Superior zhenshi was the bane of soul oracles. If this were to go on, there would be only one result. He would be incinerated into oblivion. I have to find someone to possess. Knowing that he would surely crumble if this were to go on, the old man bore with the pain and silently assessed the group before him. Continuing to remain in this body would only lead to his death. The only plausible course of action at this moment was to possess someone else and find a way in the future to exact vengeance. But even if he were to successfully possess someone here, he had to make sure that the bizarre young man wouldn't find out. Otherwise, if the other party were to launch another course of attack on him, he would still be doomed. Damn it! To force me into possessing another body once more. I'll never forget this grudge. Even though he had made up his mind, the old man's heart was dripping blood. Possession wasn't as easy as it sounded. Every single attempt at possession would cause immense damage to his soul. Not only would his cultivation fall, his soul would also be significantly wounded as well. Before possessing the body of this old man, his cultivation was actually at Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan primary stage. However, after the possession, his cultivation fell by 2 cultivation realms to Transcendent Mortal 1 Dan primary stage. In other words, even if he were to succeed, his cultivation would plummet sharply. Perhaps, it might fall by another 2 cultivation realms once more, falling down to Jizuan. It'll have to be one of them. Roaring furiously, he looked around and finally found an ideal target. Of the entire room, the weakest one should be Zhao Feiwu, who had never cultivated before. However, she had quite a few treasures on her that made it difficult for even a Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan to kill her, lest be said, an incomplete soul like him. Thus, the only viable targets were Zhaoya, Sunchang, and the others. Their strengths were at Zhongshe realm, so even if his cultivation fell once more after possession, he would still be able to suppress them easily. He is the one. The old man's eyes glowed as he focused his attention on a plump man standing not too far away. That fellow's cultivation was the lowest of the group, and judging from the dull-witted expression on his face, he seemed to have the lowest wariness of the group. Thus, it should be easiest to possess his body. Possession. Having chosen a target, the old man immediately acted, knowing that he might lose his chance if he were to dawdle. His soul immediately converted into an intangible smoke which gushed straight toward the plump man. Puthong. As soon as the soul left, the old man's body immediately froze and fell motionless. He's gone. Upon seeing the changes, Hall Master Sai cheered in delight. The lack of reaction meant that there was no soul to control the body at the moment. Most probably, the possessing soul was driven into a corner some method of this Zhongshe, leaving it with no choice but to escape. When the young man said that he was going to give it a try, Hall Master Sai thought that the possibility would surely be extremely slim. Never in his dreams did he expect that the other party would succeed so easily. Then, the unconscious old man suddenly jolted and his eyes slowly opened. As the possessing soul escaped, the original soul was finally free of its shackles, allowing it to regain control over the body. I am itinerant cultivator Luo Zhu. Thank you Zhongshe for saving my life. Even though his soul had been suppressed during this period of time, he was still able to see the entire proceedings clearly. He knew that if it wasn't for this young man's persistence, the one to die would have surely been him. No amount of words could express the gratitude he felt for the other party. Standing up, he was just about to express his deep gratitude when a sound echoed not too far away. Achoo! A plump man standing a short distance away suddenly felt a gust of chill and shivered. This is bad. He is being possessed. Hearing the sneezing sound, the old man Luo Zhu suddenly remembered something. His eyes narrowed, and he immediately exclaimed, "A cultivator's body is tempered by zhenqi, making them invulnerable to common illnesses. Under normal conditions, they would never sneeze." Back then, when Luo Zhu was being possessed, he also sneezed. Given that the fellow had just left and this plump man immediately sneezed, it was clear that he was trying to take over the body of the latter. Chapter 473. Nourishment of the Oracle Soul. Leap in cultivation to think that this fellow would still try to possess other people despite having been driven off by Zhang Shi. Luo Zhu's face immediately paled. Possession? Everyone was taken aback. The soul was an intangible matter. As such, when the possessing soul left the old man's body, no one could tell where it went. That's right. Back then, when I was possessed, I also sneezed. That fellow must have surely entered his body. Luo Zhu hurriedly pointed toward the plump man. Me? Naturally, the plump man was Sun Chong. He was just watching the young master flaunt his immense capability in expelling the soul when the old man pointed a finger toward him. Taken aback, he blinked his eyes innocently and said, "I've been possessed? Shouldn't possession result in a tug between the souls? If so, why was he still standing completely fine here? That fellow is incomparably cunning. He must have known that Zhang Shi would expel him as soon as he takes control of your body. As such, he chose to hide within your body." Luo Zhu said. Having been possessed once before, he'd learned quite a bit about the means of the soul oracles. Hide. Sun Chong scratched his head. That's right. Given the size of a human body, once he decides to conceal his presence, it'll be impossible to find him. Luo Zhu panicked. If an intangible object like a soul were to really try to conceal itself, it could be lying practically anywhere within a person's body. Even the most formidable of people wouldn't be able to sense it at all. This way, it would be equivalent to this plump man being equipped with a ticking time bomb. He could possibly be possessed at any moment. Luo Zhu felt incredibly guilty. It was due to helping him that another person got harmed. If that's really the case, the situation is really bad then. Hall Master Sai clenched his fists tightly. Based on the few books that he had browsed through in the past, it would be one thing if the possessing soul were to make a move and forcibly wrestle for control over the body. But if the soul decided to conceal itself and make use of the other party's body to nourish itself as though a leech, that could prove to be troublesome. Under such circumstances, it was like a virus lying dormant in your body. If the illness hadn't even struck yet, even the best of physicians couldn't possibly treat you. Zhang Xin harumphed and said, "He has decided to hide himself? He sure is bold." He didn't expect the other party would dare possess Sun Chong right after he had expelled him from the old man's body. If he had known about it earlier, he would have sent a torrent of his zhenqi in to destroy his soul instantly. But still, this problem wasn't too difficult for him. Even 7-star master teachers who were known to specialize in the subject of souls might find it difficult to find a hiding soul, but he was different. With the library of Heaven's Path in hand, there was no flaw that he couldn't find. A mere hiding soul was nothing before it. Sun Chong, execute a punching routine. Zhang Xian said. Yes. Nodding his head, Sun Chong's clenched fists shot out, creating a huge gust of wind in the surroundings. Upon seeing his fist technique, the mouths Jin Songhai, Hall Master Sai, and the others twitched. To think that a Zhengshi realm expert would still be using a mortal low-tier battle technique. They found it hard to look at those incredibly crude and simple moves. Even 5-year-old kids were able to execute several of these kinds of battle techniques in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, and yet this fellow was using this. Just the thought of it left them lightheaded. I've been too busy with my cultivation technique recently that I neglected my battle techniques. Sun Chong could tell what everyone was thinking through their expression, and he felt a little embarrassed. Even though his cultivation had soared during this period of time, he didn't cultivate any new battle techniques to match his newfound strength. He was still stuck with the moves he'd used back in Tianqian Kingdom. Naturally, before the experts of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, The battle techniques of an unranked kingdom meant nothing at all. Given the other party's battle technique and his slightly unsteady cultivation, they could easily wipe out dozens of him with just a single finger. Recalling how they were actually scared by this fellow back then in the Xinyuan Kingdom Poison Hall, Jin Songhai and Gumu felt a little awkward. All right. Ignoring the expression of the crowd, Zhang Xian had already managed to find the location where the soul was hiding after a book was compiled in the Library of Heaven's Path. Taking out a silver needle, he immediately pierced it into the spot. Puha! As soon as the silver needle pierced into Sun Chang's body, a piercing scream echoed from within. Why you? How did you know I was here? An agitated ripple of a soul echoed by everyone's ears as though a voice. Clearly, that fellow who possessed Sun Chang didn't expect to be found in an instant. If you get out now, I will spare your life. Zhang Xian harumphed as Zhanqi rumbled on the tip of the silver needle. Get out? Humph. Since you want to destroy me, let's die together then. This fellow is only of Zhongshe realm. I might be unable to devour Luo Zhu, but devouring this fellow still isn't a problem at all. Even if you were to kill me, what you will be left with is just a corpse. The frenzied thoughts of the soul came gushing out. Don't harm the innocent. Luo Zhu anxiously stepped forward. Even he had nearly failed to hold on while wrestling control with the other party. Given how this plump man was only at Zhongshe realm, if the other party were to really attempt a possession, the plump man's soul would surely be completely devoured in an instant. It's too late to beg with me now. Along with the furious howling of the soul, a powerful aura abruptly engulfed Sun Chang, striking his consciousness, attempting to devour him altogether. Since I'll die anyway, I'll recoup my losses by dragging one or two down with me. After killing him, I'll devour the others as well. How are you going to do about it? Do you think you can be bound down a soul? Ha ha. Ah, the heck. What is this? Save me. Just as the soul was gleefully trying to devour Sun Chang whole, a frightened scream suddenly echoed, following which everyone felt the aura of the incomparably arrogant and powerful soul shatter apart, as though a balloon placed atop of a pot of sizzling oil. What happened? Luo Zhu was dumbstruck. Hallmaster Sai and the others also widened their eyes in shock. They had clearly felt the soul's killing intent for themselves previously. Why did it suddenly begin to shout in agony, as though it had seen a ghost? Did Zhang Shi do something? Everyone hurriedly turned to look at Zhang Shi, only to see him dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what was going on. Turning to look at Sun Chang once more, his eyes were widened and he shook his hands frantically. It wasn't me. Boom. Before he could finish his words, the aura of the plump man suddenly surged as though he had eaten some incredibly nutritious tonic. His cultivation realm soared swiftly from Zhongshe realm primary stage. This is nourishment of the oracle soul, leap in cultivation? Luo Zhu and Hall Master Sai's vision suddenly turned dark simultaneously. What does that mean? Zhang Xian asked. While ordinary cultivators cultivate their physical bodies in Zhenqi, soul oracles are different in the sense that they cultivate their souls. Their entire cultivation is contained within their soul such that even if they were to possess someone, they could recover back to their original strength swiftly. Luo Zhu's lips turned pale. Now that Soul Oracle's soul has been destroyed, his entire cultivation has been reduced into nourishment for your servant's body. There's such a matter as well? Zhang Xian was taken aback. Indeed, the strength of soul oracles is derived purely from soul energy, and it has no attributes whatsoever. It is compatible with all cultivators, and there is no threat of a conflict at all. If I'm not mistaken, your servant's cultivation will surely increase by leaps and bounds. Even until now, Luo Zhu still had a dazed look on his face as he stared at the ignorant Sun Chang. What kind of monsters did he meet this time? A young man who wasn't even 20 yet was able to expel the possessing soul of the soul oracle from him with just a silver needle. His servant turned out to be even more formidable. A soul oracle tried to devour him, only to end up being devoured himself. He was able to devour even a soul oracle? Gu Mu and Jin Songhai, who was just making light of Sun Chang a moment ago due to his mediocre battle technique, suddenly turned pale. Soul Oracle was one of the most fearsome occupations in the ancient times. Back then, even the reputation of the poison masters paled to them. There were no experts who wouldn't tremble before them. And yet, this fellow devoured one of their members as though it was nothing at all. Did you have to be so monstrous? It was no wonder why you acted so arrogantly at the poison hall back then. It seems like you have the capability to back your actions. His soul cultivation is currently at an unfathomable level. Make sure not to offend him in the future. Clenching his fists tightly, Jin Songhai hurriedly instructed his student through telepathy. Even Luo Zhu, a transcendent mortal 2 Dan Pinnacle expert, was helpless before the possession of the Soul Oracle, and he could only be tortured day and night by it. Yet, this fellow, despite possessing only the cultivation of a Zhongshe realm, was able to kill the other party so easily. The strength of his soul must have reached an astounding level. If even the servant is so formidable, how powerful must the young master be? Thinking so, Jin Songhai turned to look at the young man not too far away in awe. Since even a mere servant could devour a transcendent mortal realm soul oracle so easily, the young master must be even more formidable than that. It was no wonder why he was adept in so many occupations, and his eye of discernment was extraordinary. Perhaps, even though his cultivation seemed to be only half transcension before them, his true strength might be far beyond that. Just as he was overwhelmed by shock, Sun Chang's rising aura finally came to a halt. From Zhongshe realm, his cultivation surged swiftly and broke through the bottleneck of a half-transcension, thus successfully advancing to transcendent mortal 1 Dan. Even though the cultivation of a soul oracle would plummet after a possession, that fellow was devoured even before he had a chance to possess him. In other words, the energy his soul harnessed was still that of a transcendent mortal 1 Dan. Having devoured the entire strength of a transcendent mortal 1 Dan soul, Sun Chang's cultivation managed to soar above Zhang Xian's, reaching transcendent mortal 1 Dan intermediate stage. However, as this energy came from an external source, Sun Chang's ability to drive it was still immature. As such, his fighting prowess was still far beneath Zhang Xian. In my cultivation, sensing the change in his body, Sun Chang blinked his eyes blankly. Even until now, he hadn't made sense of the situation yet. Wasn't that fellow going to devour him? Did the other party's compassion suddenly work up, and knowing that since he was going to die, he allowed himself to be devoured instead? It's the Zhunqi that young master left within me. Quickly turning his gaze into his body, he soon came to a realization. Back then, when he went to Xinyuan Kingdom Poison Hall, fearful for his safety, the young master had left a surge of Zhunqi in his body. However, he ended up not using it in the end, and gradually, he forgot about the matter. And previously, when the soul tried to devour him, the surge of Zhunqi immediately gushed forward to protect him, reducing the assailant into ashes. In reality, his guess was spot on. That was indeed the case. When Zhang Xian treated Luo Zhu previously, in order to prevent the other party from realizing the uniqueness of the Heaven's Path Zhunqi, he only infused a tinge of it in each silver needle. On the other hand, he'd left an entire surge within Sun Chang's body. That was a difference in quantity of nearly 1,000 times. The soul of that soul oracle had already been wounded before, so how could it possibly survive that onslaught? Thank you, young master. Coming to a realization, Sun Chang was just about to run forward to thank the young master for saving his life when, unbeknownst to him, the calm young master was already standing before Luo Zhu. Elder Luo Zhu, is it? May I ask you, where did you capture the soul oracle from? Can you get a few more here so that my students can make a breakthrough in their cultivation as well? Luo Zhu. Hall Master sigh. Chapter 474. The bizarre soulless metal humanoid one. Other people would tremble in fear upon hearing the reputation of the soul oracle, escaping as far as they could. And yet, this fellow actually wanted to obtain a few more so that his students could make a breakthrough? Everyone felt their lower jaws falling to the floor, and they nearly spurted blood. If anyone else had said such words, they would definitely doubt if they had gone mad. However, after the incident with Sun Chang, they knew that the other party was making an earnest request. capturing soul oracles to raise one's cultivation. Big brother, are you treating that fearsome occupation as a nourishment pill? Wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, Luo Zhu hurriedly explained that, Zhang Shi, the soul oracles have already died out. It's been that way since ancient times. The reason why this one was still alive is probably because it made use of some secret art to put itself in a dormant state, and I only happened to wake it up unintentionally. There won't be many of such exceptions in the world. Soul oracles didn't number many, even during the ancient times, and after the crusade the master-teacher pavilion launched against it back then, those who survived could be counted on one's hands. To find even one required immense luck. Did you think that they are like potatoes and carrots on the street, and you can easily fill a sack of them anywhere? To find a few to augment the cultivation of your students. You sure know how to dream. There aren't many of them? That's truly a pity. Zhang Xian sighed in disappointment. Seeing how easily Sun Chang advanced from Zhongshi realm to transcendent mortal one Dan as easily as though eating or drinking. If he were to manage to obtain a few of them, he wouldn't have to worry about the cultivation of Zhao Ya and the others. If they could reach transcendent mortal realm, they would surely be a great assistance even if they were to reach the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Knowing that finding other soul oracles depended heavily on luck, Zhang Xian decided not to dawdle on the topic. Thus, he turned to Luo Zhu and asked, "Right, about the soul oracle tomb where you found the soulless metal humanoid, can you tell us your story?" The others were also intrigued by the matter. Where in the world did this fellow obtain the soulless metal humanoid from, and how in the world did he end up getting possessed by a soul oracle? I can only blame my own greed for the matter. I found some possible clues to a soul oracle tomb on an ancient book, and thinking that there might be invaluable treasures housed there, I went over. In the end, I did manage to find a few soulless metal humanoids. However, right after I kept one of them, I was possessed by the soul oracle there. Flustered, I immediately escaped. Luo Zhu's face turned red in embarrassment. His experience was rather similar to what the others guessed. He managed to find a soul oracle tomb, so he entered it in search of treasure. Yet, he couldn't have expected that a soul oracle was lying in wait for a victim. After wrestling for many days, he felt that the other party was getting stronger and stronger, and he sensed that he would be doomed if this were to continue on. Thus, he immediately headed over to the auction hall, so as to make use of the appraiser hall's reputation to gather a larger group of people interested in the soul oracles here in the hope that one of them could cure him of his affliction. It was fortunate that his luck wasn't bad. He managed to meet Zhang Shi. Otherwise, if it were anyone else, the other party would have surely traded with the soul oracle and destroyed his soul instead. After hearing the other party's experience, Zhang Xian asked, "I would like to take a look at the soul oracle tomb and see if I can find their heritage. Can you bring me over?" The reason why he came to Honghai City was to find the heritage of the soul oracles, so as to find a method to wake Lu Chong up. Since there was an opportunity right before him, naturally, he couldn't simply let it go. Go to the soul oracle tomb? Luo Zhu's body trembled in fear. The previous experience had already left him wary of the location. As such, he couldn't help but feel intense fear from the thought of having to return there. "If you're worried, you can just tell me the location. I can head there alone." After hesitating for a moment, Luo Zhu clenched his jaws and said, "There's no need for that. Since Zhang Shi has saved me, my life belongs to you. If you really intend to head there, I'll lead you over." If not for this Zhang Shi, his soul would definitely have been eradicated. The huge favor that the other party had shown him was definitely beyond the value of a mere soulless metal humanoid. However, Zhang Shi, you have to be careful. That place is treacherous, so I think that it would be best for you should make some additional preparations beforehand. Otherwise, I fear that, even with your extraordinary capability, you might still be caught off guard. Recalling the various sinister encounters in the tomb, Luo Zhu's heart shuddered. Zhang Xian nodded. To be capable of becoming one of the most feared occupation during the ancient times, soul oracles were anything but simple. Even though the Heaven's Path Zhenshi had played a part as to why Sun Chang could devour the soul oracle so easily, more importantly, that fellow's soul had already declined to a very weak state after innumerable years of existence. On top of that, he had wrestled control with Luo Zhu for such a long period of time, so it wouldn't be wrong to say that he was already wearied out. Thus, it wasn't surprising for him to be defeated so easily. But it was a different matter venturing into the tomb. It was impossible to know if there were more soul oracles in the tomb, and if so, their means and their strength. As such, this journey was fated to be a difficult one. After contemplating for a moment, Luo Zhu said, I will make the preparations for the items required now, so let's set off in 3 days' time. Having explored the Soul Oracle tomb, he had a rough idea on the various objects that Soul Oracle feared. However, these objects weren't sold on the market, so he had to make them himself. All right. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. It worked with him as well since the cultivation techniques and battle techniques he'd asked the appraiser hall for hadn't arrived yet, and there were various matters he had to attend to here as well. As such, an interval of 3 days was perfect for him. Then, I'll be taking my leave then. After chatting for a moment longer and knocking into place the various details regarding the visit to the Soul Oracle tomb, Luo Zhu clasped his fist and left. After Luo Zhu left, the room fell silent. With a reddened face, Hall Master Sai asked, Zhang Shi, the bizarre heritage of the ancient Soul Oracle intrigues me as well, so I wish to take a look as well. Would you mind if I were to accompany you on the journey? He failed to be of any use for the purchase of the soulless metal humanoid this time around, and yet he was requesting to be allowed to enjoy the rewards as well. As such, he felt a little embarrassed. However, the Soul Oracles had left an astounding legend in history, and as an appraiser, he didn't wish to miss a chance to come into contact with it in close distance. Zhang Shi, I wish to take a look as well. Luo Qin hurriedly chirped in too. Since there were profits to be derived from it, the auction hall wanted to have a stake in it as well. The Soul Oracles specialized in the study of souls, and one could only render their services if one were to offer a huge amount in tribute to them. Thus, many Soul Oracles possessed a huge wealth. If he could obtain some of them, the auction hall would surely reap huge profits. You wish to take a look as well? Zhang Xian frowned for a moment before his eyes abruptly lit up. Sure. However, I advise you all to prepare sufficient spirit stones beforehand. This way, if there are any treasures there, you can buy it on the spot. These two were definitely wealthy people. If there was anything of value in the tomb, he could sell it to them straight and earn some profits. Currently, gold coins were already useless to him. If he could obtain some more spirit stones, it would surely benefit both the cultivation progress of him and his students. Yes, the duo nodded their heads in agreement. If anyone were to say such words, the both of them would definitely leave the other party searching the floor for their teeth. But after witnessing Zhang Shi's incredible capability that could eradicate even a Soul Oracle easily, they didn't dare to harbor such thoughts anymore. To be acknowledged by the harmonious stream of flowing goblets, discerning that Luo Zhu was possessed immediately, and not to mention, he was a master teacher. Given all of these, it was clear that the other party wasn't someone they could trifle with. After confirming the matter, Zhang Xian turned to Hall Master Sai and asked, Right, may I trouble Hall Master Sai to bring me to your library? I wish to look through the books concerning Soul Oracles. Since he had come to the appraiser hall, naturally, he should also pay their library a visit as well. A deep knowledge on appraising and Soul Oracles might just serve him well in the future. That's not a problem at all. Hall Master Sai was still fearful as to what ridiculous request Zhang Xian might ask of him, but after hearing that it was just to look through the books, he heaved a sigh of relief and agreed with a smile. The young man before him possessed appraising capability above that of his. Even without permission, he also possessed the qualifications to enter the library. That would be great. Also, may I trouble Hall Master Sai to prepare living quarters for my students and Zhao Gongzi, so that they may rest? Zhang Xian requested once more. Right after their long journey from Xinyuan Kingdom, they immediately visited the appraiser hall and attended the auction. At this moment, everyone was already feeling slightly fatigued. Hall Master Sai nodded his head and backed out. Not too long later, he led the group into a few quiet rooms. Right after entering one of the rooms, Zhang Xian immediately called Zhao Ye and the others to gather by his side. The Soul Oracle tomb is a treacherous place, so you have to raise your cultivation as much as possible in these few days, so that you all can ensure your own safety. Even a transcendent mortal too, Dan Pinnacle, Luo Zhu, had fallen prey to the threats lying within the tomb. His students were only at Zhongshe realm at the moment, thus putting them in a very vulnerable position. They had to raise their cultivation quickly, or else they would just end up as baggage. Feel free to use the spirit stones as you all like. Within 3 days, all of you must reach Jizuan realm. Otherwise, I won't allow you to come with me. Throwing a bunch of spirit stones to each of them, Zhang Xian instructed. Previously, due to his lack of wealth, he felt reluctant to even use the spirit stones himself, and thus, his students had never really come into contact with them as well. However, after the harmonious stream of flowing goblets and the auction, Zhang Xian had more than 20,000 spirit stones in hand at the moment. With such wealth at hand, he wouldn't be stingy with his own students. Yes. After hearing their teacher's instruction, the group immediately clenched their jaws in determination. The breakthrough from Zhongshe realm to Jizuan was difficult. However, their teacher had already deciphered and analyzed the various cultivation problems they were facing and might face. In addition to that, they were also cultivating the cultivation technique their teacher tailored for them. With so many spirit stones in their hands now, if they were unable to accomplish such a simple task, they would be too ashamed to address Zhang Laoshi as their teacher. All right, go and cultivate. After which, Zhang Xian left the room and following behind Hall Master Sai, he arrived at the Appraiser Hall's library. Appraising covered a huge range of topics: culture, history, painting, antiques, equipment. The knowledge in the subject was unimaginably vast, and so, the Appraiser Hall's library had much more book than the libraries of other occupation. Upon stepping into it, Zhang Xian was immediately stunned by the immense size of the library. Compared to this library, the Tianwu Kingdom's book collection vault, and even Xinyuan Kingdom's Master Teacher Pavilion weren't worth of mentioning. Time to begin. Zhang Xian began collecting the books into the Library of Heaven's Path. Walalala. After spending nearly an entire day's time, he managed to duplicate all of the books in the library into the Library of Heaven's Path. Returning back to his room, Zhang Xian realized that his body was fatigued and even staying awake was a chore. After traveling here from Xinyuan Kingdom, visiting the Appraiser Hall, challenging the harmonious stream of flowing goblets, and participating in the auction, Zhang Xian was extremely exhausted. His physical exhaustion didn't amount to much, but overuse of his Eye of Insight had depleted his soul depth. On top of that, he had collected a vast quantity of books in a short period of time, and this had left him completely fatigued. Thus, he went to sleep, and only on the second day's afternoon did he manage to recover. As long as he didn't hurt his foundation, his soul depth would naturally recover with sufficient rest. Let's see if I can find any clues from the soulless metal humanoid. After waking up and stretching his back, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist and a giant metal humanoid appeared in front of him. Ever since he bought it from the auction, he hadn't gotten a chance to examine it closely yet. Since he was free at the moment, he decided to give it a good look. Perhaps, he might be able to find some clues that could give him a deeper understanding of the soul oracles. The gold humanoid lay there quietly in front of Zhang Xian, no different from a lifeless puppet. After observing it for a moment, Zhang Xian was unable to discern anything peculiar about it. Thus, he placed his finger on the puppet. Flaws. Who? A book appeared in his mind. Flipping it open, Zhang Xian began reading through its contents and slowly, his eyebrows knitted together. A bizarre expression appeared on his face. This. How is this possible? Chapter 475 The Bizarre Soulless Metal Humanoid 2. A detailed introduction on the metal humanoid was written in the book. Grade 1 Soulless Metal Humanoid. A unique puppet crafted by soul oracles. It possesses its own consciousness, and one can control it via fusing their soul into it. There's a spirit stone formation placed within its body which allows for its strength to be enhanced even without cultivating. If several metal humanoids were to be controlled simultaneously, it would form an incredible fighting prowess. Flaws. Possesses its own consciousness? What does that mean? Could it be that this fellow was still alive? Otherwise, how could it possibly possess its own consciousness? Zhang Xian continued reading on. Flaw 4. Its soul has been willingly stripped from its body, leaving behind only a sliver of inextinguishable flame of life within its body. Thus, it cannot regain sanity. Flaw 5. Could it be that? Suddenly recalling something, Zhang Xian's face darkened. Legend had it that the soulless metal humanoids were crafted using living human beings. Initially, Zhang Xian still held some doubts toward this matter as legends tended to be exaggerated. However, from the looks of it, it seemed like it was true. The main reason why an inextinguishable flame of life within the body was probably prevent the body from rotting. In essence, the metal humanoid was no different from a person in a vegetative state. While it was a corpse on the surface, its body still retained equal flexibility as it did when it was still alive. A person's body was intricately linked to the soul. Once a soul was lost, a person would die and their soul would gradually decay. But if that were to happen, how could one forge the metal humanoids? Putting everything aside, it would take some time to coat the entire body with metal. If body were to be completely dead, it would probably decay before one could succeed in the process. Clenching his fists tightly, Zhang Xian was angered by the cruelty of Soul Oracle when he suddenly noticed something and shook his head. That isn't it. Their souls were stripped from them with their consent. Could it be that these people had done so willingly? It was written in the book from the Library of Heaven's Path that these people had allowed for their own souls to be extracted. In other words, the Soul Oracles didn't force this fate on them. The original host of the metal humanoids had consented to the matter themselves. That was also why an inextinguishable flame of life could be left behind. Otherwise, if they were to struggle, there was an extremely high chance that the entire soul would be destroyed. If that were to happen, it would be impossible to preserve the body, less to say, forge a metal humanoid. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xian deduced most of the matter. Legend had it that some influential powers groomed teams of loyal death soldiers who would lay down their lives for their masters. The original host of this metal humanoid was probably the same as well. Groomed by the Soul Oracles, the purpose of their lives was to turn into metal humanoids and serve them for all eternity. Since most large powers chose to groom death soldiers, there was no reason why the Soul Oracles wouldn't. Besides, this type of occupation specialized in subject of souls. Brainwashing a cultivator to have them accept having their souls taken away from them was also a possibility. Fearsome. Sinister. To be able to make someone willingly allow himself to be turned into a puppet, Soul Oracles were indeed fearsome. He was just considering whether he should capture a few of them to devour them, so as to raise his cultivation. However, after learning about their callous means, he shuddered. It was best for him not to take the risk. Continuing on, he soon finished browsing through the books. There wasn't anything much noteworthy in the latter part of the content. Most of them were just on the flaws of the soulless metal humanoid and the method to drive them. It's a pity that I can't use it. After reading through the contents, Zhang Xian shook his head in disappointment. The Soul Oracle specialized in the study of souls, and their souls were capable of leaving their body to control the puppet. However, Zhang Xian wasn't capable of doing so. Throughout his cultivation, he had never come into contact with any books detailing the cultivation of one's soul. In other words, even though he had reached half-transcension already, his soul was still firmly integrated in his body. He couldn't operate the two of them separately. This was just like driving a car. In order to drive a car, one had to get onto the driver's seat first. If one's soul couldn't leave one's body, one wouldn't be able to enter the metal humanoid to drive it. In truth, Zhang Xian had been thinking that if he could control it, it would be equivalent to gaining a transcendent mortal realm death soldier. However, from the looks of it now, it seemed like it was nothing more than a dream. His soul was still locked in his physical body, unable to leave its restraints. In other words, this puppet was completely useless to him now. Admittedly, if he were to meet with danger, he could still use it as a shield. Cough, cough. After going through so much trouble, he only ended up buying a shield. Just the thought of it left him faint-headed. Keep. After taking another look, Zhang Xian verified that there was no important information to be derived from the soulless metal humanoid and thus, he put it away within his storage ring. Then, flicking his wrist, a round ball appeared on his palm. It was the celestial designer mechanical container that Elder Chen had used to repay his debt. There's a flaw here, and here as well. Touching the round lead-like object, Zhang Xian infused his zhenqi into the various locations of the flaws detailed in the Library of Heaven's Path. There was only a total of 17 flaws, so it didn't take him too long to finish the job. Gotcha! A mechanical sound suddenly echoed from the sphere in his hand. It sounded as though something was being unlocked. This? Zhang Xian leaped in shock. From the outer appearance, the artifact was no different from a lead ball. There wasn't the slightest gap or slit on it, causing him to suspect that it was just an ordinary ball of metal. He didn't expect that it could be opened. How exquisite! Lowering his head to take a look, Zhang Xian couldn't help but compliment. Could it be that this Celestial Designer Institute is something similar to the Beast Hall and Apothecary Guild? That it is somewhere celestial designers gather? Having duplicated the books throughout the entire appraiser hall, even though he hadn't assimilated all of the knowledge yet, he'd learned of another incredible occupation, Celestial Designer. This occupation didn't possess too much fighting prowess. Rather, the field they specialized in was machinery, and they belonged to the lower 9 paths. It was said that the most elusive secret weapon, the most complicated puppet, and the toughest armor all came from their design. Even though blacksmiths were capable of forging powerful equipment and tools as well, if one wanted to bring out a greater prowess from these equipment and tools, one had to find a celestial designer for a blueprint. Most top-notch experts would choose to hire both a celestial designer and a blacksmith simultaneously when they wanted to craft their personal weapon. The tools designed by celestial designers tended to contain innumerable tricks within them, making it difficult for one to guard against such tools. Taking Zhang Yang's spear, for example, he had to fix the spear himself manually each time he wanted to wield it, making it an exceptionally troublesome process. However, if a blacksmith were to craft something based on the design of a celestial designer, it could end up being an object similar to a chopstick that could extend to more than a zhang long, 33 m, upon a light click. Another example was this celestial designer mechanical container. The flaws recorded in the Library of Heaven's Path were probably the weaker points at which it was linked at. Only when exerting pressure precisely at these points could one open it properly. Otherwise, no matter how powerful one could do nothing about it. And if one were to use excessive strength, one might end up ruining the object contained within it as well. What kind of valuable object was stored in this container? Curious, Zhang Xian pried the celestial designer mechanical container open. The moment he came into contact with this object, the Library of Heaven's Path immediately gave him the evaluation saying that celestial designer mechanical container, forged by the Celestial Designer Institute with complex mechanical systems. It can't be opened without knowing the specific sequences required to do so. It's likely that some important treasure is hidden within it. Since it was an artifact stored in such an exquisitely made container, it was unlikely for it to be anything ordinary. Opening the box, a thin layer of beast skin was placed within it. Zhang Xian couldn't tell what kind of beast the fabric was made of, but one thing that was certain was that it was extraordinarily durable. It was clear that it had been kept for innumerable years already, but yet it remained completely undamaged. He carefully lifted it up. Red Dust Heaven Ascending Steps? What's this? 5 large words, Red Dust Heaven Ascending Steps, were written on the very top of the beast skin. Reading on, a poem appeared in Zhang Xian's sight. A cloud of red dust for 3,000 li, treading to the clear skies with a smile. Beyond the poem detailed the origin of the beast skin. The Red Dust Heaven Ascending Steps originates from Sage Zhong, one of Kong Shi's students. On the day which he successfully mastered the technique, shouldering a massive mountain, with a single step, he appeared 3,000 li away and soared into the vast skies. With the grace from Sage Zhong, our lineage is bestowed with the first scroll of Heaven Ascending Steps to pass on to our descendants, so I hope that you can treasure this scroll. In order to prevent it from landing into the hands of outsiders, it's placed within a celestial designer mechanical container so that no one except for those who carry our bloodline are capable of opening it. It's a movement technique? Coming to a realization, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Given that this was the creation of one of Kong Shi's students, the value of the battle technique was unimaginable. It was no wonder why it was placed within a celestial designer mechanical container. Under normal circumstances, this container could only be opened with a unique method that only those who bear the bloodline of their lineage knew of. Naturally, Zhang Xian had no idea what that method was. The only reason why he could open it was due to him finding the flaws of the object through the library of Heaven's Path. It was just like a typical security system in his previous life. One could unlock it if one knew the password, but even if one were to forget it, one could still ask for an administrator to help them unlock it. That was the privilege that Zhang Xian was using now. The library of Heaven's Path was able to see through the very core of the container, allowing Zhang Xian to strike accurately at its fundamental flaws. Thus, no matter how tightly sealed or intricate the container was, it didn't make a difference to him. I wonder if there are any flaws in the battle technique left behind by Kong Shi's student. Holding the secret manual, Zhang Xian muttered, flaws. It had already become a habit of his to check if there were any flaws in a battle technique. Since this skill was created by Kong Shi's student, it must be of an unimaginable tier. However, no matter how powerful a skill was, it was impossible for it to be completely flawless. Who? A book appeared in Zhang Xian's mind. He hurriedly flipped it open to take a look. Only 42 flaws? Swiftly flipping through the book, Zhang Xian was astonished. As expected of a movement technique created by Kong Shi's student, it was indeed a fearsome existence. Having only 42 flaws in a high-tier technique was truly a formidable accomplishment. In the battle techniques that Zhang Xian had flipped through previously, there were at least several hundred flaws. This was the reason why every single battle technique required more than 1,000 books to form the flawless Heaven's Path battle techniques. Yet, this battle technique only had 42 flaws. This clearly reflected how formidable a battle technique it was. If knowledge of it were to be leaked out, it would surely cause massive bloodshed. But there are still so many flaws in there. How am I supposed to learn it? It was one thing if Zhang Xian didn't know that there were any flaws in there, but now that he knew, his face immediately turned bitter. No matter how delicious a fruit is, once you know that there are worms within, it will be impossible to whet your appetite. Zhang Xian was too used to his cultivation techniques and battle techniques being flawless. Knowing that there were more than 40 flaws in the technique, even though he knew that it was a powerful skill, he was still unable to get past this and learn it. Right, Heaven's Path movement art is also a type of movement art. Perhaps I might be able to fuse them together. Heaven's Path movement art was a technique created by compiling innumerable movement technique secret manuals together. Even though it only consisted of the bare basics, it was the fundamentals to the very essence of the world. Perhaps, the both of them could be fused together to make up for the flaws of the Heaven Ascending Steps. Compile. Placing the two books together, Zhang Xian willed. Who? A new book appeared. Zhang Xian immediately flipped through it. 3 flaws? Great. Even though there are still 3 left, it's still an acceptable number. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Even though there were still 3 flaws left, there wasn't any major mistakes to it anymore, making it worthwhile to learn. At the very most, he would just have to collect more movement technique secret manuals and try to fuse them together with the Heaven Ascending Steps. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian began browsing through the contents. With a single look, his eyes narrowed and his lips went pale. Red Dust Heaven Ascending Steps, Parallel Heaven Scroll. Could this be flight? Chapter 476 Song Chao wishes to guide Zhang Xian 1. Parallel Heaven. In other words, to stand on equal footing with the heavens. Ordinary cultivators, even transcendent mortal experts, were incapable of flight. They still had to rely on aerial savage beasts to reach the skies. Yet, this cultivation technique claimed to be able to parallel the heavens. Didn't this mean that one would be capable of flight after learning the battle technique? Flight had always been one of the greatest dreams of humans. Be it his previous life or his current one, Zhang Xian had always possessed a yearning to soar through the skies. Thus, upon seeing the content, he couldn't help but feel agitated. A smile in the red dust, soaring alongside the wind. Parallel Heaven Scroll, upon mastery, grants one the ability of soaring in the skies, standing alongside the heavens. Zhang Xian swiftly continued reading on, Incredible. Reading the contents within carefully, Zhang Xian suddenly felt as though a new perspective to his understanding of cultivation had been unlocked. Flight was something that even transcendent mortal Nindan experts were incapable of. Legend had it that only upon ascending beyond the transcendent mortal realm would one be capable of the feat, yet it was detailed here that as long as one cultivated properly, a transcendent mortal one Dan, or perhaps even a half-transcension like him, would be able to step into the skies. Transcendent mortal cultivators strive to comprehend the essence of the world, thus granting them a certain level of control over their environment. By gathering this energy and molding it, one would be able to step on thin air and ascend to the skies. This was the main concept behind the scroll. If it were any other half-transcension cultivator, they would definitely be unable to comprehend such a deep cultivation technique. However, Zhang Xian was different. Given that most of the flaws had been resolved by the Library of Heaven's Path and the deep knowledge Zhang Xian contained in his head, even though there were some intricacies here and there, they weren't sufficient to impede his progress. When one falls into the water, one can ascend upward by stepping against the water. Even though water is lacking its solidity, it is still able to make one float, and air is capable of the same feat as well. As long as one finds the correct method to driving the energy of the world, stepping against the air to float one isn't a difficult task at all. This is also what it means to mold energy with one's cultivation. After an unknown period of time, Zhang Xian breathed out a mouthful of turbid air and his eyes lit up. Incredible! To think that there would be such a formidable battle technique in the world. As expected of Kong Shi's student, Sage Zhong's comprehension of the heavens had reached an unthinkable level. All of the battle techniques and cultivation technique he had seen before paled far too much before it. There was no basis of comparison at all. The scroll had opened an entirely new world before him, granting him a much deeper understanding of battle techniques and cultivation techniques. It's a pity that this is only the first scroll. I wonder how profound the latter ones might be. Zhang Xian sighed in lamentation. After he finished browsing through it, he came to a realization. This red dust heaven ascending steps was only an introduction formula. It was only suited for transcendent mortal cultivators, and after going beyond that realm, it would become redundant. That was because beyond transcendent mortal, one would gain the capability of flight. Even if one had mastered the red dust heaven ascending steps, at best, it would only augment one's flight speed by a small bit. I should give it a try. After resting for a moment, Zhang Xian reorganized the parallel heaven scroll before sitting down to drive his zhenqi according to the formula detailed in the scroll. Even though he was still at half-transcension only, he already possessed a certain level of control over his surroundings. At this very moment, all of his attention and energy throughout his body was focused at a single point. Zhang Xian's meditating body gradually lifted up, as though a balloon rising up from the bottom of the water. Putong. But barely after 3 breaths, he immediately fell down and began panting heavily. What fearsome expenditure! Zhang Xian's face turned pale. Just to hold himself in the air for 3 breaths, he had sapped his zhenqi dry. This red dust heaven ascending step sounded incredible, and being capable of flying in the air was also extremely incredible, but the zhenqi expenditure was simply way too exaggerated. If he could only sustain it for such a short period of time, he would come falling down to earth before he could do anything in the air. Looks like this is still a rather useless battle technique for me at the moment. Zhang Xian was disappointed. He thought that he would be able to soar into the heavens right after mastering it, but from the looks of it, he was expecting way too much. A flight that could only be sustained for 3 seconds was futile. No matter how high he could soar, after 3 seconds, he would come crashing back to earth due to lack of zhenqi. What in the world was this? He'd learned such a formidable battle technique. But in the end, it was completely useless. He could reach even greater heights just by jumping. On top of that, he would come crashing down right after 3 seconds. At this very moment, Zhang Xian made up his mind not to use this technique in public so as to not embarrass himself. Grabbing a few spirit stones, Zhang Xian frenziedly absorbed the spiritual energy within them. It took him an hour before he fully recovered. In the end, the main problem was that his cultivation was too low. resulting in him possessing insufficient zhenqi to upkeep with his expenditure. If he could bring his cultivation realm up a few notches, it might become much easier for him to execute the technique. After studying the technique for a moment longer, Zhang Xian evaluated that he wasn't suited to using the battle technique at the moment, so he stretched his back and walked out. "Young master, there's a fellow outside insisting on meeting you. I've already chased him away 3 times, but he still shows up every single day. Should I inform Elder Jean so that he can toss the other party out?" Right after walking out, Sun Cheng hurriedly walked up and spoke with an annoyed expression on his face. "Someone is insisting on meeting me?" Zhang Xian was taken aback. He didn't know anyone here, so why would anyone come here to look for him? "I don't know who he is either. I've asked him several times, but he simply refuses to speak. Just looking at his arrogant face makes me feel so infuriated." Sun Cheng harumphed. Arrogant? Zhang Xian felt even more perplexed. There was someone in the world who could be more arrogant than this big brother Chang here? It was truly incredible that someone could annoy him to such a point. Is that person still around? Intrigued, Zhang Xian asked. "Yes. Lead me to him." Zhang Xian waved his hands. He's at the lounge." Sun Cheng pointed. The living quarters that Hall Master Sai assigned them was an independent residence with 7 to 8 bedrooms and an average-sized lounge. Stepping into the lounge, Zhang Xian saw a young man sitting on one of the seats. An elder stood behind the young man, and the aura shrouding him was vague and barely discernible, revealing his extraordinary cultivation. It was the young man and the elder of Suite 23. Seated in the lounge, Song Chao felt a little frustrated. That day, when the item he wanted was intercepted by Suite 1, he had felt extremely displeased. Thus, he secretly had his men look into the matter, and he finally managed to track the other party down. The one who was with Hall Master Sai then was a master teacher named Zhang Xian. As for his specific identity, there wasn't sufficient information to make any conclusion. Upon hearing that the other party was a master teacher, Song Chao immediately heaved a sigh of relief. If the other party was of any other identity, he wouldn't be in a good position to do anything. But for master teacher, as a 4-star master teacher, he definitely ranked within the top in Myriad Kingdom Alliance. He didn't think that a fellow who wasn't even 20 yet could be a match for him. Master teachers viewed hierarchy very strictly. Since the other party's ranking was lower than him, this matter would be easy to solve. Thus, he excitedly came knocking on the other party's door, but in the end, all 3 trips of his ended in futile. And more importantly, that butler of his even viewed him as a scammer and tried to chase him out. If not in consideration of his identity, he would have long slapped the other party to death. "Young master, do you think that he'll sell it to us?" Seeing the frustration in the young master's eyes, the elder couldn't help but ask. The reason why they made the long journey here was due to hearing rumors regarding the soulless metal humanoid. Yet, the young master ended up being outbid on the auction. Thus, he looked into the background of the buyer and came knocking in hopes of being able to buy it down. But given how the other party bought it at an exorbitant price, why would he be willing to sell it to them? He doesn't have a choice in the matter. As long as he's a master teacher, I have a way to make him sell it to me. Grabbing the armrest of the chair, Song Chao's face turned frosty. Does young master have an idea in mind? The elder's eyes lit up. Of course. As a 4-star master teacher, I'll definitely be able to easily see the flaws in his cultivation. As long as I offer his guidance, he'll definitely hand it over obediently. Song Chao's mouth curled up. It was impossible for a cultivator to possess no flaws with his cultivation at all. As a 4-star master teacher, he was more than confident of guiding a small figure who wasn't even 20 yet on his cultivation. The moment he helps the other party achieve a breakthrough, the other party would surely be filled with gratitude for him. Putting aside the soulless metal humanoid, it was even possible for the other party to kowtow on the spot and beg him to take him in as his student. That's true. After a moment of silence, the elder slowly nodded his head in agreement. Master teachers did possess the capability and charisma to do so. The reason why he willingly followed the young master wasn't just because of the debt of gratitude he owed to the young master's clan. More importantly, it was because of this. Following behind a master teacher was an opportunity in itself. Listening more to the words of a master teacher could help one to avoid straying on the wrong path on one's cultivation, allowing one's cultivation to rise swiftly. Young master, they are the ones who wish to meet you. Just as the elder was wondering whether they would be able to meet Zhang Shi today, the butler's sound echoed and two men walked into the lounge. The one walking in front didn't look too old, seemingly below 20. From the looks of it, he must be that legendary Zhang Xian. You're looking for me? Upon stepping into the lounge, Zhang Xian's confusion deepened. He had never met these two before. What business could they have with him? That's right. I am 4-star master teacher Song Chao. Song Chao stood up and gestured grandly. 4-star master teacher? Zhang Xian froze for a moment before quickly clasping his fist. Oh, Zhang Xian pays respect to Song Shi. He didn't think that this fellow who didn't seem as though he was 30 yet would actually be a 4-star master teacher. As expected of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, it was indeed filled with talents. Seeing that the other party's attitude was not bad, Song Chao nodded his head in satisfaction. He was just about to bring out the disposition of an elder and guide the other party when a set of footsteps sounded outside. Zhang Shi, you're finally out. All of the items you asked for have already been gathered. Hall Master Sai walked in. Upon walking into the room, Hall Master Sai saw Song Chao and clasped his fist. Sai Xiaoyu pays respect to Song Shi. Hall Master Sai had met Song Chao over the past 2 days, while the latter was trying to look into Zhang Shi's affairs. After greeting the latter, Hall Master Sai immediately turned his attention to Zhang Xian and delightfully passed a storage ring over to him with a fawning look. You've gathered everything? So fast? Didn't you say that it'll take 3 days? It has only been slightly more than 2 days, but you're already done? Taking the storage ring, Zhang Xian swept through the contents within with his mind and realized that it was filled entirely with cultivation technique and battle technique manuals. In total, they added up to more than 10,000 books. There were cultivation technique manuals on Transcendent Mortal 1 Dan, 2 Dan, and 3 Dan. But just like what Hall Master Sai said before, the quantity of the books reduced as the level of the cultivation technique manuals went up. But even so, it was already a huge harvest. From the looks of it, he should be able to compile a perfect Transcendent Mortal 1 Dan Prolonged Longevity Realm cultivation technique. You did well. Smiling slightly, Zhang Xian nodded his head in commendation. Since I've already given you my word, it's only right for me to do it to the best of my abilities. Hall Master Sai replied in delight after receiving the commendation. After which, with a flick of his wrist, he took out an emblem and said, Zhang Shi, I've reported the matter regarding how you passed the harmonious stream of flowing goblets to the headquarters, and this is the 5-star appraiser emblem that they have bestowed to you. 5-star emblem? Taking the emblem from the other party's hand, as expected, Zhang Xian saw 5 bright stars on the surface of the emblem. This almost felt like a dream. To think that he would become a 5-star appraiser just by clearing the harmonious stream of flowing goblet. Wasn't the appraiser examination a little too easy? Chapter 477 Song Chao wishes to guide Zhang Xian to having the harmonious stream of flowing goblet operation table acknowledge you as its owner. If you can't even qualify as a 5-star appraiser with that, the harmonious stream of flowing goblet is a test for 5-star appraisers, and it's of extreme difficulty. Under usual circumstances, one would have passed the test just by successfully appraising a single object. Yet, you managed to appraise 3 of them, and even to the extent of having the harmonious stream of flowing goblet operation table acknowledge you as its owner. If you can't even qualify as a 5-star appraiser with that. Seeing through Zhang Xian's thoughts, Hall Master Sai smiled bitterly. Honestly speaking, in his view, even the rank of a 5-star appraiser seemed to be an understatement of the other party's ability. Just through his appraisal, he could make those invaluable artifacts acknowledge him as their master. That is a skill that only appraisers of 6-star and above possessed. But of course, the Honghai City Appraiser Hall wasn't of sufficient rank to apply for a 6-star emblem. Does appraiser have no demand on one's cultivation? Zhang Xian couldn't help but ask. Master teacher, apothecary, beast tamer, physician, all of these upper 9 paths occupations were very demanding on one's cultivation. Without a sufficiently high cultivation realm, no matter how capable one was in the occupation, one would still be unable to progress through the ranks. It was just like how even though Zhang Xian caused such a huge uproar in Tianwu Kingdom Physician Guild back then, the Myriad Kingdom Alliance Physician Guild was only able to grant him the position of an elder, and his ranking was still pending to date. To be suddenly given the ranking of a 5-star appraiser just like that, wasn't it making a little too light of the occupation? The main responsibility of an appraiser is to appraise artifacts. As such, there isn't any specific requirement to one's cultivation. In truth, most middle 9 paths and lower 9 paths occupations work in the same way as well. Only the occupations of the upper 9 paths have such rigorous restrictions on one's cultivation. Hallmaster Sai explained. Zhang Xian nodded his head. While the duo was chatting so happily, Song Chao's vision was turning dark and he nearly fainted from anger. No matter what, he was a 4-star master teacher, a pinnacle existence within the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Putting aside how that Zhang Shi ignored him right after greeting him, to think that Hall Master Sai would do the same as well. Furthermore, for the two of them to be chatting so happily in his presence, disregarding his existence, wasn't this blatant disregard for him? Previously, he thought that the butler must have a screw loose to have tried to attempt to chase him out. But now, from the looks of it, it was probably the owner's influence. To think that the two of you would disregard a 4-star master teacher and chat so happily together like that. Do you all not even know basic courtesy? Unable to hold it in anymore, Song Chao flung his sleeves and tilted his face upward. Placing his hands behind his back, he spoke furiously. Zhang Shi and Hall Master Sai, a 4-star master teacher is in your presence. Is this how you treat your guests? But before he could finish his words, the elder beside him said awkwardly, Young master, they have already left. Left? Taken aback, Song Chao quickly turned his head around, only to see Zhang Xian and Hall Master Sai walking out of the room with a smile on their faces. Having obtained the cultivation technique and battle technique manuals he had been waiting for, Zhang Xian was eager to compile the Heaven's Path Divine Art to make the breakthrough to Transcendent Mortal One Dan. Thus, how could he possibly be willing to stay here a single moment longer? Song Chao was on the verge of spewing blood. It was one thing to disregard his presence, but to leave without saying a word. It was clear that they had forgotten about him, a 4-star master teacher. Damn it, were they simply too brave, or was he really that insignificant? Hold it right there. Bellowing furiously, his figure blurred and as though an apparition, he flitted a distance of several dozen meters in an instant and blocked the path of the duo. His cultivation was immediately revealed as soon as he used his cultivation technique. Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan Yin-Yang Realm Primary Stage. Zhang Shi, do you know that there is a fatal flaw with your cultivation technique, and your life is hanging by a thread? Knowing that violence should be the last option, Song Chao suppressed his anger and donned the disposition befitting of an expert. My cultivation technique? The cultivation technique Zhang Xian practiced was derived from the library of Heaven's Path, so how could there possibly be a flaw in it? But a moment later, Zhang Xian immediately comprehended the situation. Flaws in one's cultivation technique were an unavoidable problem for all cultivators. The other party was probably trying to use words to hoodwink him before using some method to find a flaw in his cultivation technique so as to offer him some pointer. There were some master teachers who used this method to have the person they had set their eyes on to have him acknowledge them as his teacher. In fact, Zhang Xian had done so himself as well. Back then, Wang Ying fell for the exact same trick. That's right. If you wish to overcome your current realm, I can lend you my assistance. If so, you can avoid many unwanted hassles. Seeing that Zhang Xian was hooked, Song Chao felt gleeful. With an earnest expression on his face, he was just about to randomly spout some common problems in cultivation, so further enhance his credibility when the young man before him stared at him with a frown. Song Shi, do you feel an aching pain in your Huihai acupoint and frailty in your Baiqi acupoint that results in you being unable to focus your attention? I'm talking about your problems, so you should. Song Chao was just about to reprimand the other party when he suddenly realized something and his body froze. How do you know about it? Recently, during his cultivation, He found that he was unable to gather Zhenqi in his Hui-Hai acupoint, and whenever he did so, he would experience a sharp pain as though someone was tearing it apart. His Baiqi acupoint also felt a little feeble, thus making it hard for him to concentrate. This was precisely the reason why he took this trip out, unintentionally heard news regarding the soulless metal humanoid, and came over here. Otherwise, as a talented 4-star master teacher, how could he have the spare effort to be wandering around? Not only so, when you cultivate, do you feel a numbness in your left thigh, and your right leg often convulses? Zhang Xian continued. Aye. Song Chao's face slowly turned pale. That was spot on. If I'm not mistaken, your cultivation technique should be Supreme Art of Heaven's Frost. There's no mistake with your cultivation method, and your cultivation technique, at Spirit Intermediate tier, is rather powerful as well. However, it's a pity that, 3 months ago, in an attempt to forcibly raise your cultivation, an error occurred which resulted in your meridians being blocked by the frost element of your cultivation technique. The direct result of that is numbness in your left thigh, convulse of your right leg, frailty in the Baiqi acupoint, and sharp pain in the Hui-Hai acupoint. Zhang Xian analyzed calmly. This fellow had just executed his battle technique to block their way, and this had caused a corresponding book to be compiled within the Library of Heaven's Path. Then, is there a way to resolve this problem? Song Chao asked anxiously. The other party had described his current physical condition accurately. However, there wasn't a clear solution for the blockage of his acupoints. Even his teacher, a half 5-star master teacher, was incapable of solving the problem, so he could only let it recover gradually with time. Thus, Song Chao had given up all hope and decided to simply wait it out. Yet, this young man here had identified all of his symptoms clearly. How in the world did he manage to do it? 5,000 spirit stones. I'll help you solve your problem and achieve a breakthrough. Zhang Xian spoke impassively. 5,000? Song Chao hesitated. If I'm not mistaken, you should have consulted a few other people on your problem, but they are all helpless before it. If you don't use my method, you'll need at least an entire year to recover. I'm sure you know the consequences of not cultivating for an entire year. Zhang Xian was in no hurry at all. All right, here is the spirit stones. I beseech Zhang Shi for your guidance. Soon, Song Chao gritted his teeth and replied. With a flick of his wrist, a bunch of spirit stones fell to the floor. In an instant, dense spiritual energy gushed into the air. Zhang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. He swiftly kept the spirit stones in his storage ring before saying, the cure is extremely simple. You just have to drive your Zhenqi along this meridian. To offer pointers to even 4-star master teachers? Exactly how highly ranked is this Zhang Shi? Hall Master Sai widened his eyes in shock. He already knew that Zhang Shi was extraordinary, but still, he didn't expect it to such a degree. This Song Chao was a 4-star master teacher, and yet, his cultivation errors could still be pointed in an instant. On top of that, Zhang Xian was able to solve the problem that had plagued the former for such a long period of time. Through this, it could be deduced that Zhang Xian's capability had reached an astounding level. The body of the elder in the lounge froze, and his hyperventilation nearly acted up. The young master had gone over to offer guidance to the other party in hopes of winning the other party's gratitude and earn the soulless metal humanoid. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he became the one being guided instead? And on top of that, to be paying money as well. What was with this sudden twist? Even though he had witnessed the sight with his own eyes, he still felt as though he was going mad. All right, just cultivate using the method I just told you, and your affliction will definitely be solved within 3 days. While the duo was shocked speechless, Zhang Xian finished his guidance. Thank your Zhang Shi for your guidance. After memorizing the method the other party spoke of, Song Chao felt awed. He subconsciously clasped his fist in gratitude. Replying with a nod, Zhang Xian continued walking on. Any other master teacher would definitely find it hard to determine the cause of Song Chao's affliction. However, once the cause was determined, solving it became much easier. Given how the other party was a 4-star master teacher, he should be more than capable to tell whether what Zhang Xian said was true or not. Young master, aren't you going to ask for the soulless metal humanoid from him? Why did you end up paying him instead? After Zhang Xian left, the elder hurriedly walked up. Ah! Song Chao was suddenly jolted from his trance. For some reason, when he was listening to the other party's analysis and guidance previously, he unknowingly fell into a state of trance. This is impartation of heaven's will? He used impartation of heaven's will on me, and I actually fell for it? Upon realizing something, Song Chao's mouth twitched and he nearly fainted on the spot. Even though the other party's analysis and guidance were spot on, logically speaking, he shouldn't have obeyed every single word the other party said, going to the extent of even paying money. The only logical explanation for it was that the other party had used impartation of heaven's will on him. That was an ability unique to master teachers. As long as one's words were true, one would be able to stimulate the Jinqi within the bodies of others and induce unconditional trust within others, making others follow one's orders obediently. His original intention was to offer guidance to the other party, and yet, he ended up falling for the other party's impartation of heaven's will instead. Song Chao felt as though he was going insane. However, as a 4-star master teacher, Song Chao's soul depth had reached 12.0. For the other party to be able to induce unconditional trust in him through the impartation of heaven's will, didn't that mean that the other party's soul depth was higher than his? Are you for real? On top of that, just impartation of heaven's will by itself is insufficient. More importantly, one has to have the acknowledgement of the predecessors. Those who have been acknowledged of the predecessors of the Master Teacher Pavilion will possess a disposition that induces deference in others. Could it be that this fellow had earned the acknowledgement of even more predecessors than me? Song Chao's fist clenched tightly together once more. Master teachers were exceptionally sensitive to this kind of disposition, thus making it much easier for them to listen to the words of acknowledged master teachers. This was also why it was said that even without the master teacher emblem, those who had been acknowledged by the predecessors could be easily recognized by their peers. Song Chao was an incredible young genius who had been recognized by 9 predecessors during the ritual, and as such, his sect had sent him to participate in the master teacher tournament. Yet, such a figure was sent into a trance just by a single word. Didn't this mean that the other party was acknowledged by even more predecessors than him? But how is this possible? Where in the world did this fellow come from? How could he be so formidable? Song Chao was dumbfounded. Chapter 478. Formation Master Guild. Young Master, have you asked about the soulless metal humanoid yet? Seeing the young master's slightly trembling body, the elder knew that the young master would surely lose his sanity if they were to continue discussing this topic. Thus, he hurriedly changed the subject. I forgot. Song Chao's body swayed weakly. He only had time to say a single sentence before the other party began pointing out the various symptoms he was suffering from. After that, he fell to the onslaught of words and lost himself. Putting aside the soulless metal humanoid, he didn't even manage to speak much. How was he supposed to ask the question when he was in a trance? Then, I'll try asking. The elder said slowly. Go on. Be careful. After hesitating for a moment, Song Chao nodded his head. He was a little fearful at the moment already. He was scared that if he were to go over again, he might be bewitched by the other party's words once more. Thus, it might be wiser to send his subordinate over instead. But, given that the other party was able to give him a lesson via the impartation of heaven's will and determine the root of his problem, the other party's ranking as a master teacher was definitely above his. It was natural for a person of such capability to want to retain the soulless metal humanoid to study it. If so, how could the other party possibly give it up to him? Yes. The elder nodded his head. He hurriedly walked over to Zhang Xian, who had already traveled a very far distance away during this period of time. Zhang Shi, we wish to buy the soulless metal humanoid. May I know if you're interested in selling it? Our young master is willing to offer 2 5-star master teacher tutelage jade tokens for it. 40,000 spirit stones. Zhang Xian came to a stop. This price is already extremely high. Even our young master only has 3 of such tutelage jade token. Wait a moment, what did you say? The elder thought that Zhang Shi would reject him outright, But contrary to his expectation, the other party tossed out a price so candidly. Taken aback, the elder attempted to verify the matter by asking, "You're saying that you're willing to sell it to us at 40,000 spirit stones?" Who? Before he could finish his words, a shadow flashed across his eyes and a soulless metal humanoid appeared on the floor. "If you can produce the spirit stones, you can take the metal humanoid away. I won't be accepting any tutelage jade token. If you don't have the money to pay up, I'll have to ask of you to leave." Zhang Xian waved his hands. He was in a rush to compile and study the Heaven's Path divine art, and he didn't want to waste any time dawdling here. Since Zhang Xian had already examined the soulless metal humanoid already, it was of no use to him anymore. Rather than keeping it with him, he might as well sell it for a profit. So simple? Standing behind, Song Chao had thought that the elder would surely fail. Never in his dreams did he expect the matter would be so simple. If only he'd known that the fellow had the intention to sell it, he wouldn't have tried to act cool and insist on offering guidance to the other party. In the end, not only did he fail in his deed, he became the one being taught instead. He had truly embarrassed himself greatly today. Song Chao felt frenzied. As a master teacher, he was always able to perceive the intentions and meaning behind the actions of others. Yet, this fellow before him didn't seem to obey any common sense at all. It felt as though he was knocking his head on a rock. Every interaction with the other party simply left him faint-headed. "Zhang Shi, are you serious in selling the soulless metal humanoid to me for 40,000 spirit stones?" Unable to hold back his agitation, Song Chao stepped forward. "If you can't afford it, the deal is off." Putting away the metal humanoid into his storage ring, Zhang Xian prepared to leave once more. "I'll buy it." With a reddened face, Song Chao hurriedly spoke up. Voila! After saying those words, a mountain of spirit stones immediately appeared before everyone's eyes. It totaled up to exactly 40,000. The metal humanoid is yours then." Taking the spirit stones, Zhang Xian tossed the metal humanoid to the other party's side, turned around, and left. "Thank you, Zhang Shi." Grabbing over the soulless metal humanoid, Song Chao quickly placed it into his storage ring, fearful that the other party might change his mind. However, right after he kept the item, he suddenly froze. An urge to bash his head into the nearest pillar suddenly gripped him. I fell for his trick again. My 40,000 spirit stones. How could he not even have tried to haggle with the other party? Clearly, he had fallen for the other party's importation of Heaven's will once more, resulting in him taking out the sum immediately. THPSE were his total savings throughout the years. To think that he would be sapped dry by the other party in an instant. Why did it have to be so damned? What kind of monster was the other party? Congratulations, young master. You finally managed to obtain the soulless metal humanoid. The elder clasped his fist. Scram. Song Chao was already in a very bad mood, and when he heard the congratulations, he immediately erupted. Kong, all right. Perplexed, the elder scratched his head doubtfully. What was wrong with the young master? Did he damage his brain somehow? While relishing in the joy of having just earned 40,000 spirit stones with little to no effort, Zhang Xian returned back to his room. With a flick of his wrist, several rows of bookshelves appeared before him. With this, he wouldn't have to worry about having insufficient spirit stones for his cultivation in the short term. The pressing matter at hand was for him to read through more books so that he could raise his cultivation. Sliding his finger across the rows of books, identical books appeared in his head. Soon, all of the cultivation technique and battle technique manuals that Hall Master Sai had collected were replicated within the library of Heaven's Path. Compile. Placing all of the transcendent mortal Wundan prolonged longevity realm cultivation techniques together, Zhang Xian willed. Who? An entirely new book appeared before Zhang Xian's eyes. Picking it up, he began flipping through it. Transcendent Mortal, also known as Surmounting Mortality and Mortal Metamorphosis, refers to the stage where one evolves beyond the limits of mortals. One's level of existence will be increased significantly. In order to transcend mortality, one has to abstain from inferior mortal sustenance and feast on the spiritual energy in the air instead. Those who consume material sustenance are intelligent but die. Those who consume spiritual energy are intelligent and lasting. The content of the book appeared in Zhang Xian's eyes. After an unknown period of time, he breathed out a mouthful of turbid air and opened his eyes. He had finished comprehending the essence of the transcendent mortal one Dan Heaven's path divine art, and he was ready to cultivate it now. Let's begin. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he flicked his wrist and a spirit stone appeared in his hand. Driving his zhenqi according to the method detailed in the cultivation technique, he began absorbing spiritual energy from the spirit stone. Pacha. 2 breaths later, the spirit stone in his hand was reduced to powder. This? Zhang Xian's face twitched. Spirit stones were a natural product of the world. They contain spiritual energy, and each of them are crystal clear. Going by logic, it should be exceptionally tough. Why did it simply crumble all of a sudden? Lowering his head to assess the situation, a bizarre expression soon surfaced. The spiritual energy within has been fully absorbed? Looking at the crumbled spirit stone on the floor, it was completely white, reminiscent of ashes. Clearly, the spiritual energy within it had been devoured completely. How many spirit stones will I require to make the breakthrough to transcendent mortal one Dan? Zhang Xian felt faint-headed. He thought that several hundred spirit stones would be sufficient for him to reach transcendent mortal one Dan. Given that he had several 10,000 in his possession now, it should be a piece of cake. However, it seemed like he was severely underestimating his consumption rate. Transcendent mortal meant evolving beyond mortality. His body had been tempered by Heaven's path zhenqi, making it far superior to that of ordinary humans. As such, the difficulty in him making the leap from a mortal to the next realm was 100 times greater than them as well. It was easy to expand a ditch of 1 meter radius wide by twofold, but expanding an ocean by twofold was exponentially more difficult. That was exactly the case with him. Nourished by the Heaven's path zhenqi, his physical body and soul had undergone a qualitative change, making him invincible among his fellow peers. However, this also made it harder for him to make the final breakthrough. If I were to absorb them one by one, it would just be a matter of time before I died of exhaustion. Zhang Xian had several 10,000 spirit stones at the moment. It should be sufficient to fuel his breakthrough, but the spiritual energy contained within these low-tier spirit stones was limited. On top of that, his consumption was extremely great. If he were to go on like that, having to pause his cultivation to replace a broken spirit stone every 2 breaths, it would be incredibly inconvenient. Who knows how long it would take for him to reach transcendent mortal realm if he had to do it that way. Even if there was sufficient water in a bottle to alleviate one's thirst, if one could only drink a drop at a time, one would still die of dehydration. In other words, Zhang Xian had to find a way to extract the spiritual energy from the spirit stones so that he could cultivate continuously without pause. Formations. Frowning, an occupation suddenly appeared in Zhang Xian's mind. Holding a spirit stone one at a time to cultivate wouldn't work out at all. There was only one way if Zhang Xian wanted hundreds or even thousands of spirit stone to provide him spiritual energy simultaneously. Formations. Back then, after eradicating the Lin clan, Zhang Xian had read through several books regarding formations and learned that some of the more formidable spirit-gathering formations were capable of extracting spiritual energy from spirit stones and gather them in the area. If he had this kind of formation, he could simply put spirit stones in it, and the spiritual energy within them would be extracted automatically. If so, his cultivation would become much smoother. I should go and look for some formations. Zhang Xian stood up. Along with the rise in his cultivation, his requirement for spiritual energy would increase exponentially as well. Even if he had sufficient spirit stones, cultivation would become terribly inefficient. Walking out of the room, Zhang Xian went to look for Hallmaster Sai. Hallmaster Sai, may I know if there is a Formation Master Guild in Honghai City? If so, could you take me over, please? Hallmaster Sai looked at Zhang Xian and asked, as a large commercial city, there's no reason why Honghai City wouldn't have a Formation Master Guild. Does Zhang Shi intend to purchase formation plates in preparation for the trip to the Soul Oracle Tomb? Formation plates were a miniaturization of a formation and could be easily carried around with one. Even if one weren't a formation master, one could still activate it by infusing one's shinchi into it. As such, it was one of the most sought-after product in the Formation Master Guild. The trip to the Soul Oracle Tomb was filled with dangers. With a formation plate in hand, Zhang Xian would gain another assurance on his survivability. Formation plate? Right. I also wish to see if there's anything suitable there to buy. Zhang Xian nodded. If he could find a spirit-gathering formation plate, he could easily carry it around and use it whenever he needed it. That would surely prove to be convenient. I am old buddies with the head of the Formation Master Guild, Guild Master Zhang Jingfeng. He has the highest-tiered formation plates in the entire Honghai City. Allow me to take you there. I'm certain I can get you something you'll be satisfied with. Hall Master Sai said. I'll be depending on Hall Master Sai then. Knowing that this was a gesture of goodwill from the other party, Zhang Xian didn't turn it down. Due to the unique role that the Appraiser Hall played in Honghai City, it was located at the center of the various guilds. As such, it wasn't too far away from the Formation Master Guild. In just 10 minutes, they had already arrived at their destination. Previously, at Tianwu Kingdom, Zhang Xian had paid the Formation Master Guild a visit to gather the books contained within. Compared to the magnificent infrastructure standing before him at this very moment, the Tianwu Kingdom felt nothing more than a crude shack. The gates to the guild were tall and majestic, and an 8 trigram was imprinted on it, creating a profound and mysterious air to it. Stepping into the guild, Zhang Xian immediately felt the air around him change. The temperature was comfortable, the air was slightly moist, and the surroundings was concentrated in spiritual energy. It felt as though one had walked into a garden in spring, and an indescribable sensation of relaxation and tranquility swept over him. Zhang Xian blinked his eyes. It was already late autumn, and winter was able to set in soon. How could this area be warm as though spring? The Formation Master Guild has set up a formation here so that it'll be permanently spring in here. Seeing Zhang Xian's expression, Hall Master Sai understood what Zhang Xian was thinking of and stroked his beard. Don't worry, this formation will only put one in a comfortable position. It doesn't possess any offense capability, so there's no need to worry. To set up such an elaborate formation just for comfort, as expected of the Formation Master Guild, Zhang Xian commented in awe. To control such a huge formation, so precisely such that it was limited to the interiors of the guild, was a difficult feat. The Myriad Kingdom Alliance Formation Guild was indeed formidable. Just this formation itself was probably grade 3 pinnacle or perhaps even grade 4. Chapter 479. Give me a moment. The vast lounge was filled with a huge crowd walking to and fro. There was a long queue in front of the front counter. Formation plates, weapon, and pill, these 3 were known as the necessities for a journey. However, the variety and number of formation plates that the Formation Master Guild sold every day was limited, so there was often a long queue of people hoping to buy just one. Paying respects to Hall Master Sai, walking around the crowd, before Zhang Xian and Hall Master Sai could reach the reception, a young man had already walked forward to welcome them. I have some matters to ask of Guild Leader Zhang. I'll be troubling you to lead the way. Hall Master Sai waved his hands. My teacher is currently in the midst of inscribing a formation plate. I'll lead you there now. The young man smiled and led the way. Walking along the stairs up to the 2nd floor, it didn't take long before they arrived at a room. Formation plates of all sizes were placed around the room, and at the very center sat an elder who was busy carving something. A formation required a formation core and formation flags to be placed in a manner that complemented the geographical terrain to maximize its might. As such, setting one up and activating it were extremely troublesome processes, and only those who were well-versed in it were capable of the feat. Formation plates were much simpler in comparison. One just had to inscribe a miniaturized version of the formation on the unique round plate, and just by infusing one's zhenqi into it, one would be able to trigger it. But formation plates had 2 major flaws to them. Firstly, due to its size, it was unable to harmonize with the surroundings, and thus, it typically only contained around half the might of an ordinary formation. Secondly, every usage would result in immense damage to the formation plate. As such, it was limited by the number of uses, and while 5 times was the maximum, it was often the case that the formation plates broke after the first use. While the flaws couldn't be said to be insignificant, its benefits still far outweighed its disadvantages. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people queuing up for it. Its greatest strength lay in that anyone, even those who were completely unknowledgeable in formations, could use it. Secondly, it was convenient to carry around, and it could be activated quickly and easily. One just had to infuse zhengqi into it, thus making it a valuable tool in times to danger. The elder in the room seemed to be in his 60s, but there wasn't the slightest trace of facial hair on his face. His large hand was holding a small carving knife, and he was carefully carving a plate. The creation of a formation plate was an extremely complicated process. After all, what one was trying to do was to condense a massive formation into a round plate around the size of one's palm. The difficulty of the task was obvious with just a single thought. With the slightest mistake, the inscribing process might very possibly end in failure. Inscribing formation plates was somewhat similar to forging pills. Even 4-star formation masters couldn't claim to be able to succeed all the time. The creation of every single plate was an extremely effort and time-consuming process. "Teacher, Hall Master Sai is here." Walking into the room, the young man bowed. Putting down the carving knife, the elder raised his head, looked at his old friend, and smiled. "I've always been the one to look for you in the past. What brings you here today?" "I have something that I have to request of guild leader Zheng this time." Hall Master Sai nodded before introducing. "This is Zhang Shi. He hopes to purchase a formation plate, and after some consideration, I felt that the items you sold here are the most reliable of them all, so I brought him over." Zhang Shi. Guild leader Zhang stood up and assessed Zhang Xian with a doubtful expression. He knew the temper of this old friend of his very well. The latter was an extremely proud person, and he acted extremely casually even with him. Yet, when the latter was introducing the young man, he spoke with a very grave and earnest tone which left him intrigued. Taking a closer look, he couldn't find anything unique about this young man. One thing notable was that he was unable to see through the cultivation of the latter, but even so, given how his actions weren't aligned with the flow of the world, it was clear he hadn't reached transcendent mortal realm yet. A young lad who hadn't reached transcendent mortal actually made his old friend act so respectfully? "May I know what kind of formation plate Zhang Shi is looking for?" "Confinement formation, slaughter formation, illusion formation. I've a few of those in stock." Even though guild leader Zhang was perplexed, he had only just met the other party, and it would be rude to ask of it before him. "What I wish to find is a spirit gathering formation," Zhang Xian said. "Spirit gathering formation?" Guild leader Zhang was perplexed. "There's no such formation plate. Usually, it's set up at a certain fixed location. Spirit gathering formation was mainly used for cultivation, and normally, it would be set up by some influential powers at a specific location to groom their talents. On the other hand, formation plates were often viewed as an offensive or defensive measure. Thus, very few people would inscribe a spirit gathering formation on a formation plate, and even he, the guild leader of the Formation Master Guild, had never done it before. In truth, guild leader Zheng wasn't the only one who was surprised. Even Hall Master Sai was taken aback. Hall Master Sai had thought that Zhang Shi was buying a formation in preparation for the exploration of the Soul Oracle Tomb. However, from the looks of it now, it didn't seem like that was the case. After all, what was the use of a spirit gathering location in there? Was he supposed to throw it in to gather spirits and capture soul oracles? There's no such item? Zhang Xian frowned. Indeed, I've never drawn it before. If you really require it, I can draw one for you. However, it'll take some time. After a moment of hesitation, guild leader Zhang said, "The purpose of a spirit gathering formation was to gather spiritual energy. As such, one would be affected by the disturbances in the spiritual energy while inscribing the formation plate." As guild leader Zhang had never tried it before, he didn't dare give his word. "How long will it take?" Zhang Xian asked. I've never inscribed it before, so I might take some time to grasp it properly. At worst, it might take an entire month. However, if no hiccups occur, I should be able to finish it within half a month." Guild leader Zhang said. Half a month? Zhang Xian shook his head. Too long. He was supposed to meet Luo Zhu tomorrow and set off for the Soul Oracle tomb. Before that, for his and his students' safety, he had to at least reach Transcendent Mortal One Dan. By the time the formation plate was done, it would already be too late. Why? Do you doubt my capability? Seeing Zhang Xian's action of shaking his head, Guild leader Zhang's face darkened. Of all things, to be buying a spirit-gathering formation plate, do you even know the slightest thing about formations? If not for my old friend making this request of me, I'd definitely have thrown you out instantly. Yet, you still dare to shake your head at me? Oh, I'm not saying that you can't inscribe it. Hearing the displeased edge in the other party's voice, Zhang Xian realized that the other party was mistaken. Thus, he immediately clarified sheepishly, "It's just that I think your speed is a little too slow. Half a month is a little bit too long. I really have urgent use for the formation plate now. If you can finish it within 2 hours, I'm willing to pay a little more." Too slow? 2 hours? Guild leader Zhang's face immediately steeled. Flinging his sleeves, he bellowed, "Hall Master Sai, is this your guest? I don't welcome him here. Xiaowu, send our guest out." 2 hours? Do you think that inscribing formations can be done as easily as eating or drinking? Putting aside the spirit-gathering formation which he had never inscribed before, even confinement formations and slaughter formations which he was familiar with would require at least a week time to inscribe. On top of that, that was assuming that his full concentration was into the task such that he didn't make the slightest error. Otherwise, even 1 month would be insufficient to inscribe a single formation plate. And that was still if he did it himself. If it was a 3-star formation master of the guild, it would take at least half a month to inscribe a single formation plate. Yet, this fellow wanted it done. Within 2 hours? Are you here to make a fool out of yourself, or are you trying to mock me? Yes. The young man who brought the two of them and walked over and gestured, "This way, please." In truth, the young man was also dissatisfied with Zhang Xian's attitude. He was a 2-star formation master, and inscribing a single formation plate would take him more than a month. Yet, this fellow expected his teacher to finish one within 2 hours. Clearly, he wasn't a customer but a troublemaker. "Guild leader Zhang, please calm down." Not expecting his old friend to chase them away all of a sudden, Hall Master Sai immediately walked up with a flushed face. Zhang sure is just unfamiliar with formations. In terms of appraising ability, he's a 5-star appraiser who has passed the harmonious stream of Flowing Goblet. His capability is far above me. 5-star appraiser? Guild leader Zhang leaped in shock. He thought that his old friend was so fearful of Zhang Shi due to the latter's prestigious background. Never in his dreams did he expect the other party to be a 5-star appraiser. With just this identity, there was no one who would dare to trifle with him in Honghai City. It was no wonder why he dared to spout such arrogant words. Hall Master Sai nodded his head. While master teachers immersed themselves in multiple occupations, they were, by no means, omniscient. Zhang Shi's words had clearly reflected his position as an amateur in the occupation. And his guess was right. Even though Zhang Xian had read through the books in Tianmu Kingdom Formation Master Guild and assimilated them, due to the guild being of too low-tiered, there wasn't much information on formation plates detailed within them. Thus, even though those were basic information, Zhang Xian was unaware of them. Pardon me, I was unaware of Zhang Shi's identity. Upon knowing that the other party was a 5-star appraiser, Guild leader Zhang immediately reined in his previous attitude and bowed respectfully with a clasped fist. While the ranking of an appraiser didn't tie in with one's cultivation, it was still a respected occupation due to its involvement in dealing with precious artifacts. Even as the head of the Formation Master Guild, he didn't dare to offend the other party easily. Not to mention, the other party was still a master teacher on top of that. "You're being too polite." Zhang Xian waved his hands, not paying it any heed. After some contemplation, he asked, "Since it's impossible to succeed within 2 hours, may I ask you to sell me a set of spirit-gathering formations formation flags, core, and blueprint instead?" Since there was no formation plate to be sold here, he could try doing it himself instead. As long as he had the formation blueprint, flags, and core in possession, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to succeed. Formation blueprint, flags, and core? We do have them, but if one isn't an official formation master, they'll be completely useless. Guild leader Zhang said. Formations had to be laid out in a way that aligned with the environment. If one didn't know the slightest thing about formations, it would be useless even if one were to obtain the formation blueprint, flags, and core. If one could simply forge it with just these 3 items, they, as formation masters, would have already gone out of business long ago. It'll suffice as long as you sell it to me. I'll find a way myself after that. Knowing what the other party was worried about, Zhang Xian continued. This isn't a problem of whether I am willing to sell or not. Seeing the other party insist on the matter, Guild leader Zhang's face darkened. He couldn't help but shake his head. Why did Hall Master Sai bring such an unreliable lad here? Formation flag, core, and blueprint were useless in the hands of ordinary people. Furthermore, they were extremely expensive. It was truly a waste of resources in the hands of the other party. Besides, while I could sell the formation flags and core to you, the blueprint, that is something similar to pill formulas. There are strict rules within the guild, and as long as one isn't an official formation master, one would be prohibited from looking at it, needless to say, sell it. From the previous exchange, it was clear that this fellow was a person who didn't know a thing about formations. Putting aside selling formation flags and core, formation blueprint, aren't you dreaming? If anyone could simply look at the blueprints and buy them as and when they please, what kind of prestige would the guild retain? How about this? If you can set up a formation and prove that you're an official formation master, I'll let you see the formation blueprint and record it down. I'll also sell the formation flags and core to you. But if you can't do it, you'll have to drop the matter. Shaking his head, Guild leader Zhang gave an ultimatum. If I can set up a formation, you'll sell them to me? Zhang Xian stared at the other party. That's right. Guild leader Zhang nodded his head. Then, a slight frown appeared on his face as he continued. Why? Is Zhang sure a formation master as well? But before he could finish his words, Zhang Xian had already shut his eyes. Give me a moment. Chapter 480. Perfect harmony, absence of ripples. Give you a moment? Guild leader Zhang's body swayed from side to side. Why did it feel like this fellow didn't understand human speech? I asked whether you are a formation master, and yet you replied with, give me a moment. What does that mean? Do you mean that you aren't one now, and a moment later you'll be one? Aren't you just pulling my leg? All of the upper 9 paths occupation required one to put in immense effort before one could qualify as a member. Even a genius would require several years of perseverance to succeed. Yet, this ignorant fellow actually said give him a moment. Give you a moment for what? For you to embarrass yourself? Besides, closing your eyes? Close your head. What the hell are you up to? Guild leader Zhang's face twitched. If not for the fact that the other party was a 5-star appraiser, he would have surely kicked the other party out already. Old Zhang, I think you'd better prepare the set of formation flags and the core. Seeing that his old friend was coming to the limit of his tolerance, Hall Master Sai stepped forward and advised. Prepare? Indeed. If Zhang Shi said so, he must have a plan in mind. Besides, it wouldn't be too much effort to prepare a set. Hall Master Sai replied. He didn't know where did Zhang Shi's confidence come from, but after witnessing the various miracles the other party had produced, his trust for the other party had nearly reached an unconditional level. This was a person who could even teach a 4-star master teacher. Somehow, Hall Master Sai didn't think that it would be surprising if he learned about formations on the spot and succeeded. All right, I'll believe you this time. Xiaowu, take out the formation flag and core for the spirit gathering formation you have been using to practice over the past few days. Seeing the deep trust his old friend had in this young man, Guild leader Zhang shook his hands in frustration. Yes. The young man flicked his wrist, and a bunch of objects appeared on the floor. Formations were built using formation flag and formation core. These two were crafted using unique materials. There were differing attributes to them, depending on the formation they were used for. Xiaowu was a 2-star formation master, and recently, he had been practicing a graded 2 spirit gathering formation. Thus, he had been keeping a set of it in his storage ring. After the various objects were taken out, the crowd turned to that fellow, only to see that his eyes were still tightly shut. It was hard to tell what he was doing. Could it be that Zhang Shi intends to learn about formation on the spot? But even if he were to learn it right now, he should at least be browsing through books or consulting a teacher. To be standing blankly on the spot, what is he up to? Hall Master Sai was perplexed. The study of formations involved innumerable profound secrets. Thus, it was imperative for one to find a formidable teacher to learn about the basic properties of geography, 5 elements, yin-yang. This was the first time he had seen someone learning by standing idly with a dazed expression. But if he wasn't studying, what else could he be doing? Everyone was perplexed. In truth, it was exactly as everyone was thinking. Zhang Xian was studying formations. Previously, he had gathered quite a few books on formations in the Library of Heaven's Path. However, he hadn't organized and read through them yet. At this moment, with his attention immersed within the Library of Heaven's Path, all of the books regarding formation floated before him. Compile. With a silent mutter, a book with the words Heaven's Path Formation Art appeared before him. He quickly flipped it open. A vast sea of knowledge came gushing into Zhang Xian's mind. Since I've already assimilated these knowledge, I'm only reorganizing them at this moment. Thus, it's much simpler and more efficient. Previously, back when he was in Tianwu Kingdom, he had used the Golden Page to assimilate the knowledge of formations, pill forging, medicine, contained within the books he duplicated into the Library of Heaven's Path. Even though he had never gone through them before, the knowledge was already imprinted in his head. With this serving as a foundation, learning the Heaven's Path formation art became extremely easy. Knowledge flowed through his mind, and in just 10 breaths, he had already mastered it. If it was an occupation he was completely ignorant about, it would have taken at least 2 hours. But with a strong foundation built from the prior knowledge obtained through assimilation, all he had to do was to reorganize the information. Who? Opening his eyes, Zhang Xian turned to the crowd. Are the formation flag and core here already? Do I set up the formation here? Cough, cough. Guild leader Zhang was just waiting to see what intentions the other party had when the other party suddenly opened his eyes and said such words. Just a moment ago, he was still completely ignorant about formations. And after shutting his eyes for a moment, he wanted to try his hand on setting up a formation already. Fine. I would like to see what kind of formation you set up. Since you think you're ready, you can just set it up here. Suppressing his rage, guild leader Zhang flung his sleeves and harumphed. All right. Nodding his head, Zhang Xian walked over to grab the formation flag and core. Seeing his actions, putting aside guild leader Zhang, even Xiaowu's face was streaked with dark lines. The very first step one should do before setting up a formation was to study the surroundings and measure the positioning of the formation. Through this, one would be able to tap into the natural flow to generate energy for the formation. Only then would one set up the formation accordingly to gather that energy. This fellow didn't even bother taking out his compass to make measurements. The first thing he did was to dive straight at the formation flag, as though a glutton seeing a pile of meat. You call this setting up a formation? You must be kidding. Even pigs would be able to fly if you can set up a formation like that. Hall Master Sai, what kind of person did you bring here this time? Harumphing angrily, Hall Master Zhang sent a message to the Hall Master Sai telepathically. Zhang Shi is a truly formidable person. Hall Master Sai replied with a slightly reddened face. He had only been in contact with this Zhang Shi for a few days. From the first time they met at the first-class pavilion, the other party had barged through the harmonious stream of flowing goblets and nearly tore down the entire appraiser hall through that. He even managed to solve the issue of a possession by a soul oracle. Such a talented person shouldn't do something he was unconfident in. Why did he simply seem so unreliable at this moment? He knew that there were 3 things one had to do before setting up a formation. Firstly, one had to take out a compass to measure the magnetic field and the concentration of spiritual energy in the air. Next, one had to measure the size of the formation and deduce the various problems that could occur when the formation fused in with the surroundings so as to make precautions beforehand. Finally, one would calculate the specific locations which the formation core and flags had to be placed at before proceeding on to set up the formation. Putting aside 1-star and 2-star formation master, even his old friend, the guild leader, had to spend a significant amount of time preparing beforehand. Without an hour or two of preparation, it would be impossible for him to set up a formation successfully. Furthermore, this was only for the most basic formations. For those that spanned over several hundred meters, or even several thousand meters, would take at least several years of conception and deduction before there was a possibility of success. Yet, this fellow, without a compass, without any deduction process, and without examining the grounds, went straight for the formation flag and core. He was taking this way too lightly. Formidable? You call this formidable? Humph. I don't care whether he is a 5-star appraiser or not. Later, when he fails, take him away. Our Formation Master Guild doesn't welcome such a frivolous person. Guild leader Zhang harumphed. This Hall Master Sai was placed in an awkward position. Just as he was about to speak in Zhang Shi's stead to salvage his reputation, the voice of the latter echoed. Done. Done? What's done? Taken aback, the duo quickly turned their heads over. The formation flag and core that Zhang Xian just picked out had been tossed out, and it stabbed upright into the ground not too far away. It was arranged in a very unique position within a circular radius of 6 to 7 meters. Didn't you ask for a spirit-gathering formation? I've set up one for you. Zhang Xian said. Set up one? This is a spirit-gathering formation? Hall Master Sai looked at the layout before him with a dazed expression. The positioning of the formation flag and core did resemble a spirit-gathering formation, but he didn't understand too much about formations, so he couldn't make a clear judgment. As such, he quickly turned his eyes to Guild Leader Zhang. You might have gotten the shape, but the intent is lacking. You call this a formation? Flinging his sleeves, Guild Leader Zhang's eyebrows shot up. Seeing the other party flying into a rage, Hall Master Sai asked, Why? Is there a mistake with what Zhang Shi set up? Xiaowu, come and give me your evaluation of this formation. Instead of replying, Guild Leader Zhang placed his hands behind his back and harumphed. Yes. The young man, Xiaowu, walked forward. The position of the formation core and flag are correct. However, a formation doesn't work just by following the layout in the blueprint strictly. More importantly, it has to be capable of stimulating the spiritual energy in the environment. Xiaowu analyzed confidently. Stimulating the spiritual energy in the environment? That's right. Flicking his wrist, Xiaowu took out a compass. With that object in hand, his disposition immediately changed. It was just a moment ago that he seemed like a mere follower, but at this instant, he carried the airs of a true formation master. Look at what he has set up. There isn't even the slightest disturbance in the spiritual energy in the air at all. In other words, the formation flags aren't placed in the most accurate positions to complement the environment. Naturally, his formation doesn't hold any power at all, and this is what we call an ineffectual formation. Ineffectual formation? Since it's a spirit-gathering formation, it should gather the spiritual energy in the air as soon as it is laid out. The spiritual energy in the air should be drawn in as though a typhoon in the water and gather in this region. But the spiritual energy is showing no signs of gathering at all. In other words, he has only emulated the shape of the formation in the blueprint instead of setting up a formation. Xiaowu said. Positioning the formation correctly didn't equate to setting up a formation. Even though it sounded extremely profound and complex, this was actually basic knowledge that all formation masters, even if one was an apprentice, would know. It was just like how an apothecary wouldn't necessarily form a pill, even if they were to follow the sequence recorded in a pill formula perfectly. A formation blueprint was just a fixed arrangement. For a formation to work, one had to align it with the environment. Well said. All right, Zhang Shi, in consideration that you're Hall Master Sai's friend, I will overlook this farce. You should leave. Hearing his student's analysis, Guild Leader Zhang could tell that he had improved significantly during this period of time, and he nodded his head in satisfaction. Farce? How is this a farce? Zhang Xian didn't expect the formation that he had set up with such great effort would be considered as a farce. Your formation failed to draw in spiritual energy from the surroundings. Shouldn't this be sufficient to show that your formation is nothing but a farce? Seeing that the other party refused to accept his own failure, Guild leader Zhang was displeased. Oh, you mean this? I was afraid that you can't see it properly, so I stopped the formation for the time being. Zhang Xian thought that the other party was referring to something else, so he shook his head. Then, he stomped his foot on the ground. Wong. A ripple slowly spread out from his feet, striking the formation not too far away. Then, with a slight buzz, the entire formation was immediately shrouded with spiritual energy. Hoo-hoo-hoo. The surrounding spiritual energy gathered toward the center of the formation as though pulled in by a hurricane, leaving a sharp pain as it brushed by the faces of the group. This. It was just a moment ago that Xiaowu was gleefully pointing out the other party's errors. Upon seeing this sight, he was shocked to the point that his lower jaw was about to fall to the ground. This is perfect harmony, absence of ripples. Even though it doesn't disturb the environment, it causes a huge uproar when activated. A perfect formation? How is this possible? Guild leader Zhang shrieked hoarsely. He stared at Zhang Xian in shock, as though he was looking at a monster. Chapter 481. Challenging the Sea of Formations, Perfect Formation? Seeing his old friend losing his composure, Hall Master Sai was baffled. He had heard of confinement formation, illusion formation, beguilement formation, spirit gathering formation, but he had never heard of a perfect formation before. Just like with painting and pills, there are different tiers to a completed formation as well. Even when setting up the same formation, how can the might of a formation set up 2-star formation master compare to that of a 5-star formation master? Suppressing his confusion, Guild leader Zhang began to explain. Hall Master Sai was taken aback. Even with formation plates of the same grade, everyone hoped to buy one inscribed by a higher-ranked formation master as their craft tended to be more stable and powerful. The same applied for pills as well. Those forged by higher-ranked apothecaries tended to be of higher quality and thus possessed greater medicinal effectiveness. The difference between formations mainly lies in how much they complement the environment and how much energy they can borrow from the surroundings. Seeing the incomprehension on Hall Master Sai's face, Guild leader Zhang explained, formations that reach a synchronization rate of 20% with the environment are termed as initiate. A formation of this level can be successfully activated to do whatever it is intended to do. Only when one can prepare a formation of this level can one be considered an official formation master. At a synchronization rate of 40%, the formation will be able to borrow a portion of the energy from the surroundings to augment the might of the formation. At this level, one's understanding of the formation can be considered to have reached intermediate tier. As a 4-star formation master, I can still easily reach this level when setting up a grade 2 formation. Going on, at a synchronization rate of 60%, the environment and formation can be considered to be complementing one another already. This is also what we call a high-tier formation. Occasionally, while I am setting up a grade 1 formation, I can reach this level. Then, at a synchronization rate of 80%, it wouldn't be wrong to say that the environment is what that is driving the formation. Just like conscious spirit tools, a formation of this level is able to tap into the natural energy contained in the surroundings to create hurricanes, storm, trap beings, and leave them in distress. After saying that, Guild leader Zhang's lips turned pale. Even if you can break out of a formation, can you break out of your environment? Hall Master Sai was stunned. One can walk out of a formation, a room, a courtyard, but everywhere one stood was the environment. So how could one walk out of it? How could one overcome it? Upon comprehending this level, even formation masters would find it hard to break out of the formation once trapped. Wait a moment. Upon recalling something, Hall Master Sai's body trembled and his eyes widened in round circles. He stared at Guild leader Zhang in disbelief and asked, "That's just a synchronization rate of 80%? What about 100%? Indeed, it's exactly what you're thinking. It's known as the perfect formation." There was a slight quiver to Guild leader Zhang's voice as he said, "It perfectly harmonizes with one's environment such that when it's in a dormant state, it won't cause any disturbances to the surroundings, thus giving rise to the term absence of ripples. However, the moment it is triggered, the environment will be completely changed. The formation will become the environment, and the environment is the formation. Try thinking about it. How can cultivating in a spirit-gathering formation compare up to cultivating in a natural environment? It was just like an air conditioner. No matter how comfortable the temperature was, it still couldn't compare to the warmth of spring. Using just formation flags and core to change the environment, legend has it that only formation masters of 6-star and above are capable of such a feat. At this point, even guild leader Zhang himself was in disbelief. A while ago, this fellow before him didn't even know that spirit-gathering formation plates didn't exist in the Formation Master Guild, and yet, in the next moment, he set up a formation that only 6-star formation masters were capable of, a perfect formation. Am I insane, or is the world going mad? There had never been such a happening in the history of the guild. Perplexed, the voice of the young man sounded. You can sell the spirit-gathering formation flags, core, and blueprint to me now, right? The formation that Zhang Xian had just prepared was the most basic type of spirit-gathering formation. It wasn't capable of extracting spiritual energy from the spirit stones to fuel his consumption. To do so, a formation of at least grade 4 was required. Of course, guild leader Zhang nodded his head stiffly. If a person who was capable of forging a perfect formation was unqualified to purchase those items, then wasn't him even more unqualified? May I know, what is Zhang Shi's formation master rank? After agreeing to the matter, guild leader Zhang hesitated for a short moment before asking. While it was a known fact that only 6-star formation masters were capable of preparing a perfect grade 2 formation, some of the top-notch geniuses were able to do so as well. The person before him hadn't even reached transcendent mortal realm yet, so clearly, it was impossible for his to rank to be too high. Even so, he wanted to know the other party's exact ranking so as to determine how he should treat him. Formation Master? I've never taken the examination before, so I can't be considered as one. Zhang Xian shook his head. It was just a moment ago that he started learning about it so naturally. He had never taken any examination of that sort before. You aren't a formation master? Guild leader Zhang's mouth twitched and his body swayed feebly. Putting aside how other party was able to set up the formation so swiftly, the formation even reached such a high tier. And yet, the other party wasn't even an official formation master? Where in the world did this monster come from? He was a 4-star pinnacle formation master, but in terms of speed, he couldn't match up to the other party at all. And naturally, he couldn't prepare a perfect formation either. May I know if Zhang Shi is willing to participate in our guild's examination? A thought flashed through guild leader Zhang's mind, and his eyes lit up in desire. There were countless branches under a headquarters. If the other party were to take the examination here, he would be considered as a genius of Honghai City. If the headquarters were to hear of it, they would definitely reward the Honghai City Formation Master Guild handsomely. Sure. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. It didn't matter to him where he took the examination. In any case, to advance through the ranks of a master teacher, he needed more supporting occupations. Formation Master was considered as one of the most influential occupations of the upper 9 paths. It would be for the best if he could become an official member of this group. Great. I'll make preparations now then. Upon hearing the other party agree to it, guild leader Zhang smiled in excitement. As for the spirit-gathering formation's formation flags, core, and blueprint, once you pass the examination, there will be no need for you to buy them. I can simply give you a set. The Formation Master Guild operated in a similar manner to the Apothecary Guild. It was extremely difficult for a low-rank member to access content beyond their level. He would have to clear many authorizations first. However, if one's rank had reached the prerequisite, one could take it away straight even without payment. All right. Upon hearing that he could be spared from his expenses, Zhang Xian hurriedly nodded his head. Even though he wasn't lacking in spirit stones now, he felt that he should save as much as possible, especially since he would require a humongous amount of spirit stone to achieve breakthroughs. Several 10,000 spirit stones might be a huge fortune to other cultivators, but to him, it might not even be sufficient for him to reach Transcendent Mortal 2 Dan. Thus, he felt that he should save as much of it as possible. What is the format of the Formation Master Examination? Zhang Xian asked. He felt that he should at least ask properly before taking the examination. Just like the Master Teacher Examination, There were many variations to the Formation Master examination. Depending on the branch itself, the requirements may differ. It was just like how in Tianwu Kingdom, the examination content to becoming a 1-star Formation Master was to successfully set up a Grade 1 formation. As a prosperous city of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, the examination here might be slightly different. The examination of our branch is indeed slightly unique as compared to the other branch. It is slightly more difficult, and it is known as the Sea of Formations. Guild leader Zhang said. Sea of Formations? Zhang Xian frowned. The Sea of Formations refers to the multitude of formation that countless formation masters of the guild have left behind throughout the years. Upon entering it, one could meet with a formation of any kind. The condition for success is to break out of the formation one is trapped in. There is a total of 4 stages, and each stage corresponds to formations of Grade 1 to Grade 4 respectively. If one passes the first stage, one will be qualified as a 1-star Formation Master, and if one passes the second stage, one will be qualified as a 2-star Formation Master, so on and so forth. Guild leader Zhang explained. I see. That's indeed more difficult than setting up formations. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Setting up a formation and breaking out a formation was just like ascending and descending from a mountain. It was easy to ascend a mountain, but descending a mountain was fraught with many difficulties. While setting up a formation, one just had to identify the correct attributes and position the formation accurately in order to succeed. But to break out of a formation, considering that one would be within the formation, it would be hard for one to get an overview of the situation to discern the type of formation. If one were to make a lapse of judgment, it would be extremely easy for one to make a fatal mistake. It's indeed a little difficult. However, if one possesses a deep understanding of formations, it won't be a problem at all. Guild leader Zheng chuckled. Oh, even though there are innumerable formations contained within the Sea of Formations, if one can accurately determine the type, name, and life gate of the formation quickly, breaking out of it would be much easier than setting up a formation. But regardless of which examination it is, be it the setting up of a formation or the Sea of Formations, one has to possess an in-depth understanding of formations first. Otherwise, it will be impossible for one to pass the tests. After explaining, Guild leader Zheng looked at the young man before him and said, Since Zhang Shi has never taken the Formation Master examination before, you should start from the Grade 1 formations to get used to it first. This way, you can accumulate some experience such that you won't panic when meeting with formations of higher grades. Zhang Xian nodded. Then, after a moment of hesitation, he asked, But before that, I would like to pay a visit to the library. Even the most formidable formation that he had gathered via the Library of Heaven's Path was only of Grade 2 at the moment. If he wanted to go further in the examination, he would have to browse through more books. You wish to browse through some books? That's fine as well. Xiaowu, take Zhang Shi to the library. It has been long since anyone has challenged the 4th stage of the Sea of Formations, so it'll require some preparation time anyway. Guild leader Zheng chuckled. He didn't think about the other party's request to browse through books much. It was natural for formation masters to request for access to books to enhance their knowledge. He also frequented the library himself to look up unique formations so as to expand his horizons. Yes. The young man Xiaowu nodded. Zhang Xian was led away by the young man, leaving Hall Master Sai standing in a daze on the spot with widened eyes. Weren't you here to buy formation plates? How did it turn into you taking the Formation Master examination? That was an upper 9 paths occupation, one of the top occupations of the continent. To take the examination so abruptly, it was almost like how he challenged the harmonious stream of flowing goblets previously. Old Zhang, how far do you think Zhang Shi can go in the examination? He couldn't help but turn to guild leader Zhang. I have no idea how many stages he can clear, but given how he's able to set up a perfect 2-star spirit-gathering formation so easily, his understanding of formations can only be above mine. In other words, even at worst, he's at least a 4-star pinnacle or perhaps even 5-star. Guild leader Zhang said with a grim expression. 4-star pinnacle? 5-star? Hall Master Sai was shocked. When he first met Zhang Shi, he only thought that the other party was formidable and appraising, but even so, that was more than sufficient to awe him. Never in his dreams did he expect the other party to be so knowledgeable in formations as well, to the extent of surpassing even his old friend. To possess such knowledge and capability at his age, how in the world did he manage to do it? That's right. However, the sea of formations isn't easy. It'll be hard for those inexperienced to pass the examination. All I hope is for him to clear more stages so that another genius can rise from our branch. Guild leader Zheng nodded his head. Clear more stages. As he replied, Hall Master Sai's mouth suddenly twitched. A thought popped into his mind. If this fellow were to challenge the sea of formations, would it end up just like the Appraiser Hall? Would he cause chaos in the Formation Master Guild as well? Chapter 482. The Fearsome Illusion Formation. The books in the Formation Master Guild were significantly fewer than that of the Appraiser Hall. Almost 70% of the books were for 2-star Formation Masters and below. Having completely comprehended that level, there was no need for Zhang Xian to go through those books once more. As such, it didn't take him long to collect the books. In just 2 hours, he already had all of them duplicated in the Library of Heaven's Path. With this collection, he had sufficient books to form Heaven's Path Formation Art 3 Dan and 4 Dan. Another 2 hours passed, and he finally managed to master them. Rubbing his glabella wearily, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Having collected so many books and cultivated 2 dawn of the Heaven's Path Formation Art, even though his cultivation had already reached half transcension, he still felt slightly faint-headed and his face was ghastly pale. But still, his hard work had brought him great benefits. In terms of knowledge on formation, he still might not be a match for guild leader Zhang. But in terms of setting up formations, the latter was definitely far from a match for him. More importantly, this is what inscribing a formation plate means. Inscribing a spirit-gathering formation sure isn't easy. With a deep understanding of formation plates, Zhang Xian finally understood why guild leader Zheng flew into a rage when he told him to finish it within 2 hours. Crafting a formation plate was equivalent to carving a massive formation onto a place the size of a palm. Furthermore, it had to be aligned with the environment. As such, the difficulty of the matter was extremely great. This was especially so for spirit-gathering formations. The timing of half a month that the other party gave was actually truly the fastest speed possible already. It's true that using ordinary means to inscribe a formation plate will be difficult. However, if I were to use the Heaven's Path Formation Art to do so, it would be much easier. Ordinary formations had to follow the blueprint strictly and ensure that the layout was aligned with the environment, thus making the process incredibly complex and troublesome. A single wrong mark could potentially result in the formation being ruined. On the other hand, the Heaven's Path Formation Art emphasized on continuity and smooth flow instead. There was more flexibility in it. Thus, using the Heaven's Path Formation Art to inscribe the same blueprint would be many times simpler than using ordinary means. The preparation of the Sea of Formations should be ready by now. I should go over and take a look. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian decided to put aside the matter regarding the formation plate for the moment and walked out of the library. Now that he had assimilated the books within the library, his understanding of formations had deepened. It was time for him to try out the Sea of Formations and become an official formation master. The Sea of Formations is just a name. Rather than an actual sea, it's just a long corridor. It is located at the 3rd floor of the Formation Master Guild, and countless formations are set up in the area. As long as one walks into the area, one will be at risk of being confined, beguiled, and even dying. That is because there are all kinds of formation in there, and that includes slaughter formations as well. But there's no need for you to worry. Every single examinee will be given a formation amulet. When you meet with true danger, you just have to crush it and the formation will immediately come to a halt. At the long corridor of the Sea of Formations, a young man gestured to the surroundings as he explained the entire proceedings to his 2 juniors. The 3 of them had come from the same teacher. It was the first time the 2 juniors behind was taking the Formation Master examination, whereas the senior in front was here to take his 2-star examination. At this moment, the 2 juniors were slightly nervous. Their lips had turned white and their palms were soaked with sweat. There's no need to worry. I'll pass the first stage later on to give you all a demonstration of the happenings inside. Remember, the formation which one will undergo is completely random, so my experience is only for reference purposes. You mustn't deal with it the exact same way as I did. Do you understand? The senior said. Senior, rest assured. We'll pay some attention to it. Let's pass the examination so as to not let teacher down. The two juniors behind clenched their fists tightly. Good. I'll demonstrate the examination to you all now. Take note, regardless of which formation you meet with, don't be too anxious to get through with it. You must analyze it calmly, as only then will you find the life gate and break out from it. Seeing the humility of his juniors, the senior nodded his head in satisfaction, after which he turned around and began walking over to the long corridor of the sea of formations. Wong. As soon as he stepped in, mist immediately appeared. A formation had been activated, trapping the senior entirely. The first stage of the sea of formations, a grade 1 formation. That wall. The duo turned to look at the wall by the side. By the side of the corridor, there was a wall made of special crystal which showed the situation of the one challenging the examination clearly. Their senior's figure was currently reflected on the wall, and at this moment, he was observing the situation around him with his eyebrows knitted together. In order to break out of the formation, one had to decipher the formation first. One had to know what kind of formation it was, where the life gate, death gate, and weakest link were. If one couldn't find these, one would never be able to break out of the formation regardless of how strong one was. Who? A compass appeared in the senior's palm, and he studied it intently with a lowered gaze. After which, he took 3 steps left and 3 steps right, trying to test the formation's reaction. A short period of time later, his eyes suddenly lit up, as though having discovered something. Chuckling lightly, he started walking toward a direction at which he had decided upon. At the same moment, he gathered strength in his palm and struck out. Who? A buzzing sound echoed, and the mist disappeared. A figure appeared before the duo again. It was their senior. Did you see that? This is the first stage. As long as you analyze it carefully and determine the origin of the flow of spiritual energy, as well as the various changes that occurs with your movements, you'll be able to deduce what kind of formation it is, confirm your current location, and find the life gate. And just like that, you'll be able to break out of the formation. After clearing the first stage, the senior didn't proceed straight on to the second stage. Instead, he turned around and explained the various happenings to the duo. He was here to take the 2-star formation master examination. The 1-star examination didn't pose much of a challenge to him anymore, and the only reason he took it was just to give a demonstration to his juniors, as well as to calm their nerves. Yes. The 2 juniors nodded their heads. There wasn't anything wrong with the words of their senior, but the situation was very different when one was trapped in a formation. The surroundings would be completely different. There would be no point of reference, and it would be extremely easy for one to get lost. The most one could do was to analyze the flow of spiritual energy, determining what kind of formation one was trapped in, and where one was positioned within the formation would be extremely difficult. There were more than several thousand types of grade 1 confinement formation. The same type of formation could be divided into several hundreds of subtypes. If one didn't possess vast understanding of formations, deciphering and escaping from it would be nigh impossible. All right, I'm going to challenge the second stage now. Regardless of whether I succeed or not, you all should try to look properly and learn from my experience. Saying so, the senior took a deep breath and his gaze turned grave. As a 1-star pinnacle formation master, he was more than confident in clearing the first stage. However, the second stage would be difficult for him. Who? Stepping forward, the formation within the second stage was immediately activated. Just like before, a figure appeared on the wall by the side. Why isn't senior moving at all? Turning their gazes over, the 2 juniors soon realized that the movements of their senior had been peculiar ever since he stepped into the second stage. Previously, he immediately took out the compass and began walking around to analyze the formation. But now, it seemed as though he was in a daze, not moving at all. The white-robed junior suddenly thought of something and asked, "Crap, it couldn't be an illusion formation, could it?" Illusion formation? The green-robed junior's eyes widened in shock. An illusion formation interfered with one's psyche directly. As soon as the formation was triggered, those within would be plunged into a scenario that the formation master had prepared beforehand, leaving them unable to collect themselves. As such, it was more feared than confinement formations. Confinement formations were similar to a cage in the sense that even though one might be unable to escape, one was at least able to retain their thoughts and consciousness. However, in an illusion formation, one's thoughts would be forced to wander, and at that moment, one would forget even one's own name and purpose. Under such circumstances, there wasn't the slightest possibility of escape. Hoo. Just as the duo was in doubt, the pale face of their senior in the formation gradually grew more and more savage. His junshi grew erratic, and he randomly struck out at thin air, as though a lunatic. Pooh. After a period of time, it seemed like his junshi had been fully expended, and he spewed a mouthful of blood. Only then did he regain his consciousness and hurriedly crush the jade token in his hand. The mist disappeared, and he appeared before his two juniors once more. However, this time, his face was withered. The second stage failed. Senior. The senior's confident disposition from before had disappeared without a trace. Instead, as he walked over, he looked like a defeated rooster. His two juniors felt even more flustered. It's normal to fail when challenging the sea of formations. I can only say my luck is bad for having triggered an illusion formation. Swallowing a pill, the senior's complexion improved slightly. Turning to his two juniors, he smiled awkwardly. Indeed, illusion formations are simply too difficult. The green-robed junior said, if only it was a confinement formation, senior would have definitely passed and become a 2-star formation master. The white-robed junior said, indeed, if it was a confinement formation, I'm confident that I would have cleared the stage. Seeing that the admiration his two juniors had for him didn't falter in the least, the senior heaved a sigh of relief. I've done some research on the matter, and for the past decade, there was a total of 88 challengers for the 2-star formation master examination. Of that, there were 22 times that an illusion formation was triggered, but there wasn't a single person who cleared the stage in those 22 times. Those who cleared the examination were mainly those who faced confinement formation and beguilement formation. What about slaughter formation? Slaughter formation? The senior shook his head. That's even more impossible to clear. A single wrong move would spell death. It is already a blessing if one can survive within it, lest be said, escape from it. It's that difficult. Upon learning how scary slaughter formations were, the two juniors began to tense up once more. Let me tell you honestly, no one has ever succeeded with an illusion formation or a slaughter formation before. Later on, when you enter, as soon as you realize that something is amiss, it's best that you crush the jade token immediately. There's no point struggling needlessly. The senior instructed grimly. Yes. The two juniors nodded their heads. Rest assured, senior. If we encounter an illusion formation or a slaughter formation, we'll give up immediately. Since even you are unable to clear them, how could others possibly succeed? At the very least, I doubt that anyone in this guild would be able to do it. Just as the duo was complimenting their talented senior, at the entrance of the corridor of the Sea of Formations, a young man walked over lazily. The young man looked younger than them, probably below 20. His eyes were reddened with blood vessels, and it looked as though he hadn't slept for several days consecutively. Exhaustion was the only thing one could see from his face. Who is this fellow? Why haven't I seen him before? The trio was taken aback. They had been in the Formation Master Guild for a minimum 5 years by now, and there wasn't a single apprentice or Formation Master that they didn't recognize. But that young man in front was completely unfamiliar to them. He's probably some apprentice who have just joined. With just one look, it's clear that his mental fortitude is lacking. He probably hasn't slept for several days due to anxiety for the examination. That's why he's in such a state. Indeed, even his eyes are red. To think that the Sea of Formations could scare someone to this extent. The two juniors sneered. They were embarrassed over their previous anxiety, but this fellow topped them on it. His clothes were unkempt, and his posture was slackened. With just one look, it was clear that he hadn't slept for several nights out fear. What's wrong with the guild? Isn't there a limited number of slots every year for those taking the examination? How can a person like him challenge the sea of formations as well? The senior frowned as well. Chapter 483 Kick 1, and on top of that, one had to pay an exorbitant fee as well. Clearing the sea of formations would make one an official formation master, but not everyone was qualified to challenge it. One had to make a request beforehand, and the guild leader had to approve it personally, after which it had to be discussed upon during the conference of the elders, and a selection process would be conducted. And on top of that, one had to pay an exorbitant fee as well. Since this fellow was here, he must have obtained an approval beforehand. When did the guild fall to such a level that even a person with such poor mental fortitude could take on the examination as well? It was one thing for him to be deprived of sleep, but more importantly, what that displeased him was the attitude of this fellow when facing the sea of formations. There wasn't a single person who came to take the examination that didn't carry fear and respect for it. In a sense, this could be considered as one's respect for the occupation as well. Yet, this fellow was behaving so casually here. Was he that confident in the examination? Disgusted, the senior instructed, "Let him go first. You can learn from his counter-example when he fails." Yes, the two juniors nodded their head with a gleeful expression on their faces. They didn't carry any doubt that this fellow would definitely fail. The young man who had left the trio speechless was Zhang Xian, who had rushed here from the library. After reading books for such a long period of time and mastering to dawn of the Heaven's Path formation art, it would be a miracle if he wasn't slightly withered. Thus, as he walked over to the sea of formations, he adjusted his breathing to rid himself of his fatigue. Before long, he arrived before the trio. Noticing that the gazes of the trio were on him, Zhang Xian asked them doubtfully, "Are you all here to challenge the sea of formations as well? We're still conditioning ourselves. If you wish to go first, feel free." Seeing how that fellow didn't carry the slightest respect in his tone when facing an official formation master, the senior flung his sleeves and harumphed. "Oh, since you all aren't in a hurry, I won't stand on ceremony then." It had been a while since he had arrived at the Formation Master Guild, and Zhang Xian was in a hurry. Since the other party was willing to allow him to go first, Zhang Xian chose to not turn the offer down. With a smile, he nodded his head and walked in. To go in without any preparation? Isn't he taking this too lightly? Seeing how the other party didn't try to push the offer or even look at them before rushing straight into the sea of formations, the trio felt as though their vision was spinning. That was the sea of formations. There was no formation master who didn't feel fear for it. To charge right in without even claiming the jade token to stop the formation, wasn't he being too brazen? He's just asking for trouble. Even Senior was unable to clear it easily, and yet this fellow dares to charge in without preparation. What else can this be other than courting death? The green-robed junior harumphed. Indeed, I bet that he'll be trapped in the first stage. By then, he will understand how fearsome formations are. The white-robed junior smirked. Wong. At that moment, the young man walked into the corridor, triggering the formations. A mist slowly rose, shrouding his figure. At the same time, the young man's figure appeared on the wall beside. Woo-woo-woo. Spiritual energy flowed in the surroundings of the young man as though billowing clouds, sealing off his five senses entirely, leaving him incapable of discerning directions at all. It's a confinement formation. Given how concentrated the white mist of spiritual energy is and how fast it is flowing, if I'm not mistaken, he must have activated the Cloud Ocean Confinement Formation. The senior recognized the formation. When one was trapped in a formation, one had to use a compass to determine one's location and analyze the spiritual energy flow to determine the type of formation. But when spectating from the outside, one could easily deduce the type of the formation through its physical properties. This was much more efficient and accurate than the former. As the saying goes, it is the passers-by who sees things clearly. Cloud Ocean Confinement Ocean? That is the most complex formation among the Grade 1 formations, and it is the hardest to deal with as well. That formation seals all of one's senses, leaving one unable to determine anything at all. Even if one could use a compass to discern one's location, If one can't accurately decipher the formation, it'll be hard to escape from it. They didn't expect this fellow's luck to be that bad. To think that he would meet with such a formidable confinement formation as soon as he entered. The two juniors shook their heads in sympathy. Even if he was lacking in capability, if he were to meet with an easy formation, he might still be able to clear it. However, having encountered such a formidable confinement formation, he could only raise his hands to surrender. See, even if you meet with a confinement formation, it doesn't necessarily mean that you can break out of it. Thus, you must be on your toes at all times, and, by no means, should you underestimate the formation you are in. You mustn't be like this arrogant and ignorant fellow. He's just looking for trouble. Seeing how that fellow inside didn't even bother taking out a compass, the senior shook his head, turned to his two juniors, and advised them. However, before he could finish his words, his two juniors widened their eyes simultaneously, and their faces started twitching violently. What's wrong? Seeing the two of them lose their composure, the senior frowned. Teacher has already told you that before challenging the sea of formations, you must focus your attention and avoid getting arrogant or anxious. Look at what state you are in. How do you expect to succeed like that? That's not it, senior. Look. With a reddened face, the green-robed junior hurriedly pointed to the front. What's there to make a fuss about? Isn't he just trapped in the confinement formation? Don't worry. If he isn't out within 2 hours, the formation will dispel itself automatically. This is just a confinement formation. His life isn't at risk. Harumphing, the senior turned around and his latter words immediately jammed in his throat. His body stiffened and his lower jaw fell to the ground. What? He thought that what he would see was a helpless young man trapped in a confinement formation, but contrary to his expectation, the young man was standing quietly not too far away, shaking his head calmly, and the mist that had shrouded around him had disappeared without a trace. In other words, the cloud ocean confinement formation which had left him fearful had already been broken. To stop the formation entirely? I thought you wouldn't be able to overcome it? Even if you have the capability to do so, surely you don't have to be so fast? You didn't even bother taking out the compass or discern the flow of spiritual energy, and yet, in the time that I was lecturing my two juniors, the formation was already gone. Do you need to be so extreme? What just happened? Frenzied, the senior hurriedly asked. We also didn't see it carefully. We only saw him kicking the formation. Then, it simply disappeared. The green-robed junior said. It disappeared with a kick? What in the world are you talking about? The senior's face darkened. I'm asking you how the other party overcame the formation, and you're telling me that he kicked it? Kick your head. Do you think that a formation is a living being that will stop with a single kick? If that is true, then we, formation masters, would have long gone out of business. This occupation wouldn't have been the dreams and fears of so many people. It was really just a kick. With his mouth twitching violently, the green-robed junior protested. He was already nearly on the verge of tears. He had seen with his own eyes that the other party sent a kick at the formation and it immediately stopped. But how could a grade 1 pinnacle cloud ocean confinement formation be broken so easily? It was indeed just one kick. The white-robed junior nodded his head in a daze. Even he saw it. I'm not mistaken. Upon seeing his fellow peer confirming his words, the green-robed junior ascertained that he wasn't insane and hurriedly nodded his head. Kick? The senior felt frenzied. Your heads must be the one that was kicked for you, all to say such ridiculous words. Formations are intangible. Do you think it makes sense for them to be kicked? Enough. Regardless of whatever method he used, it's just the first stage, so it's still within an acceptable difficulty range. I don't think he'll be able to do it as easily for the latter stages. Seeing that his two juniors were getting incoherent, the senior waved his hands and looked at the young man in front intently. Since he missed it previously, he was determined not to miss the other party's actions this time. He had to get to the bottom of the matter and see what method that fellow used to break out of the formation. After all, it hadn't been too long since his juniors started learning about formations. It was possible that they were deceived by some bizarre method used by the other party, thus missing the true way. Thus, he gathered his attention to look at the young man. As expected, The young man who just escaped from the Cloud Ocean confinement formation didn't just stop right there. He proceeded on to the next stage. Wong. Soon, he came into contact with the formations of the second stage, and a white mist rose up, shrouding the young man once more. It's an illusion formation. The senior narrowed his eyes. After being plunged into an illusion formation a moment ago, he was already rather fearful of it. Judging from the type of mist and the movement of the spiritual energy, he immediately deduced that the fellow had met with one, and from the looks of it, it didn't seem at all inferior to the illusion formation he encountered previously. Illusion formation? His two juniors were stunned. Sympathy immediately appeared on their faces. Honestly speaking, this fellow was truly unlucky. He met with such a formidable confinement formation in his very first stage, so they thought that perhaps his luck might be better in the second stage. Yet, he met with the illusion formation which their senior failed at. That's right. In the formation, the clear air is rising while the turbid air is sinking. The collision of the two produces a unique moaning sound, which will cause those hearing it to suffer from hallucinations. That was precisely how I unwittingly fell under the illusion previously, the senior said with a grim expression. Even now, when he recalled the experience from before, he couldn't help but feel fearful. As soon as he stepped into the formation, before he could even react, the unique sound reached his ear and assaulted his psyche, causing his consciousness to become fuzzy. For a moment, he was completely helpless and defenseless. If not for his body being jolted due to the depletion of his junqi, he would have probably been unable to pull himself out from the illusions. It's that fearsome? The white-robed junior narrowed his eyes. Doesn't that mean that he has no chance of succeeding at all? Breaking out of an illusion formation requires one to have high mental fortitude. If one's mental fortitude doesn't reach a certain level, it'll be very difficult to escape from it. Given how he isn't even 20, even if he started cultivating from a very young age, how strong can his mental fortitude be? Even I have failed, lest be said. Him. The senior shook his head. He didn't see how that fellow had passed, but it showed that the other party possessed a certain level of aptitude in formations. However, illusion formations were simply too difficult. It wasn't just about one's comprehension of formations. More importantly, it was about one's mental fortitude. If one couldn't maintain a calm and impervious mind, it was very easy for it to get confused and lost, thus resulting in one's inability to pull out from the illusions. In order to deal with illusions, he had undergone tough training for countless months, but even so, he still failed in an instant. He found it hard to believe that a young lad who wasn't even 20 yet could do better than him. Look, he's starting to kick around randomly as well. The heck? Previously, when he succumbed to the illusion formation, he also began striking out randomly. This fellow was starting to show the same symptoms as well. However, before he could finish his words, his body suddenly trembled violently. As soon as the young man's leg kicked out, the corridor, which was filled with mist, suddenly cleared up. The formation had been broken again. Chapter 484 Kick 2-2-1 And yet, this fellow's random kick actually cleared away the formation? That was a grade 2 illusion formation. When he was within it, he found it hard to even discern reality from illusion. That was how fearsome it was. And yet, this fellow's random kick actually cleared away the formation? Are you messing with me? He had said that the junior's claim that the other party had broken through the formation with a single kick was nonsense previously, but this time, he had witnessed it personally. With a single kick, the illusion formation came to a halt. The overwhelming incongruity between reality and expectations left him on the verge of going mad. Possessing outstanding aptitude in formations, he had always been envied by his fellow classmates, and he managed to become a one-star formation master at a very young age. After driving himself to the core for many years to toughen up his mental fortitude, he still ended up losing himself as soon as he stepped into a grade 2 illusion formation. Yet, this fellow simply did a single kick, and the formation came to a halt. Did reality have to be so harsh? Did you collude with the formation to pull one over us? While he was on the verge of a mental breakdown, the anxious voice of the green-robed junior beside him sounded, "Senior, Do you think that it's calculated, or is he simply just randomly kicking around? Randomly kicking around? Have you seen anyone successfully breaking out of a formation by randomly kicking around? The senior's mouth twitched as his vision turned dark. He had seen people randomly kicking around to incapacitate an opponent. He had also seen people randomly kicking around and causing damage to their meridians, but he had never ever heard of a person destroying a formation with just a single kick. Formations were positioned to be aligned with the essence of the world. They were an unsubstantial existence, reminiscent to one's environment. Have you seen anyone destroying their environment through a kick? Thus, it was impossible for this kick to be of random nature. It was a purposeful, well-thought-out, responsible, and decisive kick. It was a kick made after seeing through the facade, peering into the very essence, and determining the fundamental flaws. Otherwise, how could a single kick break a formation? It was intentional? Then, how strong must his grasp of formations be? The white-robed junior's lips went dry. Even teacher would find it hard to do the same. Their teacher was a famous 4-star formation master even within the guild, but even he was incapable of breaking a formation so easily. I have no idea either. However, as long as he continues attempting the examination, we might be able to see through something, the senior said, suppressing his shock. There was a limit to his eye of discernment, and as such, he failed to understand how the other party broke the formation. However, if he were to continue analyzing the other party's action, he might be able to notice something. Perhaps, he might even be able to learn a thing or two from the other party, and in the future, when meeting these types of formation, he would be able to break them easily. Continues attempting the examination? You mean that he would challenge the third stage? Given how easily he broke through a grade 2 illusion formation, he must be at least a 3-star formation master. Naturally, there's no reason for him to stop here. That's true. The trio hurriedly turned their gazes forward. Indeed, just like what they guessed, that exhausted-looking young man who seemed as though he would crumble at any moment continued advancing forward after clearing that illusion formation. At grade 3, a formation will require more than spiritual energy from the surroundings to drive it. Often, spirit stones will be placed at the formation core to power it. As such, the might of grade 3 formations is many times greater than that of grade 2, and with greater energy, there is more flexibility in the design as well. He won't be able to clear it as easily as he did before. The senior said gravely. All formations, regardless of the type or design, required energy to drive it. It was just like how cows eat grass and humans eat rice to move. There was nothing that could move without energy fueling it. As grade 1 and grade 2 formations were of low tier, they could be driven just by the absorbing spiritual energy from the surroundings. However, it was impossible for grade 3 formation to do the same. Even though formations could absorb spiritual energy from the surroundings, a grade 3 formation would still require an accumulation of several months before it could be used once. Taking the Great Xinyuan formation, for example, it had gathered an immense amount of energy over 1,000 years, but it was sap-dry just with a single usage. As the Sea of Formations was the examination criteria for formation masters in Honghai City, there were innumerable people who were waiting to challenge it every year. They couldn't expect it to recharge itself just by absorbing spiritual energy from the surroundings. Thus, often, spirit stones would be placed at the formation core to drive it. With energy from the spirit stones, the formations would be able to display much greater might than what they were normally capable of, thus making them harder to escape from. This young man had managed to overcome grade 1 and grade 2 formations easily, but in face of a grade 3 formation powered by spirit stones, he probably wouldn't be able to overcome it as easily as before. In the short time which the trio spent chatting, the grade 3 formation was triggered, and the young man suddenly disappeared amidst a white veil. In an instant, the figure on the wall seemed to have fallen into a treacherous trap. Descending flower petals alongside sharp glints of aura filled the surroundings, creating an extremely bizarre sight. The descending flower petals and sharp spiritual energy. Could this be the Qinghong falling petal formation? The senior's lips quivered, and he nearly fell to the ground from shock. Qinghong falling petal formation? What kind of formation is that? The two juniors turned to look at him. They were only apprentices, and they were here for the one-star formation master examination. As such, they weren't well-versed in some of the higher-tiered formations. It's a slaughter formation. The senior's voice quivered. Slaughter formation? The two juniors shuddered, and they nearly bit their tongues from shock. Of all the formations, illusion formation and slaughter formation were the most feared of all. Yet, this fellow managed to meet with the both of them. Wasn't his luck a little too bad? Illusion formations were already an exceedingly scary adversary. Even their senior was almost unable to free himself from it. So one can imagine how frightening slaughter formations are. This fellow didn't take the jade token before taking the examination. He couldn't possibly die inside, right? Suppressing his shock, the white-robed junior asked, "Is this slaughter formation formidable?" The Qinghong Falling Petal Formation is a Grade 3 pinnacle slaughter formation. It's said to be created by a man named Shun Qinghong 1,500 years ago. The entire ground serves as a trap in itself, leaving one with nowhere to escape to. One will find himself dying tragically in the beautiful scenery. This formation has once killed a transcendent Mortal 2 Dan expert, and it's known as the strongest among Grade 3 formations. Could anyone say it's not formidable? It was hard to tell whether the senior was nervous or scared, but his voice was slightly hoarse. Killed a transcendent Mortal 2 Dan expert? This is already comparable to a Grade 4 formation. The duo's eyes went wide in shock. Grade 1 formations were capable of killing Tongxian realm cultivators. Grade 2 formations were capable of eliminating Zhongshe realm cultivators. Grade 3 formations were capable of subduing Jizuan realm, half-transcension, and even prolonged longevity cultivators. And this slaughter formation actually managed to kill a transcendent Mortal 2 Dan. That was already comparable to the strength of some Grade 4 formations. This formation wasn't to be trifled with. Even though they were hearing it with their own ears, they still found it hard to believe. The green-robed junior couldn't help but ask, then, will he meet with any danger? That'll be hard to say. It'll depend on his strength and his defensive measures. If he has nothing up his sleeves, only one conclusion remains for him: death. Shaking his head, the senior was about to continue speaking when he frowned. Look, the formation is getting into action now. As he said those words, the sharp glints made of spiritual energy suddenly showed their ferocious side. As though arrows, they suddenly shot toward the young man from all directions. The might of every single glint was fearsome. Even a Jizuan realm expert would be easily impaled by them. It depends on how he deals with the situation now. If I were in his position, I would try to dodge those glints before looking for a plausible escape route. Putting himself in the other party's shoes, the senior began to analyze how the other party could escape from this calamity. But at that moment, that ordinary leg was lifted up once again. Who? Facing the rain of flower petals, he kicked. Isn't that courting death? Seeing that the fellow was still using the same move, the trio was frenzied. There were no threats on his life in a confinement formation and illusion formation, so his attempt to stop the formation with a kick could still be overlooked. However, this was a slaughter formation. Every single glint was a small dagger threatening to reap his life. There was no one who could possibly withstand their assault. And yet, he was kicking against them with his leg. May I ask, what in the world are you thinking? Frenzied, they were thinking that even if this fellow didn't die, his legs would also be sliced into innumerable pieces when the entire formation suddenly froze. Who? With a buzzing sound, the sharp glints in the air suddenly dissipated. The incomparably powerful formation, which would tear the young man apart at any moment, suddenly faded away as though snow melting in the presence of spring. The young man's figure appeared before the crowd once more. He broke the formation? He succeeded again? The trio looked at one another, and they could see the disbelief in their eyes. For a moment, it felt as though they were struck by a bolt of lightning. He broke the formation with a kick once again. What in the world is going on? The senior's body twitched. He felt a stifling sensation on his chest which made it hard for him to breathe. He thought that the other party had simply acted too quickly for him to properly discern what had happened, and as long as he could see it again, he would surely be able to determine the technique the other party used to break the formation and learn a thing or two from him. But from the looks of it now, it seemed like he was overthinking it, breaking a formation with a kick. It was futile no matter how many times he saw such an eccentric move. How was he supposed to learn that? It's not over yet, look. Am I mistaken? Or does it seem like he's going to challenge the fourth stage? The green-robed junior asked. Hearing those words, the other two immediately turned their gazes over. The young man who had just appeared in their sights shook his head, as though lamenting the formation's weakness, and started walking toward the fourth stage. If he were to pass the fourth stage, it would mean that he would be qualified as a 4-star formation master. A fellow who wasn't even 20 yet becoming a 4-star formation master? Who was the one who said that he wouldn't even pass the first stage? Who was the one who looked down on him just now? The trio felt their bodies stiffened, and they were on the verge of going mad. While the trio was about to lose their sanity, outside the corridor where the sea of formations was located, for incense sticks were lit in an incense pot. The smoke danced in the air, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Guild leader Zheng, what do you mean by that? You know that my 3 students are challenging the sea of formations today, and yet you still allowed that fellow to enter. Is this a personal attack? In front of the incense pot, a white-bearded elder lashed out furiously. 4-star formation master Wang Haoxuan, an elder of the Formation Master Guild. He was the teacher of the senior and juniors in the corridor. His 3 students were challenging the sea of formations today. This was something that had been decided upon 1 month ago. And yet, the guild leader simply came over and insisted on slotting someone in. He thought that the other party would be slotting his student, Xiaowu, and as that fellow seemed ready to take on the 3-star formation master examination already, yet, it turned out to be a young lad whom he had never even met before. Even if he didn't meet the other party before, if the other party possessed true capability, he would have nothing to say. However, look at that casual and lazy attitude. The other party seemed like he would fall asleep at any moment. Such a person was qualified to challenge the sea of formations as well? If he were to succeed, it wouldn't be too long before the sun starts rising from the west. Elder Wang, there's no need to be so infuriated. It'll help your students if another person were to challenge the sea of formations as well. Guild leader Zheng shook his head. If he is able to pass, that will of course be something good. However, look at his attitude. Do you think that he'll be able to pass? If he were to fail, won't he simply cause additional stress to my students? If they were to lose their composure, how are they supposed to take the examination? Wang Haoxuan harumphed. Challenging the sea of formation wasn't just about one's understanding of formations and skills. Mental fortitude also played an extremely important role. Otherwise, if one were to meet with an illusion formation, one would lose one's composure swiftly, and this could potentially result in failure. If those who challenged the examination along with them were to produce good results, it could serve as an encouragement for his own students to do well. But on the contrary, if the results were poor, it might leave his students feeling apprehensive, and this would prevent them from doing well. Don't worry. The reason why I slotted him into the examination is because I am confident in his ability. There's no need to worry. While consoling the other party, the fire on the first incense stick suddenly flickered and extinguished. This incense stick was known as the incense of the formation sea. It was forged alongside the sea of formations, and it would light itself as soon as someone challenged it. It would take exactly 2 hours for each incense stick to burn all the way down. If the incense doesn't extinguish by itself during this period of time, it would mean that the challenger had failed to clear the stage and vice versa. If the fire on the incense stick were to extinguish, the formation inside would automatically shut down. This was the reason why the senior said that even if one were to be trapped in the formation, there was nothing to worry about. Thus, the incense of the formation sea served both as a timer and a switch. The 4 incense sticks represented the 4 stages in the sea of formations respectively. Since the fire on the first incense stick was extinguished, it meant that someone had cleared the first stage. How about it? He has successfully passed the first stage. What else do you have to say? Upon seeing the sight, guild leader Zheng chuckled. My students entered much earlier than him. Who knows? What if one of them is the one challenging the examination? Wang Haoxuan harumphed. Even though the extinguishing of the incense stick's fire meant that someone had successfully cleared the stage, there was no way of telling who it was. It had only been around 2 minutes since that fellow who was on the verge of knocking out had only just entered, so how could it be him? It must be his students. That is possible as well. Taken aback, guild leader Zhang soon nodded his head in agreement. Even though he had witnessed Zhang Xian's astonishing speed in setting up formations, he had no idea about his ability in breaking formations, so he didn't dare to jump into conclusions. Even though the first stage was just a grade 1 formation, he knew that even he would be unable to clear it so swiftly. Thus, he also found it hard to accept that Zhang Xian was the one who cleared the challenge. Since it's your student who cleared the stage, there's even less need for you to worry. Shaking his head, guild leader Zhang smiled. However, before he could finish his words, the fire on the second incense stick flickered and abruptly extinguished. The second stage has been cleared? Shocked. It hadn't even been a minute since the first stage was cleared, and the second stage was already cleared? How could anyone be that fast? With a perplexed expression, guild leader Jing asked, "This is your student?" Wang Haoshuan's face froze. He knew the capability of his students very well. It would at least take 10 to 20 minutes, or even longer for them to clear a single stage. To break out of a formation in less than a minute, that was way too fast. Gotcha. Just as they were overwhelmed with shock, they saw the fire of the third incense stick flicker and extinguish. The third stage has been cleared as well? Wang Haoshuan nearly burst into tears. No matter how great his expectations for his students were, he knew that this was an impossible feat for the three of them. Of those three, one was intending to take on the 2-star Formation Master examination, while the other two was challenging the 1-star examination. Since the one challenging the examination cleared even the third stage so swiftly, it could only mean that it was someone else. It's that fellow from before? With widened eyes, Wang Haoshuan exchanged glances with guild leader Zhang, and the two of them fell into a frenzy. They weren't surprised by the other party's feat of clearing the third stage, but that he was simply too fast. They could still accept it if the other party was able to clear the first and second stage easily. However, the formations in the third stage were driven by spirit stones, and even they would be slightly troubled to break out of them. To do it so quickly, how in the world did he accomplish it? Since he cleared the 3 stages so quickly, do you think he'll pass the 4th one as well? Recovering from the shock, the group immediately turned their eyes onto the final incense stick. This incense stick represented the 4th stage, as well as a grade 4 formation. If the other party succeeded in clearing the 4th stage as well, that would truly be fearsome. A 4-star formation master who wasn't even 20 yet? More importantly, for him to break out of all those formations so swiftly, exactly how deep was his understanding of formations? This was something they dared not imagine in the past. Wang. Just as they were harboring such thoughts, the fire on the 4th incense stick suddenly flickered, and for a moment, it looked as though it would extinguish at any moment. However, in the end, it stabilized and was reignited again. It didn't extinguish. It seems like that fellow didn't pass the 4th stage. I guess it's to be expected. After all, grade 4 formations aren't that easy to overcome. Seeing the flame on the 4th incense stick, it was clear that the person inside had failed to clear the challenge. Thus, Wang Haoshuan shook his head. The speed at which that fellow had cleared the stages had frightened him. He thought that the other party might be able to clear a grade 4 formation easily as well. However, from the looks of it, the other party hadn't reached such a level yet. But that was to be expected. After all, even he couldn't guarantee that he could break every single kind of grade 4 formation. Needless to say, a young fellow who wasn't even 20 yet. If he were to succeed, that would be truly a miracle. But in any case, it is already formidable for him to become a 3-star formation master in his first examination. Guild leader Zhang was slightly disappointed. From the speed and acuity at which that fellow set up the grade 2 spirit gathering formation, he thought that the other party's comprehension of formations wasn't beneath him. But it seemed like there was still some disparity between them after all. Even so, given how he was able to reach 3-star at such a young age, as long as he were to work hard, it would just be a matter of time before he becomes a 4-star or even 5-star formation master. He didn't clear the 4th stage? Seems like. Zhang sure isn't omnipotent as well. Hall Master Sai stood behind the duo. After seeing that the fourth incense stick wasn't extinguished, he shook his head as well. He thought that this fellow would cause a great chaos in the midst of challenging the sea of formations, just like how the other party did when he challenged the harmonious stream of flowing goblets. However, it seemed like he was just worrying excessively. At his age, it was already extremely incredible for the other party to be a master teacher and a 5-star appraiser. If the other party were to be a 4-star formation master on top of that, he might have to start doubting the meaning of life already. Heaving a sigh of relief, he was just about to go to the corridor to wait for the young man when the ground suddenly shook. Hong long long. The sound of a millstone being turned reverberated in the air as though an earthquake. What happened? A grave expression immediately appeared on everyone's faces, and even guild leader Zheng's eyebrows were knitted together. The group started looking around warily. Who? Suddenly, the warmth in the room vanished and a bone-chilling breeze of air blew in. Pacha! At that moment, the flame on the fourth incense stick suddenly extinguished, and soon afterward, with a crisp sound, the pot cracked open. The guild's eternal spring formation, which is sustaining the sea of formations, has been broken? Upon realizing something, guild leader Zheng's vision darkened, and he nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. Given that there were innumerable formations in the sea of formations, naturally, a larger formation had to be set up to control and manage them. And this formation happened to be the Eternal Spring Formation, which regulated the interior conditions of the Formation Master Guild. Since the warmth had suddenly disappeared from the air, and the incense pot suddenly cracked, there could only be one possibility. That was that the formation had been stopped. In other words, someone had broken it. But that was a grade 5 formation. Back then, the headquarters had specially sent an expert down here to set it up. Who could be possibly of achieving such a feat? In an instant, a frenzied expression appeared on everyone's faces. Could it be Zhang Shi? With trembling bodies, a thought suddenly popped in Guild Leader Zhang and Hall Master Sai's minds. The core of the formation was located in the depths of the Sea of Formations. At the current moment, that fellow, who was challenging the fourth stage of the Sea of Formations, was the closest to it. Other than him, they couldn't think of any other culprit. But if it was really him, how in the world did he manage to stop the formation? Guild Leader Zhang had a dazed expression on his face. There were specific tricks to breaking a formation. What kind of trick did the other party use to be able to clear the stages so quickly, going to the extent as to be able to break even a grade 5 formation? Just as the group was overwhelmed with shock, a few figures walked out from the corridor. They were the 3 students who were supposed to challenge the Sea of Formations. Given that the formation operating the corridor had been broken, there was no way for the examination go continue on. Thus, there was no point for them to remain there, and so they came out. What happened? Wang Haoshuan walked up and asked. That person who just entered broke all of the formations. The senior shuddered as he spoke. Broke all of the formations? So fast? Guild leader Zheng walked forward and asked, how did he do it? Did he use Grandmaster Hongbei's Celestial Chasing Formation Breaking Art, Grandmaster Nanyang's Energy Seeking Formation Breaking Art, or the 5-element Formation Master Senior Sai Yang's Force Accruing Formation Breaking Art? Of all techniques I know, only these 3 can achieve such speed. Ah, guild leader. Seeing that the most authoritative person in the entire guild was questioning him personally, the senior was taken aback and his face paled. Reporting to the guild leader, he didn't use any of the 3 techniques. He didn't? Then what technique did he use? To the extent of my knowledge, these 3 are already the strongest and most formidable formation-breaking techniques. Already guild leader Zhang frowned. Were there even stronger techniques that he was unaware of? What he used was... The senior's face distorted in frenzy and disbelief. A kick. Chapter 485. Quasi 4-star Formation Master A Kick. Guild leader Zheng and Wang Haoshuan were taken aback. They were baffled. What kind of formation-breaking technique was called a kick? That's right. From the first stage to the 4th stage, before all of the formations, he simply kicked, and then the formation simply stopped. The senior said, a kick each? You mean that He used a kick to break the formation? Guild leader Zheng and Wang Haoshuan nearly spewed blood. Yes. The senior nodded his head. The two great four-star formation masters stared at one another. Yes? Yes, your head. What kind of formation-breaking technique is that? Do you think that makes sense? Senior is right. He simply kicked each of them to overcome the formations. The both of us saw it ourselves too. Seeing the disbelief in the guild leader and their teacher's eyes, the two juniors immediately stepped forward to testify. Could it be that he was lucky such that the formations he met were some of the more basic and simpler? Since there were three people saying the same words, Wang Haoshuan knew that it was unlikely to be a lie. Thus, he tried asking from another perspective. In the sea of formations, the formation one triggered was completely random, and so, luck played an important role in the examination. For the other party to pass all four stages so swiftly, could he have met with the weakest formations of each grade? Lucky? The trio's mouths twitched. We've never met a person who is as unlucky as he is. In the first stage, he encountered the Cloud Ocean Confinement Formation. In the second, an Illusion Formation. In the third, the Qinghong Falling Petal Formation. Cloud Ocean Confinement Formation? Illusion Formation? Qinghong Falling Petal Formation? Just by hearing the formations the other party encountered in the first three stages, the two four-star formation masters nearly fell to the ground. Those were formations unparalleled in their respective grade. For a person to meet all of them in a single examination. Are you for real? How unlucky must one be for that to happen? More importantly, even though he met with those formations, he still managed to clear the stages so quickly. He even went to the extent of breaking the great formation sustaining the guild. What was the formation for the fourth stage then? Guild leader Zheng hurriedly asked. Could the formation for the fourth stage be relatively easier? If I'm not wrong, it seemed to be the Drunken Heart Beguilement Slaughter Formation, the senior said. Drunken Heart Beguilement Slaughter Formation, the grade 4 pinnacle formation which fuses Beguilement Formation and Slaughter Formation together? Guild leader Zheng exclaimed in shock. He thought that after the fellow was unlucky for the first three stages, his luck might get better in the fourth one. Who knew that he would meet with the worst of the lot? That was definitely the most fearsome formation within the sea of formations. Ordinary formations only took on one type. They were either Illusion Formation, Slaughter Formation, Beguilement Formation, or Confinement Formation. Under normal circumstances, there would be no overlap between the two. But this formation had complemented the two together in a very profound manner. In other words, if one were to be trapped in it, one would first be beguiled before being slaughtered. Even guild leader Zheng had to admit that it would be difficult for him to survive if he were trapped in it. Yet, not only was the other party fine, he even broke the formation and went ahead to get rid of the guild's main formation. Did you have to be so extreme? Indeed. After stepping into the formation, his eyes were dazed for a moment, so I thought that his mind might have succumbed to the formation. But in the end, with two consecutive kicks, the Drunken Heart Beguilement Slaughter Formation broke down, and soon afterward, the great formation of the guild was stopped as well. Seeing that there was no way for the examination to continue on, we decided to just step out of the corridor. The senior explained, a grade 4 pinnacle formation and a grade 5 formation can be broken with a single kick. Guild leader Zheng and Wang Haoshuan felt as though their worldly horizons were crumbling down. By the side, Hall Master Sai slapped his forehead. He thought that Zhang Shi would at least a little more reasonable here, but it seemed like he was too naive. That fellow was just intent on causing trouble wherever he went. While the crowd was overwhelmed with shock, the main character of the entire saga walked out from the corridor. In truth, the current Zhang Xian was slightly nervous. The first three stages were extremely easy to him. Even without using the Library of Heaven's Path, with just a glance using the Eye of Insight, he could easily find the core of the formation and kick them to a stop. However, the final stage wasn't that easy. A grade 4 pinnacle beguilement and slaughter formation. If not for his soul depth having reached 12.0, the level equivalent to a 4-star master teacher, he would have surely lost his ability to think rationally as soon as he stepped in and died from the formation. At the crucial moment, He activated the strength of the library of Heaven's Path and found a few flaws. Knowing that it was too dangerous then, he didn't have the time to analyze the consequences of his actions, so he immediately kicked the two formations to a halt. Seems like it'll be best for me not to trifle with grade for formations in the future. Remembering the previous experience, Zhang Xian still felt a little fearful. If not for his high soul depth, he would have been dead by now. Since even a grade 4 formation was that scary, it was difficult to imagine how fearsome the higher-tiered ones were. Zhang Xian thought that formations were nothing but a decoration to him, especially since he could determine their flaws via the Eye of Insight and Library of Heaven's Path. However, he had just realized that his thinking was too naive. The truly formidable formations would kill one before one could even react. No matter how capable one was and how many flaws in the formation one knew of, it would be for naught. Zhang Shi, you managed to break through all of the formations? Just as Zhang Shi was preparing himself, he saw Guild Leader Zheng and Hall Master Sai walking over with a look of awe. I only stopped them temporarily. Zhang Xian shook his head. Breaking a formation meant destroying the formation core. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult for the formation to work again. On the other hand, stopping a formation was different. A formation which had its operation stopped was just a formation that had been switched off. One could still reactivate it after that. To summarize, it was just the difference of whether the formation core had been destroyed or not. Breaking a formation meant destroying the entire formation, while stopping a formation meant using a unique method to stop its operation. Even though the effects were similar on the surface, there was a huge difference between the two. Stop! Hearing those words, Guild Leader Zheng and the others heaved a long sigh of relief. If he had really destroyed the Sea of Formation's strongest grade for formation and the guild's main formation, then he, as the guild leader, would surely be held accountable. After explaining the matter, Zhang Xian asked, since I've managed to clear the Sea of Formations, can I be considered as an official formation master now? May I know what cultivation realm is Zhang Shi at? Guild Leader Zheng asked. I'm at half Transcension. However, I should be able to reach Transcendent Mortal One Dan within the next 2 days. Zhang Xian replied. Having compiled the Transcendent Mortal One Dan of the Heaven's Path Divine Art, as long as he managed to find a spirit-gathering formation, he should be able to achieve a breakthrough very quickly. One has to possess at least the strength of a Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan to apply for the rank of a 4-star Formation Master. Your cultivation is still lacking. Guild Leader Zheng frowned. Just as he had deduced before, the young man before him hadn't even reached the Transcendent Mortal Realm yet. Bestowing him the rank of a 4-star Formation Master wasn't quite possible. As one of the occupations of the Upper 9 Paths, one of the promotion criteria involved one's level of cultivation. Without a sufficiently high cultivation realm to match up with the rank, it wasn't possible for the rank to be bestowed to one. A moment later, Guild Leader Zheng said, how about this? Zhang Shi, I'll give you a quasi-4-star Formation Master emblem for the time being. At the same time, I'll report the matter to the headquarter, and if they give their approval, there will be no problems giving you the rank of a 4-star Formation Master. But even if they do not approve the request, given your talents, you should be able to easily reach Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan before 30. By then, you will be automatically given the rank without having to take the examination again. Quasi-4-star Formation Master? Zhang Xian was perplexed. There was such a rank? Indeed. This is how the guild deals with individuals who were able to pass the 4-star Formation Master examination when their cultivation hasn't reached the required level yet. It's the same for most guilds as well. There are some occupations that don't have a requirement on one's cultivation realm, and an emblem is bestowed straight after the candidate passes the examination, but those number in the minority, Guild Leader Zheng said. Take the appraiser occupation, for example. Right after Zhang Xian passed the examination, he was given a 5-star emblem. Quasi-4-star Formation Master works for me too. Then, can you give me the formation blueprint, flag, and core of a grade 4 spirit gathering formation? The main reason why he took the Formation Master examination was for this. Since he was already a quasi-4-star Formation Master, he should be qualified to obtain them. Wait a moment. Seeing that the other party was asking for the items, Guild leader Zhang shook his head with a bitter smile. He turned around to instruct Xiaowu, and the latter left the room. Not too long later, the latter returned a jade token, formation core, and flag in hand. This is the formation blueprint for a grade 4 spirit gathering formation. You can record it down, but make sure not to leak it out. Saying so, guild leader Zhang passed the jade token over. Nodding his head, Zhang Xian took the jade token and immersed his consciousness into it. A formation blueprint appeared in his mind, and it even described the various ways of setting it up when on the differing geographical terrain. Wait, this spirit gathering formation can only extract spiritual energy from 10 spirit stones at once? After reading the content and the introduction within, Zhang Xian's expression showed slight disappointment. The spirit gathering formation was formidable, but it could only extract spiritual energy from 10 spirit stones at once. 10 was a huge number for others, but to Zhang Xian, it was far too insufficient. A single spirit stone would break within 2 breaths of his cultivation. Even though 10 spirit stones could sustain him for a little longer, all in all, it was only 20 breaths. That wasn't really much of a difference from before. In the end, he still had to keep switching spirit stones in the formation while attempting to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation. To be capable of extracting spiritual energy from 10 spirit stone at once, this is already the most efficient spirit gathering formation in our guild. It is enough to sustain even the cultivation of a transcendent mortal 4-dan expert. Is it still insufficient for Zhang Shi? Guild leader Zhang frowned. A grade 4 spirit gathering formation could already be considered as top-notch within Myriad Kingdom Alliance. If one's cultivation hadn't reached the corresponding level, it would be very hard to set it up. If the other party still thought that it was insufficient, there was nothing he could do about it. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Xian carefully asked, "Is there a formation which can extract the spiritual energy from all of the spirit stones placed within, regardless of the quantity?" He needed to expend an ocean worth of spirit stone to reach transcendent mortal 1-dan. If he could only use 10 of them at once, he would surely waste a lot of time. It would be best if he could put in all of the required spirit stones at a single go. In this way, he could focus his attention on cultivating. It was just like the petrol tank of a car. If it was the size of a teacup, regardless of how many petrol stations there were on the way, one would be terribly inconvenienced. On the other hand, it would be much convenient if it was the size of a fish tank. No limits on the quantity? Guild leader Zheng's mouth twitched. There is one but, that is a grade 5 spirit gathering formation. Furthermore, I only have the formation blueprint. I don't have the formation flags and core. In Honghai City Formation Guild, the highest rank formation master, guild leader Zhang, was only at 4-star pinnacle. He wasn't capable of preparing a grade 5 formation so naturally, he didn't possess the materials required to set it up. Besides, these items were exorbitant, and if one's rank hadn't reached the level yet, it would be difficult to obtain the items. Only the formation blueprint. A deep frown was etched on Zhang Xian's forehead. He'd spent the entire day reading books and taking the formation master examination. Did he really have no choice but to accept this insignificant spirit gathering formation and cultivate slowly? If that was really the case, then it was really darned. Chapter 486. Imperial Jade Sword acknowledging its master indeed. Guild leader Zheng nodded his head. This formation blueprint was left behind by a 5-star formation master back when the branch was first built. Otherwise, as a 4-star branch, even if we were to apply for a grade 5 formation blueprint from the headquarters, we might not necessarily be able to obtain it. The formation blueprints in the Formation Master Guild was as strictly regulated as the pill formulae in the Apothecary Guild. One was only allowed to access resources corresponding to one's current level. If one were to come into contact with advanced topics when one's capability hadn't reached the required level, it would only harm oneself. As such, 4-star branches like the Honghai City Formation Guild was only qualified to collect grade 4 formation blueprints. If one wanted to access higher grade formation blueprints, one had to apply it from the headquarters and pay a certain price. Besides, this was only limited to the more basic grade 5 formation blueprints. As for the more profound materials, one would only have access to it when visiting a higher-tiered branch. Given how just the formation blueprint was so tightly regulated already, no more needed to be said about formation core and flags. Do I really have to head to higher-ranked Formation Master Guild? What in the world was this? He spent an entire day here, and it turned out that even though there was a grade 5 formation blueprint here, there wasn't formation flags and core to set it up. Was he supposed to build it out of thin air? The higher the grade of a formation, the higher the demand of the quality of the two items. These were fundamental needs, so there was no compromising over them. Was he supposed to head to the Blacksmith Guild to learn how to forge these items just over a spirit gathering formation? Putting aside how it would take up a lot of time, the Honghai City Blacksmith Guild might, due to its limited rank, be unable to access the corresponding information required, just like the Formation Master Guild. Besides, even if he could find the respective blueprints for the formation flag and core, it wasn't guaranteed whether he could find the required material for it to forge them. Rubbing his glabella, Zhang Xian was distressed. He thought that buying a spirit-gathering formation would be an easy and joyful matter, and he would be done in a moment's time. In the end, he spent several hours and the problem still wasn't solved yet. Actually, even without formation flags and core, it's not entirely impossible to set up a grade 5 formation. By the side, Elder Wang Haoxuan seemed to have recalled something and interjected. Zhang Xian was taken aback. Through the books he had read through, he knew that these two items were necessities to setting up a formation. These were the basic materials, and there was no way to avoid them. Could it be possible that there was some secret method to go around it? You mean that? Guild leader Zhang seemed to have thought of something as well, and he quickly shook his head. Are you joking with me? That's impossible to accomplish. Why? Seeing that the duo seemed to have an idea in mind, Zhang Xian asked curiously. What he means is inscribing a formation plate. Guild leader Zhang smiled bitterly. But inscribing a formation plate is even harder than setting up a formation. It'll be impossible for one to succeed unless one reaches the level of a 5-star formation master. Formation plate? Zhang Xian was taken aback. Indeed. Why didn't he think of it? The formation plate was a unique material that could substitute formation flags and core. On top of that, it'll be impossible to inscribe with it without a specialized carving knife. I once bought a blank formation plate from the appraiser hall and tried inscribing it myself. However, the surface was incredibly tough and ordinary blades couldn't even leave a mark on it. How is one supposed to inscribe on it like that? Guild leader Zhang shook his head. The higher the grade of a formation, the greater the requirement on the quality of the formation plate. If the formation plate was too weak, it could crumble even before the formation was triggered. The carving knives in the guild were only suited for the use of 4-star formation master. Even though they had a 5-star blank formation plate, those knives were simply insufficient to inscribe anything on it. Needless to say, draw out a formation. Can you bring the grade 5 spirit gathering formation and formation plate so that I can take a look? If I really can't think of any solution, I'll drop the matter. Even though Zhang Xian knew that what the other party said was true, he wasn't willing to give up on this chance. Thus, he made the request. All right. Seeing the other party's insistence, guild leader Zhang nodded. Flicking his wrist, a jade token and a blank formation plate appeared in his hands. These two objects were the most valuable resources of the entire guild. As such, he carried them with him everywhere he went. Grabbing hold of the jade token, Zhang Xian immersed his consciousness into it. Just like the Grade 4 Formation Blueprint Jade token from before, the Grade 5 Spirit Gathering Formation Blueprint was also extremely detailed. All kinds of demands were written clearly on it. Zhang Xian hurriedly remembered all of the details. It's indeed quite difficult to set up. Reorganizing the information in his mind, Zhang Xian sighed. Even though there was only a grade of difference between Grade 5 and Grade 4 formations, their difference was immense. If one's cultivation hadn't reached the required level, even if one had the formation flags and core, it would be very difficult to set it up properly. It was just like pill forging. Even if a 1-star apothecary possessed the pill formula of higher grade pills, he would still be unable to suppress the violent energy within the cauldron to forge a Grade 2 or Grade 3 pill. If the different ranks were so easy to overcome, there would be no need to create such a clear ranking system within the occupations. However, if I use the Library of Heaven's Path to find out the various errors and flaws in them, there's still a chance that I might succeed. With this cheat code, even though ordinary 4-star formation masters would be hard-pressed to prepare a formation of such a high grade, there was still a chance that Zhang Xian might succeed. Taking pill forging for example again, if there were no errors in the sequencing, one could easily guide a 1-star apothecary to forge a grade 2 pinnacle pill. Similarly, as long as there was no error in his sequencing, with just his cultivation as a half-transcension cultivator, there was still a good chance he could set up a grade 5 spirit gathering formation. But these were just thoughts. Without the required resources, there was nothing Zhang Xian could do at all. I should take a look at the formation plate. Dumping aside those miscellaneous thoughts, Zhang Xian took hold of the blank formation plate. The formation plate was black and heavy. It was a little hard to tell what it was crafted from, but if one were to only look at one of the surfaces, it resembled a smooth copper mirror. This is a carving knife. You can give it a try. Seeing that Zhang Xian was still carrying some hope over the matter, guild leader Zhang whipped out a carving knife with a flick of his wrist and passed it over to him. Grabbing hold of the knife, Zhang Xian drove the zhenqi in his body and slid it across the smooth surface of the formation plate. Jia! Jia! A screeching sound echoed. Even though the carving knife was sharp, it wasn't able to leave a single mark on the blank formation plate. Zhang Xian smiled bitterly. It seemed like what the other party said was true. Given how the carving knife couldn't leave a mark on it at all, it was impossible to inscribe the formation on it. Flaws. Frustrated, Zhang Xian muttered silently while holding the blank formation plate. Who? A book appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path. He slowly opened it. Grade 5 blank formation plate. Crafted using frigid silver and 9-inch gold by 5-star blacksmith Yang Shu. It is incomparably resilient, and only a spirit high-tier carving knife or a spirit intermediate-tier weapon paired with weapon intent can leave a mark on it. Flaws. Several flaws were detailed on the book. Sweeping through them, Zhang Xian realized that the flaws were beyond his current ability to exploit. Thus, he was preparing to put it down when he suddenly froze. A spirit intermediate-tier weapon paired with weapon intent can also leave a mark on it? A spirit high-tier carving knife was a tool specially made for 5-star formation masters. As such, it was impossible to obtain it. However, speaking of spirit intermediate-tier weapons, some of the transcendent mortal Fordan experts possessed them. Thus, it wasn't too difficult to find it in Honghai City. In fact, a lot of treasures that Hall Master Sai gathered were of that level. As for weapon intent, given that Zhang Xian had even comprehended sword heart already, it wasn't a problem at all. The sharp edge that weapon intent provided was sufficient to make up for the deficiency in the quality of the weapon. The more Zhang Xian thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. As such, with glowing eyes, Zhang Xian raised his head and said, I know how I can carve it now. Is there any one of you who have a spirit intermediate tier sword? May I borrow it for a moment? Spirit intermediate tier sword? Guild leader Zhang was taken aback. I have one. What do you need it for? I'll explain later. Just lend it to me for a moment. Zhang Xian said. All right then. Knowing that it was impossible for the other party to escape with his item, Guild leader Zhang flicked his wrist and passed a sword over. Grabbing over the sword, Zhang Xian slowly drew it from its sheath. A cold gleam immediately reflected on Zhang Xian's face. Even without infusing zhenqi into it, he could already feel overwhelming spiritual energy weighing down on him from it. As expected of a spirit intermediate tier weapon, it was truly much stronger than the weapons he had used before. Wong. However, as soon as the sword was out of the sheath, a spirit wave began pulsing out from the sword. The sword was trying to struggle free out of his grasp. A weapon of this tier also possessed its own spirit. It could acknowledge a master, and if someone who wasn't its master tried to wield it, it could possibly go berserk and even injure the wielder. I apologize. This sword has been with me for quite a long time, so it's a little apprehensive of strangers. Allow me to talk to it for a moment. Seeing that the sword was on the verge of escaping at any moment, Guild leader Zhang immediately walked up with a reddened face and stroked his finger on the blade of the sword, as though cajoling a lover. All right, Zhang sure needs your help for a moment, so listen to him obediently. Wang. Hearing guild leader Zhang speak up for Zhang Xian's stead, the sword seemed to have suffered a great injustice and its trembling grew even more intense. Cough cough, don't worry. I'll try again. Embarrassed, guild leader Zhang continued to stroke the sword and attempted to placate it. However, the sword didn't seem to be willing to give in at all. The more guild leader Zhang tried to persuade it, the more violent its response. Old Zhang, you've owned this imperial jade sword for a very long time already, but you haven't made it submit to you yet? Hallmaster Sai couldn't help but ask. He was the one who sold the sword to the other party 5 years ago. He didn't expect that the other party hadn't won the acknowledgement of the sword yet. Once a weapon acknowledged a master, it would respectfully listen to the commands of its master. In any case, it was impossible for it to react so violently. Cough cough. You know that the acknowledgement process is extremely complex. After accompanying it daily throughout the years, even eating and sleeping with it, the situation is already slightly better now. It's beginning to listen to my instructions now. Don't worry, give me an hour to talk to it. I guarantee you that there won't be any problems. Guild leader Zhang smiled awkwardly. There was no secret to making a spirit weapon acknowledge one. One had to accompany it daily and temper it with one's zhanqi. The imperial jade sword had been with him for nearly 5 years now, and the spirit was on the verge of recognizing him already. Even though he was still a long way off from achieving an acknowledgement, the relationship of the two of them was already intimate. If he were to talk to it, it would still listen to his words. An hour is a bit too long. Pass me your sword. Hearing that it would take so long to calm down a spirit intermediate tier weapon, Zhang Xian shook his head. Pass it to you? Guild leader Zhang was taken aback. Do you have an idea in mind? Unwilling to waste his time on words, Zhang Xian created a loop with his thumb and middle finger, and he struck the sword on its tip, blade, and hilt. Who? It was as though the sword had met something that had terrified it greatly, and it began to tremble violently. With a darkened complexion, Zhang Xian berated, You'd better stay put obediently. If you were to cause any more ruckus, I'll cripple you. Wang. Upon hearing those words, the sword immediately stopped its actions. Then, a sound reminiscent to the chiming of a bell sounded, reverberating straight within one's soul. Spirit euphoria. Guild leader Zheng's body froze and his eyeballs nearly popped out from their sockets. The imperial jade sword has acknowledged him as its master? This. What in the world happened? Chapter 487. Does anyone have a saber? The sword had accompanied him for 5 whole years, and the time he spent with it was even more than that of his own wife. Even so, he was still unable to fully tame it yet. On the other hand, the young man before him had only bellowed at it, and it immediately produced spirit euphoria. Euphoria your head. Could you be even more shameless than that? I treated you as though you were my ancestor, and not only did you not know gratitude, you even dumped me for someone else, acknowledging someone else as your master. Guild leader Zhang felt as though his heart was being torn apart by countless blades. His chest felt so stifled that he could spurt blood at any moment. His entire face had turned green. What the heck was this? Could it be that he had to use forceful measures on this sword to force it into submission? Seeing the awful complexion on his old friend, Hall Master Sai slapped his forehead. This was an overpowered appraiser who could even make the harmonious stream of flowing goblets acknowledge him. Wasn't earning the acknowledgement of the imperial jade sword a walk in the park for him? Zhang Shi is just borrowing your sword. He doesn't intend to take it away. Fearful that his old friend might pass out at this rate, he hurriedly sent a telepathic message over. Only after hearing those words did guild leader Zheng finally calm down. He suppressed the urge to spurt blood and turned to look at the young man as a sliver of doubt rose within him. Wasn't he going to inscribe on the formation plate? Why is he borrowing a sword? The other party had declared that he was going to try inscribing on the formation plate, so why in the world did he make the sword acknowledge him? It's to inscribe the formation plate. Grabbing the grade 5 blank formation plate, Zhang Xian flung his hand. Pong. The formation plate lodged itself onto the wall, not too far away as though a mirror nailed onto a wall. After securing the formation plate well, Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up and a ferocious might gushed out from him. Flicking his sword, a radiant aura shrouded it. Sword intent? Sword heart? Hearing the crisp buzz of the sword, guild leader Zhang narrowed his eyes. Despite being a transcendent mortal Fordan expert, he hadn't comprehended sword heart yet. To think that a fellow who wasn't even 20 yet would have reached such a level. Appraising, formation, and now sword heart. What in the world was he incapable of? Weapon intent is incomparably sharp, and the might of a spirit weapon infused with it can be brought up by a notch. It can't be that you intend to use the sword to inscribe the formation? As the thought arose in his mind, guild leader Zhang nearly choked on his own saliva. A grade 5 formation plate could only be inscribed on by a spirit high-tier inscribing knife. However, a tool of that level couldn't be found in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. This fellow couldn't possibly be thinking of complementing the sword with weapon intent to replace it. It was easy to make mistakes during the inscribing process, even with something as light and small as the inscribing knife. To use a sword directly. Are you here to play around? Using a sword to inscribe a formation. Putting aside whether I've seen it before, I haven't even heard of such a thing before. You must be pulling my leg. Using a sword to inscribe a formation? Hall Master sighed, and Wang Haoxuan's vision also darkened. This was no longer about being brazen. This was insanity. One might be able to wield a sword with astounding dexterity, but to use a 3 chi, 10 meters, long sword to inscribe marks that were countless times thinner than a strand of hair. How in the world did such a ridiculous notion even appear in his mind? Ding, 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 ding. But before he could recover from the young man's actions, a metallic sound coming from the contact between the sword tip and the formation plate sounded. Slowly, a thin mark appeared on the surface of the smooth formation plate. It's really possible? His vision went dark again. What kind of monster was this? To be able to draw formation marks with a sword. Exactly how adept was he with a sword? To think that I often make mistakes even when using a carving knife. Wang Haoxuan's lips trembled nonstop. Even as a 4-star formation master, he still often made mistakes while inscribing on a formation plate. Yet, the other party was using a sword, which meant that he had to inscribe from a distance of 3 chi away. Must you be so exaggerated? It's workable. Contrary to everyone's shock, upon seeing the formation marks appear on the blank formation plate, Zhang Xian's eyes gradually grew brighter and brighter. He had only thought of complementing the sword with sword intent to do the inscribing on a whim, so he didn't really give much of an expectation for it. Driving his soul depth to the limit, his eye of insight flickered as he measured the various imperceptible bumps and depressions on the formation plate. Holding the sword tightly, he strictly followed the method detailed in the Heaven's Path formation art to inscribe the formation on the plate. If a master teacher were here, he would definitely realize that Zhang Xian had reached a unique state at the moment, vanquishing facade, lucid mind, lucid analytical realm. After the state of mind to Dan heart of tranquil water was this lucid analytical realm. Knowledge was omnipresent, only waiting to be analyzed. At this realm, one would be able to peer through chaos to see the crux. At the same time, with a clearer mind, one's analytical power would grow substantially stronger. Paired with the eye of insight, Zhang Xian was able to inscribe the formation marks orderly, unaffected by any disturbances or emotions. Other formation masters had to use a carving knife to inscribe the thin formation marks, but Zhang Xian could do the same with a sword. While the Heaven's Path formation art played a part in that, what played a more significant role was this ability unique to only master teachers. To use a sword to inscribe a formation plate. It's no wonder why he can break formations with a single kick. Who in the world is this expert? By the side, the senior, juniors, and others were so shocked that their hearts were about to stop beating. Other people had to use carving knives to complete the delicate actions, but this fellow went on to use a sword instead. What left them even more frenzied was that he was able to do it as exquisitely as others. Even when witnessing it with their own eyes, they still found the entire sight incredulous. Ding, 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 ding. After an unknown period of time, Zhang Xian retracted his sword and came to a halt. Then, he began to pant heavily. Sword intent is an actualization of one's concentration. It's very easy for one to get exhausted by maintaining the state for a long time, not to mention when doing such a delicate job. Upon seeing his state, guild leader Zhang tried to persuade him. There's no need to hurry. A formation plate isn't something that can be inscribed completely within a day. You should take your time. Sword intent represented a cultivator's comprehension towards swordsmanship. Activating it for a short period of time was still manageable, but even with Zhang Xian's pure heaven's path Shinqi, maintaining it for an extended period of time wasn't too possible. Nodding his head, Zhang Xian began recuperating for a moment. He stared at the formation plate fixed on the wall with a grim expression. Even though his comprehension of sword intent had already reached the level of sword heart, he was still unable to maintain that state for extended periods of time. In just a short moment, he already found himself on the verge of collapsing. If he were to forcefully continue on, he might possibly wreck his previous efforts due to his unstable condition. If sword intent is a bottle filled with water, if it were to be poured out, there will come a point at which it will run dry. Frowning, Zhang Xian fell into contemplation. I'm already dried out at the moment, but the formation plate isn't even halfway there yet. It'll at least take a day or two of recuperation for my sword intent to recover. Sword intent was similar to Zhanqi. There was a limit to how much one could use it at a moment, and if one were to use it repeatedly, one would find himself sapped dry. And that was exactly what Zhang Xian's current state was. Even so, the formation plate in front of him wasn't even half done yet. What should he do? Did he have to slowly complete it over a course of few days, just as the other party said? If guild leader Zhang were to learn of his thoughts, he would surely think that the world had gone mad. Even 5-star formation masters would require several days to inscribe such a high-grade formation plate with a carving knife. With a sword in hand, the other party still expects to finish it swiftly. Wasn't this clearly daydreaming? Just as Zhang Xian was conflicted over the next course of action, his eyes suddenly lit up. On top of sword intent, he had comprehended saber intent as well. Right. Since I can inscribe it with sword intent, saber intent should work as well. Even though my sword intent is sap dry at the moment, my saber intent is still at its capacity. Having learned Heaven's Path saber art before, his grasp over sabers had reached an incredibly high level of mastery. Even though he couldn't activate his sword intent anymore, he hadn't expended his saber intent yet. It was still a full bottle ready to be used at his disposal. Chuckling lightly, he stood up and surveyed the surroundings. Does anyone have a spirit intermediate tier saber here? Even though it was possible to utilize saber intent through a sword as well, due to the differing nature of the two swords, the might and accuracy of his movements might take a toll. There was no need for Zhang Xian to take such a risk. Saber? Stars appeared above everyone's head. Aren't you using a sword to inscribe the formation plate? Why do you need a saber? I have one here. After a moment of hesitation, Hall Master Sai flicked his wrist and a 9-ringed saber appeared in his palm. It was heavy and ferocious, and one could feel a violent disposition from it. Allow me to borrow it for a moment. Walking forward, Zhang Xian grabbed the saber and flicked it lightly. A sound similar to the call of a dragon echoed. Good saber. From that, it was clear that the saber was a formidable spirit weapon. It wasn't inferior to the Imperial Jade Sword at all. I'll return you the sword first. With the saber in hand now, Zhang Xian tossed the sword that he borrowed back to guild leader Zhang. Even though the weapon had acknowledged him as its master, he had stated clearly before he was just borrowing it. Since that was the case, he had no thoughts of claiming it for himself. Besides, he didn't have much of an expectation for his weapon. Even though the Imperial Jade Sword was excellent, he didn't possess any greed for it. And if he really needed one, he could always buy one for himself. If he had harbored such thoughts, he would have long carried the harmonious stream of flowing goblets away with him. There would be no need for him to negotiate with the appraiser hall and let them off. Catching the sword, guild leader Zheng's face turned red in embarrassment. Spirit artifacts possessed consciousness, and usually, if the spirit chose to acknowledge another master, even if the original owner was reluctant to do so, most would still choose to part with it. After all, if one were to forcefully attempt to retain control over the weapon, not only would one be unable to earn the acknowledgement of the spirit, one might even incur its hostility. There was no use keeping a sword that was hostile to one. Since that was the case, one might as well sell the other party a favor. Perhaps, one might even get a good price for it. Thus, he thought that after Zhang Shi had induced spirit euphoria in the Imperial Jade Sword, he would have to bid the sword goodbye. Yet, the other party simply returned it back to him, showing no signs of wanting to claim it for his own. Zhang Shi, you seem to be fated with this Imperial Jade Sword, given how easily you induced spirit euphoria in it. Such compatibility between a weapon and a human is extremely rare, and these encounters usually end up going on to become legends. I've owned this sword for nearly 5 years now, but still, I'm unable to get its spirit to submit to me. Since that's the case, I might as well just gift it to you and fulfill the both of you. Gritting his teeth, guild leader Zhang presented the sword back to Zhang Xian. No one could easily part with a companion who had accompanied one over a span of 5 years. However, this sword had already chosen its master, and there was no use keeping it to himself. Thus, he might as well extend his generosity to the other party. After finishing his piece, he thought the other party would immediately take the sword away. However, contrary to his expectations, there was no movement at all. Lifting his head, it seemed like that Zhang Shi hadn't been listening to his words. Rather, he was tapping his fingers on several points on the 9-ringed saber that he just grabbed. Wong. A crisp call echoed from the saber. Guild leader Zheng's lips turned white and his hands trembled. He nearly threw his sword aside out of agitation. Spirit euphoria. This saber has acknowledged him as its master as well? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.